We are live at Collectco for tonight's Facebook, YouTube, X, Twitch, and wherever else. Jake is setting up the other chats. Something new we have to do when we go live. I think unless you're on Twitch, you'll never be first commenter, just FYI. Because when we go live, we have to connect the other. So the hopes of anybody ever being first commenter, if you don't have Twitch, is few and in between. I've got a Subway sub in front of me. And I got a Subway sub in front of me. Here's John. John's got a handful of records. I do. Did you need to talk to me?
Oh, yeah, this is stuff I want to buy.
Okay.
Yeah. Wherever you want me to put it.
Yeah, just put it right there, and then the slate right here. I'll put it somewhere safe in just a second. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'll.
Which whenever, man.
I'll talk to you Thursday about it. Yeah, because you're here. You're not here tomorrow, right? Okay. I'll talk to you Thursday about them. Sorry.
Oh, not a problem, man. I just expected to get anyway. I didn't expect out here for a few days or something.
All right. Let me. Stream Deck's not working. Let me unplug it. Sometimes I have to unplug it and plug it back in. Maybe that worked. Okay. Whew. All right. Wow, what a last 48 hours it's been. Yesterday I said 24 hours. Now it's been what a last 48 hours. And I have a feeling tonight's not going to be no different. Okay, tonight's not going to be any different. 3 crates of new vinyl. Laura's got them boxed. We have I just walked in the back and I said, how's the War Department? And right now that's G and Jack and Hatchet Ed. And they are currently sending invoices. And Jack's leaving. Jack's checking out of the War Department for the night. He's like, I've had enough war. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Huh, say it again. So, can you believe I got Happy New Year today? That's a Seinfeld quote. So they're sending an invoice. They're having to go through a painstaking, monotonous process, but they're getting them all sent. So they're getting there with them. Let me see here. Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. We don't need that. New music on vinyl. That's good. My Chevrolet needs servicing. Great. Something else for me to worry about. Yeah. Okay, I'm looking for. They need sales tax. They have record store day reminders. Hey, they're reissuing Dead Milkmen. That's good. I'm looking for an invoice to print for Laura. I am thirstier than the devil right now. I think this is it right here. Creator doors. This is it. All right. I'll worry about the other ones later. Okay. All right, that's taken care of. Wow. All right. I need to mute my mic for 1 second. Welcome, everybody. I'm going to mute my mic for one memento, okay? Okay, so trying to sneak in a few bites. I wanted to start, at least get the stream rolling. I can mute and take bites in between. Didn't want to be a 6 o'clocker when I said 5:30, so we're here, and I think everybody's about ready to start buying stuff. Let me move John's personal collection records right in here. And then I need to ask Tanner about those Jimmy Johnson records. Lay those right there. Actually, let me lay them right here. Okay. Okay, we need the crate from up front. Let's see. Let me open up a text message and tell Tanner. Where are you, Tanner? Golly. I don't know. What have they done? I updated my phone. Now that's got to get used to a new one. Where? Okay. Excuse me. All right, so they're in the back sending invoices, and they've been basically doing that all day because it's been a manual, kind of a manual thing they've been doing. They're basically printed y'all's tickets, all the data, you know, that we had to key in, all that had to get printed, and now basically manually entered back in. Yeah, I know it sounds really stupid, because it is really stupid, and we'll blame Square for the stupidness. They're being sent through Square because that's the only way that makes sense. Otherwise, we'd have to go with a whole new service of, you know, you get what I'm saying? So they are being sent through Square, and I think they've got about 100 or so left. I was told under 100, and some of those are in the hands of Tanner. Now, I think Tanner's went home for the night to probably do fin duty, and I legitimately mean fin duty. So Tanner's probably doing fin duty, which is his little baby. But they should be done, he said, by early in the morning. He wakes up, you know, he might be crashed, and then, you know, like a 3 a.m. he wakes up and finishes them. So there's that. I have a price sheet, I think, that just came out of the printer. I'm going to go get that from Ed. We're going to start going through the first crate. We got great auctions tonight. We got bonus auctions. And, yeah, I'm ready if y'all are. I'm ready if y'all are. So, pistachios. Those were mine. I actually got some sleep. I went home and slept, and then woke up and made phone calls for 2 hours, and then slept some more. We've had a lot happen. There's been a lot happen around here. We'll give full stories at some point. Just the pros and cons of running a business and everything else. Okay. Ed will be able to make changes and corrections. Yes. I'm sure he'll be doing that tomorrow. He'll usually do that like today. He'll be doing that tomorrow. And then they'll be in first thing in the morning to start shipping. All right, let me go get that price sheet. And then Laura's going to come knock this out for us. And there's a lot to be done back here. Holy moly. I'm going to ask John about some of this stuff. I think all that should be thrown away. Ed, did the printer spit out a document? I got it. Thank you, War Department Head Ed. And War Department Head, co-head G. John's War Department record head. He's got the launch codes for the Led Zeppelins. Yeah, Iron Butterfly launch codes. All right. Let's see. We got Creator. That was a pre-order. ASAP Rocky. I think that was a pre-order. Stranger Things. Etta James. Chuck Berry. Nitty Gritty. The Doors. Motorhead. Judas Priest. Led Zeppelin. King's X. Iron Maiden. Whiskey Myers, Led Zeppelin, Steely Dan, more Aussies, dang, more Aussies, got a lot of those, Paul Stanleys, and good to go. So, Laura, at your convenience, I still got to go through the first crate, and then these are ready to be priced. Okay? And I'm going to catch John before he leaves. Yeah, that's Stranger Things Season 1, by the way. That is Stranger Things Season 1. Okay. All right, let me go get that. All the t-shirts came in. They're going to be on the invoices that are being sent out. If you bought a t-shirt, they are on all the invoices that are being sent out. Yes. If you bought a t-shirt, the invoices that are being sent out, you will have it on your invoice. If you purchased a t-shirt last week, they're on the invoices that they are being sent out today. That's what Ed and G's doing right now. They've been working on them all day. A lot of people's already got theirs, and they've already paid for them. A lot of people's already got theirs, and they've already paid for them. Yep. All right. Okay. All right. Heading out, John. 1 second. I'm going to mute my mic. Okay. All right. Here we go. We're ready to get started now. Let me do some unlocking here. My phone updated. It's not the best, honestly. Okay. Let's pull this up. All right. So welcome everybody to CollectCo. Fun times here. A lot of stuff happening, and I'd like to welcome everybody to tonight's feed. We're officially getting started like right now. So you hadn't missed a thing except just chatter and chit-chat with your local CollectCo friends. And I've got to close out all these apps and then reopen Facebook. And then I'm going to golly. Okay. I don't need this right now. I do need it right here. Okay. That. Okay. We'll get to that in just a second. That was yesterday's stuff. All my troubles seem so far away. Now it looks as though they're here to stay. Okay. Pearl Jam and the Rolling Stones. Can't go wrong there, right? Pearl Jam and the Rolling Stones. The Rolling Stones Beggars Banquet. 1969 US. This is a Terre Haute. That's classified as a reissue. 69. It's a gatefold. Side 1's EX. Side 2 VG Plus. Not bad. Very good Stones album. Gatefold jacket. $25 start on Beggars Banquet. That's now but for bid. We got Versus, Pearl Jam Versus, the 2011 US, 180 gram. This is near mint. That's for Pearl Jam Versus. $20 start on that. So back here in the back, other than Chevy Chase for $125 and Val Kilmer for $195, we got Live Throwing Copper. It's $39.99. And we got Jimi Hendrix Blues going to go in the middle. Jimi Hendrix Blues is a 2 LP. It's a compilation of all of his blues covers of blues standards. That's $34.99. And then next to that's that really cool new Godfather soundtrack from La La Land Records. That's $54.99. And then the Iron Maiden puzzle. That's a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle. That's $24.99. Godfather's $54. I've got Silver Bullion. Tonight might be the night to buy it. If you're a speculator, I'm going to probably still do some of it at 88, even though spot has now surpassed 88. So some of it I might need more for because the market has obviously changed since last week. It hit another all-time high today. Yeah, it's at an all-time high right now. Like the live price is the all-time high for silver. So in world history. So if you're a buyer for that, I'm going to keep it stacked back here just so people know I have it all night long. And there it is. Okay. Now, first thing I'm going to start doing is pulling up this morning's video. I'm going to sort comments, and here's some of the claims. Justin Timberlake, Franz Ferdinand, Feel, which was supposed to be Poohole, and then John Prine, Days of the New, Van Halen Balance, Days of the New again, JT, War, The Strokes, Van Halen, The Go, The Strokes, Test, Clinic, Go Team Garden, Days of the New. Wow, I don't think I got enough Days of the New for everybody, but here we go. This is Father John Misty. I marked this last night. It is sealed, $19.99 for Father John Misty, $19.99. I don't think there was a claim for that. This is sealed, and it's from, I think this is the 2018, $19.99 on that. I'm going to put it back in the sleeve that way. That is sealed. And last night I marked a few things live during the show, and that was one of them. Jimi Hendrix Blues is a double LP, $34.99. So does Stan McNessie. And yes, coins are going to be invoiced separately. So I think everything going out right now is the invoice. The invoices from last week as far as records. And then the next thing they got to do, which Tanner might do that tomorrow, is he's got to do all the coins separately, I'm pretty sure. Pearl Jam has one bid for 20. This is a 2011 US 180 gram near mint, and it's at 20 with Will Smithson. He also has the Rolling Stones for $25. Will has the high bid on both of those. Here is the War on Drugs Slave Ambient. This is still available. It's $19.99. It's the 2011, I believe, and that's a 2 LP. And we have Weather Report Heavy Weather. Weather Report is $14.99. $14.99 for Weather Report. This is the 2008. I'm trying to remember these from memory from scanning them last night. It is 180 gram, $14.99. So there's that. And then over here we have My Morning Jacket. It still moves. My Morning Jacket is $22.99. I don't think I've seen any claims for My Morning Jacket. So this is still available, $22.99. Ed Nelson wants Weather Report. And by the way, there's a little bit of a seam crackle right there on the jacket. $14.99. That's so. Pearl Jam getting you bid. The Stone still just has one bid for $25. There's that. So if you missed the update yesterday, we had a problem with Square, and we essentially could not send out invoices. And so I think most people have seen the post, but if you didn't see the Facebook post, if you wasn't on yesterday, you're probably out of the loop then. You probably have no idea what's going on. If you didn't see the post or the couple post, you probably have no idea what's going on. There's Rush Snakes and Arrows. It's a 2 LP, $38.99. My Morning Jacket. Matthew, if you're a new buyer, you don't have to pay more than these. These are sticker price. These are sticker price. My Morning Jacket is only $22.99. So if you want that, just say sold and then say, yes, I'm a first-time buyer, okay? And then we have Gardens and Villa Dunes. Gardens and Villa Dune, that is $14.99. Gardens and Villa Dunes. And this is Alt J. This album is all yours. That's on green vinyl at $29.99. And in front of that is Dave Matthews Band. Now, these Dave Matthews Band, slightly different than the new sealed ones we have. These are the first run they did, which were numbered. Limited edition and numbered. Those are $64.99. Matthew Smithson, you're going to get the Pearl Jam here. And this is $25, so to Matthew Smithson. They're still bidding on Pearl Jam. Sean Miller has it right now at $30. All the advertised auctions will start at $7. I think I've only posted the pictures on Facebook. I'm about to post them to Instagram. I forgot to do that. And because I need to share that update over there for those people that don't have Facebook. And this is Poohole. And Poohole over here is sold to Scott Dwallow. Okay, thank you on that. That's sold to Scott Dwallow, and that was $14.99. These are all sticker price, okay? These are all sticker price over here. Now, first thing is this. We had somebody maybe trying to buy My Morning Jacket, Matthew over on YouTube, but I still need to confirm that you do want it, and then I need to confirm you're a first-time buyer. So just let me know in the chat. And then Nos is $24.99. This is my only copy of this. Nos is $24.99, and we have Clinic Visitations. Clinic is a new wave art rock indie, $14.99. And this is Kanye West, Jesus is King, and Kanye is on blue vinyl. Yeah, these are all new sticker price. This is the items from this morning. Blue vinyl, Kanye, $24.99. And then this is Ryan Adams Gold. Ryan Adams Gold is on clear vinyl, $24.99. I'm still looking for Justin Timberlake, Franz Ferdinand, John Prine, Days of New, Van Halen, JT, which is Justin Timberlake, War, The Strokes, Van Halen, Go Team, Strokes, Test, Clinic. Boontar got Clinic. I was about to say, I think Clinic was sold as soon as Chris Knapp commented. Boontar bought this 6 hours ago. Chris Knapp, he's only ahead of you 6 hours. Yep, I was reading through them. I was like, I think one of those were claimed. I just read off. And it was Boontar on Clinic. Yep. And then here is Franz Ferdinand, which I just read off. That was sold to Scott Dwallow. Thank you, Scott Dwallow, on that. Clinic is already sold. That was the only copy I have. Pearl Jam's at 36, and I'm going to go ahead and grab, what do I need to grab? I need to go grab another auction from this bonus crate. And what do we have here? This looks like Queens of the Stone Age. Queens of the Stone Age is a 2009 US. 180 gram, near mint, $25 start. Make sure you watch the 6 a.m. video. The 6 a.m. video, some days, if we didn't have a lot of new vinyl come in, I'll show new arrivals, like even pre-owned stuff, in that 6 a.m. video. It's not just always new vinyl now, because sometimes we completely sell out of new vinyl and I don't have anything to make a video out of. So I do all the stuff that Laura marked that was left over, and some of the stuff that John marked. And of course, the 9 a.m. video is vintage, always vintage pre-owned stuff that is heavily discounted, like half off, 66% off, whatever it takes to sell them. Scott Dwallow gets Justin Timberlake. He is first on that one. And then the Strokes, there's like 3 claims for this. This is $19.99 on the Strokes. And the Strokes is sold to Melissa Bailey. Thank you on that one. That's sold to Melissa Bailey. And we have The Go. This was also sold. And the first person I see on this one is Stephen Riley. Thank you, Stephen Riley. That's sold to you. And then Deer Hunter. Deer Hunter is still available. White vinyl, $24.99. And Jay-Z is still available, $24.99. And this was the 2014 reissue. I think we're done on Pearl Jam. The last bid is Dynamite Danielle at 36. I got to make sure that Sean Miller doesn't want to bid again. And Queens of the Stone Age does have a bid for 25, just FYI. This is Alt J Relaxer. That's sealed for $19.99. Another Dave Matthews Band that's numbered. First time on vinyl. The first pressings they numbered, $49.99 for Under the Table and Dreamin'. And we have Philip Selway. And Philip Selway, the solo album from the drummer from Radiohead. This is sealed for $19.99. And Tupac, Tupacalypse Now. Tupac is the 2016, $34.99 on that. The Dirt Drifters, that's a country album with CD and DVD, gatefold jacket, $34.99 on that. And then John Prine did get sold. That's sold to James Young. Thank you. That's sold to James Young. And then Steely Dan. Now we're into new and sealed stuff. Steely Dan is $36.99. That's a gatefold jacket, 180 gram remaster. Final call on Queens of the Stone Age. Laura just got done marking today's new vinyl. That's great. That's fantastic. I'm going to free up a few more areas of space over here for me. And then over here we have Sly and the Family Stone, $29.99. Sly is $29.99. That's new and sealed. Who in the funk do you think you are? Limited edition orange vinyl, $29.99. This is King's X Dogman. Music on vinyl press, $54.99. This is King's X Dogman. And we have Steely Dan Asia, $36.99. Also Van Halen Balance. And this was our last copy. It's sold to Slammin' Alvin. Slammin' Alvin. That's sold to him over on the Facebook video. And then we had 2 Days of the New. One sold to Josh Tanner and one sold to Rhonda Stansberry. And we officially have a waiting list for this. The waiting list for this will be Randy Jr. Tabron, okay? Randy Jubrin Tabron. Now, there's some claims that don't have check marks next to them yet. The first one is Charlie Sales. He was second on Justin Timberlake. Greg Brummett gets the War on Drugs. I hadn't pulled that yet. That's sold to Greg Brummett, $19.99. Put down Richard Bradshaw on a wait list for Van Halen Balance. Brian Call second on Strokes. Brian Call also commented test. Now, I don't know if he was doing a test comment or there's something in here with the word test in it. I don't see anything in here with the word test in it, so I'm going to skip that one. And then Natasha put Go Team. She was second, and then she put Garden. So Garden may be something left in here that I missed. Garden. Was there something in here I missed under the title Garden? Alt J, Gardens and Villas. Gardens and Villa. That's sold to Natasha Pickett. Okay? And then Dust Gray also wants on that wait list for Days of the New. Okay? Okay. Thank you. Yeah, so we need information from Dirty Pirate Hooker. We need to know who you are, Dirty Pirate Hooker. And then Slammin' Alvin, I think he's been somebody that's been messaging me. Just FYI, if you send Chad Williams a message, you might as well be sending it to a brick wall. Make sure you're always messaging Coletco. Okay, I just opened up my personal chat, and just from today, there's about 37 line items of messages over here, okay? I hadn't opened it up probably since last night. One is Slammin' Alvin, and he said, so this is my first purchase from you. I filled out the first-time buyer form. He did say he filled out the first-time buyer form, Mr. Ed. So he may have not put that he was Slammin' Alvin. I'm going to say, can you message Coletco page with your email and mailing addresses as well? Okay. And I am going to send that back to them. And then Craig says amen to that. This is why I've got a great staff like Hatchet Ed to take care of all these messages. And then I'm going to reply to Slam and Alvin the same thing and tag Coletco page. Ed's like, oh, great. More hundreds of people I got to reply to on a daily basis. Okay. Fox Digital, I'm going to keep all these sticker price. So if you do want Tupac, it will be $34. Queens of the Stone Age, Ed Nelson for $25. Dynamite Danielle, unfortunately, I lost you on the Pearl Jam. I got to go ahead and sell this to Sean Miller for $37, and we are officially moving on. If anybody else wants anything in there, let me know. I'm going to go ahead and go through one of our first crates of new vinyl, and let's put up some more auctions first. And I got to take a couple more bites of Subway for sure. But first, let me go ahead and put up Except. There's some 80s metal in here mixed in the bonus crates tonight. And I'm going to go ahead and put up what? I'm going to go ahead and put up Parliament. Let's see what's going on with those, okay? We have Parliament, the clones of Dr. Funkenstein. This is in VG minus condition, a 76 US, $15 start on that. $15 start on that. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook and the like button on YouTube? I still have Accept here. This is, or how about we put this up for auction is what I meant to say. Accept is an 86 OG. This is called Russian Roulette. It's in EX condition, and Accept is going to go up for a $20 start. There's the original inner sleeve, and those are now up for bid. So here's what's left after yesterday's stuff. Steely Dan 36. King's X is 54. That's called Dogman. Sly and the Family Stones 29. Steely Dan 36. And then I had the Dirt Drifters. I had Tupac for 34. I had Philip Selway, Dave Matthews Band, Alt J, Jay-Z, Deer Hunter, Bryan Adams, Kanye, Nas, Dave Matthews, Alt J, My Morning Jacket, and Father John Misty. We had somebody new over on Facebook try to buy My Morning Jacket, but then I never did hear back from them. So if you're still out there, I can't sell anything unless I confirm that you can hear me and you're a first-time buyer and you know how to register. Other than that, I leave it in the crate. So if you're out there, if anybody news wants to make a purchase, just talk to me, and then we'll get you registered, okay? I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right. Parliament. El Snapatan. El Snapatan, make sure you put Parliament $15, okay? Right now, technically, you hadn't placed a bid. Make sure you put Parliament 15. We have Dust Gray on the Days of New waiting list. Scott Dwallow, I got you for Deer Hunter. Sorry, I saw it. I was just over here on a monster break. I'm almost done with the first chilled iced monster, and I'm about to go crack open another one and knock down these Subway cookies. But let's go ahead and get started. Parliament 15. Brian Stern, you're out on Accept. Probably going to go 2 wide or so on some of tonight's auctions. Maybe 3. We got a whole bonus crate we probably can sell off, and I bet Seth will have us even more by the end of the week. Now Parliament's at 20. Let's go ahead and put up something else. I see some Japanese in here. I think these are some higher-end Japanese, though. Some of them are pretty standard, but some of them are pretty dang nice, like Foreigner. 1979 OG, near mint minus and pristine. That's going to go up for a $35 start. All right. And let's see what we have here. We have Hatebreed, $39.99. This is called Supremacy. This is remastered. It's up in smoke green vinyl pressing, limited to 500. I think we had this last week. This is $39.99. There's Hatebreed. We got 2 copies, $39.99. And I will phone Ed right now. Will local orders be ready to pick up tomorrow? Is that a yes? That's a yes. We'll be open at 10 a.m. You'll be able to pick up. We have Fear Factory Concrete. Fear Factory is $39.99, limited to 300. That's on blue and purple Deceptions pressing. Colored vinyl, $39.99. And then True Romance soundtrack, $38.99. This is some stuff we sold out of last week. And this is the new arrivals. And yeah, these are like new releases that Laura ordered. And I think we had them also ordered somewhere else, but we sold out of everything. So these are restocks of stuff we sold out of. True Romance, Fear Factory, Hatebreed. And we have David Gann, Berlin, the classic German broadcast. This is a 2 LP unofficial. It don't say when. It says where, Berlin. It's a double LP. Looks like a full show, $36.99. The last bid on Parliament was $20 with Retro Class Entertainment. El Snappatan, you're out. Haven't heard back from El Snappatan. Over here, Accept got a bid for $30 with Bride Waits. I haven't heard back from Brian Stern. I'm about to have to sell those if I don't get any new bids. And Foreigner, final call to lock in a bid, a Japanese pressing of Head Games, $35 start. I've got 3 copies of Slayer, and this is $36.99, orange and black split, Hell Awaits. And I think Steve Weaver bought a bunch of Slayers last week, and he said, Chad, I need some more. I need Hell Awaits. And I was like, we probably can take care of that. So here is Slayer, Hell Awaits, and this prompts me to open my laptop computer for the first time and pull up the spreadsheet. Also, there's a box over here that I'm using for a table that says Van Halen lights. So the other half of the Van Halen order, just FYI, is in, okay? The other half is in. And let me look up Slayer. And Slayer over here, Hell Awaits, sold to Steve Weaver. So that does leave me with 2 extra copies, okay? I've got 2 extra copies. Scott Dwallow also wants one, and he's out on Parliament. So this is sold to Rodell Martin, Retro Class Entertainment. Thank you on that. El Snappatan is out. Let me put that right in here. And that leaves me 1 Accept, one Slayer. Accept is now at 38 with Brad Waits. Brian Stern has been outbid. And we have 3 copies here of ELO Face to Music. This was a pre-order. I still got to do some stuff over here with this. Still got some ones to tag. And let me open this up. Okay. And it wants me to view terms and conditions on my iPhone update before I do anything. Great. That's exactly what I need right now, is to view terms and conditions. I don't know what I just agreed to, but probably something not good. All right, then let's pull up Electric Light Orchestra. Electric Light Orchestra. And it typed in Electro Light. Here we go. So there were some pre-orders I still hadn't finished on this one. That was Terry Gerhardt, Marsha French, and Mike Conway. Jerry, you're next in line. Jerry Stone next in line. These are sold to Terry Gerhardt, Marsha French, and Mike Conway. Jerry Stone is next in line on those. So all 3 of those are sold. I have more back ordered. They'll be in shortly, Jerry. And G just ran to one of my booby traps. I got stuff balanced on the edge of crates everywhere. I do that on purpose. Accept is at 38. And then over here, we have Foreigner, a no bid, buy it now Foreigner, Japanese Head Games. That's a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants it, okay? And then the next record in here is Steely Dan. This one is Everything Must Go. Now, this one is a clear vinyl, 29. Hold on a second. I think one is supposed to be, oh, I messed these up. Laura put the right stickers on them, but they're supposed to be flipped. I bet I forgot. I messed up the albums. Yeah. This one's 39 and this one's 29. Yeah, this is a single LP. These are, no, that is right. 29. Okay, yeah, that's right. I thought I messed up. $29.99 on Steely Dan. Everything Must Go. $29.99. Save some bundles for me. I've got to work tonight. So that tells me you're going to be on tonight buying bundles, or you're not going to be on tonight buying bundles. That will probably predict how the whole show is going to go. Accept is so to Brad waits for 38, and then let's keep rolling here, okay? Let's keep going here. So new auctions going up. We'll do the advertised stuff starting at 7. I don't know if y'all have seen the advertised stuff, but it is pretty insane. So there's that. And let me go over here and let me look up Steely Dan. And this one is Steely. And the waiting list for Steely Dan, everything must go, right? Everything must go. We have 3 people on a waiting list. Amenity, Solarplex, and Cynthia Herdrin. Amenity, Solarplex, and Cynthia Herdrin. So David Doyle, if it's okay, I'll add you to that waiting list. More expected, and we'll get those ordered for you, okay? So these 3 are sold to David Doyle. More are expected. Or, excuse me, these 3 are sold to Amenity, Solarplex, and Cynthia Herdrin. We'll get one more order for David Doyle. He's now officially on a waiting list, okay? I need to pull up one thing over here right quick while I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about a lot of stuff. I'm thinking about y'all hitting the like button on Facebook and YouTube and doing that for me. It really helps, especially since so many people watch on other places now. And I needed to share hot pictures over to Instagram and get those posted, because there's probably some people like, he didn't post hot pictures on Instagram, and I didn't. So man, yeah, look at some of this stuff. Holy moly. I see one of the very coveted Page and Plant albums, and over here we have this, and I'm gonna go ahead and share that to Instagram. Okay, please tell me that uploaded. Okay, it is uploading. And then let me go over here and see this and this. Okay, and this is David Gann. Now, we have a wait list for this one. David Gann, let me be looking this one up. This is David, okay, you may have heard of him, Gann. He was in a band called Depeche Mode, and there should be a waiting list for this bootleg. Let me go look it up over here. I've got a lot. I've got Monk, Pantera, Michael Jackson, Jimi Hendrix Blues. Jimi Hendrix Blues. Why are these people still on a wait list? We sold one tonight. Stan McNessie, did you buy Jimi Hendrix Blues live tonight? I have you still on a wait list. Huh. I wonder if I didn't mark those off. I'm kind of confused now. And a Michael Jackson Bad. Didn't we sell one of those last night too? I'm kind of confused over here. Never mind. But we'll figure that out later. Volbeat, Door, some of this stuff's coming in tonight. Mingus, Alter Bridge. I'm looking for that David Gann list, make sure there is one. There actually may not be, so yeah, this one's still available. There's 2 different David Gann. This is $29.99, $29.99. Moving Sidewalks auction request. You're looking at about 1 hour. We have our next auction going up right now. Jimi Hendrix, take a look at this. Axis Bold as Love. Oh, man. A 1979 Japanese press with insert Nobi EX Plus condition. This is Jimi Hendrix, Axis Bold as Love, a $95 start on Hendrix. That's now going back up for bid. That is going up for bid. In front of David is ASAP Rocky, and I think Laura just posted a pre-order for this. And let me look at that right quick. And this should be in a whole lot of records as a pre-order. And this is ASAP, or $SP to be exact. I can even find it faster if I pull it up like that. So that's a really cool Japanese pressing. That is something we do not get at all, is the Jimi Hendrix Japanese there. Very cool. ASAP Rocky and Tim Burton. Did y'all notice that? ASAP Rocky and Tim Burton presents Don't Be Dumb. And Laura, let me try to find this over here. Over here we have... I'm going to find Laura's post. Facebook just slow to download posts today. Usually can scroll right through in a fury. Let's look right over here. This is, there it is. Okay. So this is on clear and white vinyl, or white and black vinyl. ASAP Rocky, Don't Be Dumb, black and white vinyl, with Tim Burton. This is $38.99. Okay, and we got Autumn Betts and Troy Robinson. We got one extra copy. That comes out Friday. That's at the top of our main distributors like bestsellers. I saw that, and I'm glad Laura got that posted. We have sold a couple, and maybe we'll sell a couple more right now. There's one left in stock. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. We did well with the First Stones auction. How about it's only rock and roll, and I like it. 1979 UK. A 79 UK, that's a reissue. This originally came out 76. That's a $20 start, okay? Over here, we have two more King's X Dogman. These are music on vinyl presses. It's a 2 LP gatefold, $54.99 for King's X. Those have been very popular lately. I've got two of those left, $54.99. And then Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. Now, I had a special order. Hold on a second. Let me... Okay, so what I'm going to do on these. These are actually already spoken for. I ordered these for somebody, all four of them. And what I'm going to do is, if you want one, I can let one go. Let me pull this up. Hold on one second. I can sell one tonight, or just put anybody that wants one on a waiting list, okay? Anybody that wants one on a waiting list. So, Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast, is $33.99, okay? $33.99. At least two of these. Yeah, we need two, and then, okay. So there's that, $33.99. So yeah, three of these are a special order for somebody. So one left, and then I might need this one as well. So basically, let me know by the end of the crate if you want one of these for this week's invoice, okay? If you want one for this week's invoice, let me know right now. I'm going to try to grab them while I can. Otherwise, I need all four of those, okay? So $33.99 for Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. And I realized that I didn't have any of those in stock, so I was like, good deal. I need to order some anyway. So let me know right now if you need one. I'll make sure whether we tag it tonight or we put you on a waiting list. I will verify in 3, 2, 1 whether I can make sure those are 100% in by when we send invoices on Monday. When I say Friday, it's because of the deliveries on Friday. So just FYI, okay? So if you need to go on a wait list, just let me know. And that is El Snapatan and Sarah Wyberdink, okay? So good deal. I'm gonna set all four of them back here behind me, and then I'll let you know by Friday. Anybody else, let me know. That's the 1982 remaster, okay? 1982 remaster, Number of the Beast. There's going to be another one pop up in just a second. So put down El Snapatan and put down Sarah Wyberdink. Now, Jimi Hendrix has one bid. It did get a bid with Chris Knapp. Chris Knapp has the Japanese Jimi Hendrix at $96. Final call. One more look. 1979 Japanese. That's a reissue, of course. This album originally came out in '68. I don't know if it even came out in Japan originally in '68. If so, that's a rarity. It has the insert and obi. It has one bid for $96. Final call. And then the Stones, Christopher Lee has that for $20. That's a final call. Rush, Snakes and Arrows is $38.99. $38.99. Make sure El Snapatan on Number of the Beast and Sarah on Number of the Beast. Here's the other Steely Dan. We haven't had this one yet in the reissues. This is Steely Dan, Two Against Nature. 4-time Grammy Award winning, 2 LP clear vinyl. First time this has had a standard reissue in quite some time. It's on clear vinyl. Amenities was on a waiting list. And then I have one extra, Steely Dan, Two Against Nature, $39.99. $39.99. This next record is really cool. And this is part of that new Chess 75th anniversary. What an amazing record they've done here. Mastered from the original analog tapes and pressed at QRP. Gatefold jacket. Chess. Etta James. At last. $39.99. So if you don't have this, as y'all know, OGs, even like in the common grade for an OG is like poor condition. They are very difficult to find. If you get anything higher than VG Plus, you found a rarity, and they're hundreds of dollars. So a classic album here, Etta James at last, and this has been pressed at QRP and mastered from the original analog tapes. So the first person who was on special order was Philip Holt, and these are $39.99, and then one for Derek Cesaro, one for Clifford Umstead, one for Letty Collier, and one for Dale Johnson. So those are all sold. Daryl Johnson, Letty Collier, Clifford Umstead, and Derek Cesaro. And I have 2, 4, 5 copies left of Etta James at last, okay? No bid on the Rolling Stones. This is a $20 buy now if anybody wants it. Christopher Lee said not the album he thought it was, so I'm going to put this over here in the no bids. And then Chris Knapp gets Jimi Hendrix for $96. David Doyle gets The Last Steely Dan. And anybody else on anything in here, okay? Anybody else on anything else in here, let me know. I'm going to look up Number of the Beast over here. Actually, I need to. Okay, there we go. Doing some side projects over here as always. First thing, next thing I have is LL Cool J. And LL Cool J is a 2014 EX Plus condition. LL Cool J is a $20 start, okay? That's now up for bid. And then we have the Stones, sold to Matt Nichols for $20. And Mark Fallon wants a Rush, Snakes and Arrows. Thank you, Mark Fallon. 2 LP, $38.99. Let's replace it with a classic album. Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill, $36.99. Only a fool would say that. Laura will be marking crates. She's finishing up tonight's auctions, which are incredible. If y'all hadn't already seen, those will start rolling in about 20 minutes. But right now, we got stuff from the bonus crates. And so far, it's been great. Japanese, Judas Priest coming up right now. So I hope everybody's paying attention. We have Screaming for Vengeance, Judas Priest. This is an 82 Euro OG, strong VG. Judas Priest has the original on her sleeve. That's going to go up for a $25 star. Rebecca Barber wants a Etta James. Thank you on that. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second, please. Getting my energy level built up. All right, here we go. So, LL Cool J has a bid with Fox Digital for $20. Going once, going twice. Rebecca got an Etta James. And then over here, who got Hendrix? You got Hendrix. And then over here, we have Devious John on ASAP Rocky, okay? Let's do that. And here we go. Hatebreed, $39.99. That's called Hatebreed Supremacy. Top 40 album from 2006, remastered on Up and Smoke green vinyl. Hatebreed is $39.99. Fear Factory Concrete, $39.99 for Fear Factory. And then True Romance, $38.99. True Romance, that is on turquoise colored vinyl. I still got 2 of those. David Gann, live in Berlin, $36.99. That's Parachute Records. This is a 2 LP, $36.99. Slayer, Hell Awaits, orange and black split vinyl. That's $36.99 for Slayer. David Gann again. This is live at Columbia Hall, Berlin, 2003, $29.99. And then somebody just asked about King's X. King's X Dogman is a music on vinyl. That is $54.99. Okay. And we have Etta James at last. The Chess 75th Anniversary Record Series. $39.99. LL Cool J is a final call. It's a 2014 US Def Jam EX Plus condition. A $20 start on LL Cool J. Fox Digital has the bid. He's had it. I'm about to sell it. And then Judas Priest, no bid yet. Looking for a $25 start. It's an 82 Euro OG. It's an OG Euro press. VG, and that's a $25 start. It's about to be a buy now if nobody bids. Okay? We have 2 entire crates full of bonus auctions. If you think the only auctions we're going to sell are the hot pictures every night, you are greatly mistaken. We sold some crazy stuff last night. It's going to be again tonight and tomorrow and the next night. The bins, John had a whole... we had an 80s collection 2.0 last night if you didn't watch. Mint condition stuff, beautiful. We just unloaded... I can't stress this enough. Let me try it again. There are 50,000 new LPs inside of this building. Not 10,000, not 30,000. There are 50,000 new LPs inside of this building that we are going to be selling live here every night, 8 hours a night until they're all gone. There's this stuff laying everywhere. You walk through the back room, it's basically all new stock. It's like we filled up an entire warehouse of vinyl. Those are actual real numbers, I'm telling you. So if you're not watching about every given minute, especially when I say I'm going through new stuff that John, Laura, or Paul has marked, then you're going to be missing out. New advertised auction started at 7. Last night was crazy. We had 4 crates. It looked like somebody went into a record shop in the 80s, pulled stuff off the racks, opened them up, and put them in John's crate. I mean, it's incredible stuff. So, 50,000 bundle, I'll sell them to you for $1.5 million. Cash, you got to be here in the next half hour. LL Cool J, Fox Digital, you get that for $20, okay? That's so do you only bid for $20. And then Judas Priest over here is at $30. There's metal, there's rock, there's jazz, there's pop, there's 80s, there's new wave. I mean, we've got an incredible collection of records in this building, okay? Now, Judas Priest, Larry Gonzalez has it for $30. And then here's a pre-order. Creator has a new album coming out. This is Creator. New album. It's on red vinyl. It's called Crushers of the World. And Creator is $38.99. Let's start reading off the pre-order here. $38.99. The first is Sean Lee Hooker, and the next one's Charlie Buck. Thank you, Sean Lee. Thank you, Charlie. Then Steve Weaver. Then Autumn Betts. Thank you and thank you. Then Ken Crooker, then Tim Floyd. There's Ken Crooker, there's Tim Floyd. Then Scott Dwallow. And if you want a new Creator, there's 3 copies left. 3 copies left, okay? $38.99. Are we done on Judas Priest? Larry Gonzalez has it for $30. Retro Class and Jim Cooper, y'all have outbid. Let's pull another bonus crate auction out. And the next bonus crate auction out is going to be a Japanese Rolling Stones, Gimme Shelter. Nice, a 78 Japanese EX Plus condition. The Rolling Stones, a $35 start. It has the Japanese booklet with it, very cool. That has Obi, and that's a $35 start. And then we have more copies of the Ozzy Osbourne Gods of Rock and Roll with Billy Morrison. That's a picture disc. It's essentially a single, Gods of Rock and Roll, and the flip is Crack Cocaine. It's a picture disc, $24.99. I've got all these, and I've got more up front. I went ahead and stocked up on them, and we've got plenty in stock, $24.99 for that. And then in front of that is a restock of Paul Stanley's. And I went ahead and got a bunch of these. This was a special request for somebody. They needed several of these. Let me look this up. Give me 1 second. Okay. And then... let's see here. 1 second. Oh man. I don't like this new update from Apple. Okay, I got two Paul Stanleys here. And I need 2. And there we go. Okay, so we have Paul Stanley, $34.99. $34.99. Paul Stanley, $34.99. 2014 remaster. That's always the toughest one to get for some reason. Don't ask why. I think a lot of people ask me almost anytime I have the solo albums, why can't I get Paul Stanley? I'm like, I don't know. It's always the toughest one to get. I mean, in most cases, even tougher than the Ace Frehley, which I think is probably the most popular of the lot. But there's Paul Stanley, so to Matt Nichols, and I've got 2, 4, 5 copies left. Jerry Stone wants one. There's one for Jerry Stone. And then Judas Priest did not get another bid, right? Judas Priest is sold to Larry Gonzalez for $30. The Stones has a bid for $30 with Will Smithson, and that's going one and going twice. And then we have a restock of Judas Priest Painkiller. And Judas Priest Painkiller is remastered, $29.99. Judas Priest Painkiller, $29.99. Judas Priest. And this is Joseph McCormick and John Bergenstorm. Joseph McCormick and John Bergenstorm. So there's one sold. There's another sold. And now we have 2 copies left of Judas Priest Painkiller. And we have a Paul Stanley sold to James Young. And then we have a Creator sold to Alex Kane. The new Creator album that comes out this Friday. There's now 1 album left. And then El Snapatan wants a Judas Priest. And now my crate is really full. So let me go ahead and swap out crates. Let's put this right here. And here is this. And let's go ahead and do it. So, Gimme Shelter, the Rolling Stones. Let's move that over. Next thing is, let's pull something over here from the bonus crate. How about Iron Maiden? Iron Maiden, Brave New World is, so the 2016 Record Store Day and the 2017 have the exact same runouts. EX Plus, a nice copy, 2016, 2017, $35 start on that. Michael Salazar on Creator. The Rolling Stones has a new bid for $32. And we have Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. This is new, comes out Friday, Night After Night. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, $29.99. They have new material coming out, and this comes out Friday. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, $29.99. And then 2 copies of The Rockin' Roots of Motorhead, $29.99. So this is The Rockin' Vickers doing It's All Right, Hawkwind with Lemmy, Motorhead, more Hawkwind, Motorhead and Girl School, Wendy O. Williams and Motorhead, and Albert Jarvin and Lemmy. So that's got a little bit of everything on it, including some of Lemmy's best Hawkwind tracks. $29.99 on The Rockin' Roots of Motorhead. Jerry Stone on Nitty Gritty. That's sold to Jerry Stone. There's one left. And then we went ahead and ordered Stranger Things, Seasons 1 and 2. The Season 5 has not come out yet. Great music, even if you've never even watched a single episode. Incredible soundtrack, $29.99. The Clash, The Police, The Bangles, Echo and the Bunnymen, Corey Hart, Duran Duran, Joy Division, Psychedelic Furs, Toto, Olivia Newton-John, Jim Croce, Devo, Bon Jovi, Cyndi Lauper, The Romantics, Fad Gadget, The Scorpions, Peter Gabriel, New Order. Oh man, I forgot. That's just season 1 and 2. Season 3, incredible. 4 had Metallica, that was epic, and then season 5 has been absolutely incredible. So these are together, so there is no season 2 or 1 individually. They're sold together. It's a volume. It's a 2 LP, only $29.99. Great price for a double LP of great music, a comp, $29.99. So that's seasons 1 and 2. Okay, the Rolling Stones was at $30, and then he got a new bid for $32. Will Smithson, You Were Outbid. Iron Maiden got a bid for $40. Will Smithson bid $33. And then Stranger Things sold to Scott Dwallow and Don Nicole. Now there's one left. So it's only $29.99. $29.99. And then here's Iron Maiden, Brave New World. Iron Maiden, Brave New World is $42 with Sarah Weiberdink. This is either a 2016 Record Store Day or 2017 reissue. They have identical runouts, evidently, so blame that on Seth. He can't figure it out. That is 2000, we'll call it, I guess 2017. They're very similar in price, okay? Thomas Baumhart on Stranger Things, and James Handy, I'll go ahead and put you first on a waiting list, okay? Shout out the Lord for ordering these. And this is always something we probably need in stock, especially right now with the hype going on, okay? $29.99. All right. And then anybody else, these will be in by Friday, okay? James Handy first, then Jeff Halsworth. Last bit on the Rolling Stones. Last bit on the Rolling Stones was $33. I got to make sure that Dust Gray doesn't want to bid again. Make sure Dust Gray doesn't want to bid again. And then there's Iron Maiden. That's at $60. Glenn's bid $60. I think somebody got a Motorhead and I didn't pull it. Yeah, Dave Mosley got a Motorhead, okay? Dave Mosley got a Motorhead. I can't recommend Stranger Things enough. I went almost 8 years without watching it, hearing people talk about how great it was and the soundtrack. So seasons 1, 2, and 3 had already been out. When season 4 ended and they did the Metallica Master of Puppets, I was bought in. And so as soon as season 4 ended, I got on Netflix and I started watching season 1. I got caught up, and season 5 has been like, I don't know, it'll probably be something I'll never forget. I mean, it's been almost like life-changing experience watching this show. It's been incredible. I can't, if you just sit down, it's an incredible series. The way it was wrapped up, our friend chat over here, our chat message, we talk about it almost on a daily basis. It's just like still being discussed. Brandon Jones also on Stranger Things, okay? Brandon Jones also on that. So it is incredible. Best series, anything I've ever watched put together like that. So plus the music is just incredible. If you're a child of the 80s, you're going to be like enamored. You're going to be like, holy crap. If you're a child of the 80s, it's incredible. Okay, I'm a child of the early 2000s, but still, y'all know me, I'm very nostalgic. Iron Maiden's at $50, and we're about to sell the Rolling Stones. Here's what's left in here. Creator, there's one copy left, Crushers of the World. This is $38.99. Limited edition, dark red vinyl. Creator is $38.99. Crushers of the World. Gods of Rock and Roll, Ozzy Osbourne, Billy Morrison, picture disc, $24.99. We have several of those, and we got 3 Paul Stanleys left, $34.99. We'll probably sell out of these by tonight. I'm going to lay them in front of the Godfather. Sorry, Vito, don't have me knocked off. Paul Stanley is $34.99, and then Judas Priest is $29.99. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band's $29.99, and the Rockin' Roots of Motorhead is $29.99. Very cool there. Okay, so Stranger, over here, Rolling Stones. Rolling Stones is 33, 34. Let me figure out where this went out. Will Smithson got it for 33. Will Smithson, $33.99. Yes, Iron Maiden's kind of all over the place. We're going forwards and then backwards on Iron Maiden. So let me reconfirm this. The high bid on Iron Maiden is $60, okay, with Glenn over on Twitch. It is let's call it a 2017 reissue, Brave New World. It's EX Plus condition. It is at $60, and this is a final call, okay? We have a wait list going for Stranger Things, James Handy, Jeff Hallsworth, Brandon Jones, and I feel like there was even one more other person that just got on there as well. Michael Salazar on Creator. Did I pull that right then for him? I don't think I did. Michael Salazar on The Last Creator. And then over here, first question is, today's invoices belong to last week's buying. The invoice you're getting in the email today, right now, they're sending them out as we speak. That was stuff that was purchased between the days of January 5th and January 10th. You're going to invoice right now. That was stuff purchased between the 5th and the 10th. They're going out right now. They'll be finished by the middle of the night, okay? They'll start shipping that stuff as soon as tomorrow. 5th and the 10th. Anything you bought last night or tonight, you won't get an invoice until the 19th. Hopefully, okay? What is the Iron Maiden? Iron Maiden Brave New World is a 2017 reissue, gatefold, near mint minus. The high bid is $60. Final call. That won't be the last time we ask about it. That won't be the last time asked about it until I finally call it sold. There's been 3 people recently ask about it. I'll give them enough reasonable amount of time to bid. If they don't, I'm going to sell it to Glenn. He's had it for 5 minutes at $60. But there's been 3 people ask about it. So we'll have to give them time to make sure they need it, they want a bid on it, and then I'm going to come back and sell it. Let's go through another crate of new stuff. Should be one more over here. There is. Aha. Okay, there's that, and let's knock out another one. Then the new vintage stuff for tonight, pretty insane. 4 crates over here. Laura's going to be marking stuff, and Iron Maiden has a new bid for $65 and now $70. Okay, $70. Iron Maiden's one of those words, if I say it, get prepared for war. Okay, get prepared for war. That's one of those bands. The fan base will literally start fighting you. Okay, they'll pull out a switchblade and be like, "Buddy, how bad do you want this?" We have the Rolling Stones, Through the Past Darkly, another Japanese Rolling Stones, a 1976 EX Plus condition, $35 start. Chris, you're out on Iron Maiden. Now it's at $70. Let's read through these again. I have a wait list for the Led Zeppelin Live EP. This is really cool. It's a 4-track. It's $24.99, live from Earl's Court and live from Nebworth, $24.99. $24.99. This is Led Zeppelin Live. And we have Led Zeppelin Live EP, Led Zeppelin, EPPLEIN, and this is the Live EP. I have seen some of The Sopranos, yes. I have seen some of The Sopranos, not sit down and watch it in its entirety. Catherine Lutz and Stephen Tuttle. Catherine Lutz and Stephen Tuttle, $24.99. This is sold to Catherine Lutz and Stephen Tuttle, $24.99. That's sold and that's sold. Catherine Lutz and Stephen Tuttle. Okay, they were on a waiting list. I've got 2 extra copies, $24.99. Next thing over here is Iron Maiden, sold to Glenn for $70. The Rolling Stones is a $35 start. More new stuff from the collections. Yeah, John's got 4 incredible crates. Over here is What's in the Tube. These are 1-ounce silver prospectors. They are $90 a piece based on, let me check. Yeah, these are now, wow, $88.45 is spot right now. 1-ounce silver prospectors, $90. 1-ounce silver prospectors, $90. I have 140 whatever minus in here, so over 140 in stock right now. $90 a piece on those, okay? Next thing over here is he's done, so we sold that, and 35 on this, okay? Led Zeppelin is next, is $29.99. Led Zeppelin, $29.99. $29.99 for Led Zeppelin, and $29.99 for House of the Holy. $29.99 for House of the Holy. So I had some Led Zeppelin restocks we needed. There's Zeppelin, and there's Zeppelin 3. Those are all $29.99. The Rolling Stones is a $35 start. Let's go ahead and pull something else from the bonus auction. And this is ZZ Top. Thing about Stranger Things, I mean, I know there's some great dramas out there. Breaking Bad, and I've watched that, and I mean, Incredible, and Sopranos. Man, Stranger Things will pull on your emotions. When some of these episodes are over, you'll be like, if you're a human, you'll be shedding some tears. ZZ Top Rio Grande Mud, a 1972 USOG EX Plus condition. Rio Grande Mud has the original on her sleeve. That's a nice copy. $35 start, Rio Grande Mud. That's now up for bid. And I have Whiskey Myers, which is $29.99. We have one for Nick Bargeron, and we have one for Greg Brummett. One for Nick Bargeron and one for Greg Brummett. There's one sold. There's another sold. Those are both done, $29.99. And we have Chuck Berry. Now, I didn't get around to posting this for a pre-order. Same thing as the Etta James. This is the Chess 75th anniversary, mastered from the original analog tapes, pressed at QRP, $39.99. Gatefold jacket, very, very similar to the Etta James. Not similar, the same kind of mastering. Chuck Berry is on top, $39.99 on that. And then over here, the Rolling Stones, the last bid is, last bid on that was out. No one bid on this one, right? Let's make this one a buy it now. Through the Past Darkly, a $35 buy it now, okay? Let me make sure I didn't post Chuck Berry. I'm going to go over here and make sure. I don't think I did. I know I posted Etta. I was doing it that morning when I realized I had to get caught up on this week's new arrivals. Yeah, this one didn't get posted. At least I don't see it after my first couple search results. So Chuck Berry's on top. Another Chess 75th anniversary, mastered from the original analog tapes, and that is at list price at $39.99. ZZ Top's at $50. Bill Samus wants a Chuck Berry, and Patrick Lear on a Chuck Berry, okay? Thank y'all on those. And then I have Iron Maiden Power Slave. Here we go. Iron Maiden Power Slave, $33.99. I needed a, give me a second here. I have another special request for these. Let me see how many I need to pull. Okay, 2, and then 2. Okay. Actually, yeah. I can sell at least 1, maybe 2 tonight, and then we can put you on a waiting list, okay? Iron Maiden Power Slaves, $33.99. I'm going to pull 4 out. I need those, and I have at least 1 left, okay? Chuck Berry, so to Jerry Stone. There's 2 left now. ZZ Top's at 51. Let's put up another auction, the Smiths. The Smiths is a 2009 Rhino, 180 gram, near mint, $35 start on the Smiths with the original inner sleeves. Sarah Wyberdink wants a Power Slave. If anybody else wants one, we can have those in by this week. I'm actually looking at them right here, just FYI. And if anybody wants on the Number of the Beast, they are in stock. They'll be here by Thursday, it looks like. Friday, somewhere right in there, okay? So if anybody else wants one, let me know. Sarah got that. And then we should have just a couple people left on the Rockin' Roots of the Doors, okay? And these are sold, and that's Ryan Eaton. Thank you, Ryan Eaton, on that. There's 1 left, the Rockin' Roots of the Doors. Now, what this is essentially a live unofficial. It doesn't say where or when. It is with Jim Morrison. You got to be careful. I almost ordered a Doors bootleg the other day from 1972. And I called it, and I was like, uh-oh, many people might not want that. There's no Jim Morrison. So this does have Jim Morrison on it, $29.99. He died in 1970. So if you ever seen Doors, they played for a few more years, even live, but they didn't have Jim Morrison, of course. So music's still good, but some people's like, no Jim, I'm out. ZZ Top is at 52, and the Smiths is at 35. That's what's left in there. Just FYI. Let me jump over here right quick. Great neck adjustment. Here's what's left in here. We have Led Zeppelin live, $24.99. We discussed the other night how they don't release a lot of live material. That's unique. Led Zeppelin, $29. House is $29. 329. Whiskey Myers self-titled, $29. Chuck Berry. Oh, we need one for Philip Holt. I'm glad I saw that sticky note. And then there's 1 left. $39.99. 1 left for Chuck Berry. And the Doors, $29. Let me see if those are in stock. And if they are, that might be a good post for tomorrow. Because these... And then the next ones that are coming out are... let me see here. Yeah, they're still in stock. And then the next ones that are coming out... Hold on 1 second. I'll tell you the next 2 pre-orders for these, for chess. The next 2 coming out are The Real Folk Blues by Sonny Boy Williamson and The Best of Little Walter by Little Walter. Those are the next 2, and they'll be up for pre-order, okay? Okay, so ZZ Top, let's look at this again. Really cool here. This is a real OG press, a 72 Waddell with the original inner sleeve and nice jacket. And this is at $53 with Troy Overmeyer. Everybody else is out. The Smiths has 1 bid for $35, and this is a 2009 U.S. Rhino near mint minus, and that has 1 bid for $35. Okay, that was the. Was that already all 3 crates? Was there 3 or 4 crates of new vinyl? I guess that was all 3 of them already. Guess so. But don't worry, because I'm very excited to see about the new vintage pre-owned stuff over here. So let's do that. Those are still getting bids. So first thing is Dead or Alive, and then it's after 7. I'll start taking the requested auctions. Got 274 people watching. Maybe if we hit a few more like buttons on YouTube and a few more like buttons on Facebook, we'll have even more. And let me grab the first crate here. These are going to be sticker price, no more, no less. And yeah, once again, some good looking stuff in here for sure. Very good looking stuff. And let me figure out which one we want to do first. Boy, this is a tough decision. Okay, let's just grab this one. Let's just grab this one. I think it's going to be pretty busy like it was last night. Let me put these right here. Let me put these right here. And here we go. Let's go through these. New arrival sticker price. and the ZZ Top 53, ZZ Top 55, Smith's has a bid for 40. Is those 3 special order vinyls for me did not come in yet, not on my invoice. I don't think so. Can you remind me one more time and make sure we have those tagged? I'm going to make sure we had them tagged when they come in, or make sure they're in. Can you remind me of those one more time? Okay, we got to make sure. You might have told me at a bad time and they didn't get transcribed down. And always make sure you send this. I mean, there's a good chance it gets wrote down during the sale, but special orders are best done through message or email, so that way we have it for sure. Okay, so all right, we have, this is the Moody Blues. It's a 2 LP compilation, and once again, I think we're getting into stuff. John told me, he said, no check condition today. He said, once again, right into these beautiful, minty looking records. The song remains the same. It's all beautiful stuff. $19.99, that's a 2 LP compilation. The Mets, the official record of the 1986 New York Mets, $19.99, has a clip corner up there on the top. Very, very nice, $19.99. And Wings Over America, a triple LP. A lot of people don't know this, but there are variants right here. See these dots? There's 2 green and 2 red. Sometimes there's 3 green and 2 red, or 3 red and 3 green. There's variants of these jackets. Wings Over America, triple LP. Baby, I'm amazed. Double LP. Excuse me. This is a double LP. Triple LP. Yeah. Hold on. Make sure I'm not crazy. It's a double LP. 1, 2. It's a triple LP. Wings Over America is a triple LP. Yeah. $34.99. Make sure I wasn't crazy there. Matt Nichols on Moody Blues, and then Andy Rutherford on the Mets. And invoices are being sent out as I speak. Dave Mason scrapbook. Never had seen this before. A UK copy. It's a 2 LP, 1972. Dave Mason, $19.99 for Dave Mason. And Marshall Tucker Band is $24.99. That's a double LP. Are we done on ZZ Top? The last bid was Troy Overmeyer at 60. Everybody else is out. Troy Overmeyer has this for 60. Doug Jeppesen, you were outbid. Then Troy bid 45 on the Smiths. Troy Overmeyer bid 45 on the Smiths, which means Joseph McCormick, you were outbid. Just FYI, now he's out. Can I put back Paul Stanley and get the Japanese Rolling Stones instead? Let's put back a Paul Stanley and get a Japanese Rolling Stones instead. Let me see here. So let me go ahead and put this in the sold bin for you. Let me go see if I can find the Paul Stanley, which should be right in the back of this crate. Judas Priest, there should be 1 sold live, 2 sold live. Okay, there's 1 right there. I'll take 1 out. That should do it. Now, whoever's tagging tomorrow, they're going to be looking everywhere for that until they realize 10 minutes later. So there it is. Paul Stanley, $34.99. We have The First Family Rides Again. This is $9.99. The First Family Rides Again. Little Feat, Time Loves a Hero, $26.99. Original on her sleeve, $26.99. So far in this new stuff, I don't think I've seen a bad record yet. Holy moly, this looks clean. Almost no signs of wear on the jacket. Van Morrison Moondance, Gayfo jacket. It is the second label, Warner Brothers clear in her sleeve. That looked amazing. $34.99. So ZZ Top is sold to Troy Overmeyer for $60. And just want to make sure everybody was done. Those move slowly but surely. And then the Smiths over here is sold for $60, and that's sold to Troy Overmeyer, okay? So those are sold and sold. And let's put those away, and let's get some of the requested stuff up. Will Smithson on Van Morrison. Super clean, nice stuff in here. David Lindley, El Rayo X, $14.99 on that. And we have John Lennon Imagine. This is the purple label. It does have the John Lennon white grand piano poster. Wow, very nice. $29.99, okay? Also, we have the Kinks Live, The Road. Does have the hop sticker with it. Gold stamp promo. A lot of promos. Once again, a lot of these came from somebody that was in the industry. Okay, I hadn't even looked at tonight's advertised auctions. Those are now just getting started. The Sound, Love and Rockets, Duran Duran, Oingo Boingo, Erasure, Lenny Kravitz, Keith Richards, Midnight Oil, Matthew Sweet, Steel Pulse, Bob Marley, David Bowie, U2, The Humpty Dance, Dead or Alive, there it is, True Stories, The Church, NXS, Holy Moly, Budgie, Strangers, or excuse me, the Strangler, Sparks, XTC, Wall of Voodoo, Moving Sidewalks. And then after that, we have Robert Plant, Mudcrutch, Depeche Mode, Another Bad Creation, MC Hammer, Fleetwood Mac, oh man, Jimmy Page and Robert Plant, Walking into Clarksdale, Pearl Jam, REM, Dire Straits, MoFi, Miles Davis, Violent Femmes, The Cult, Weird Al, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Tom Petty. Holy moly. All right, Dead or Alive, Sophisticated Boom Boom. Here we go. An 84 USOG gold stamp promo. No white label promo of this album exists. This is near mint minus, glossy cover, $25 start for Dead or Alive. Next is Moving Sidewalks. Moving Sidewalks. I'm pretty sure, if I'm correct, this has Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top. Billy Gibbons band, pre-ZZ Top, Moving Sidewalks, Flash. This is a limited edition 300 clear vinyl. The OGs of these albums have sold for over $1,500. So a real Moving Sidewalks album with Billy Gibbons is a $1,000 plus record in high grade. I think we had one time that was really rough we sold here. Only ever had one. This is a $35 start, Moving Sidewalks, Billy Gibbons, ZZ Top. It's called Flash. $35 start on that, okay? Next thing is Will Smithson got Van Morrison. Thanks everybody for paying their invoice. How much is the Kinks? $14.99 on the Kinks. We have a request for Weird Al, a request for The Cult, a request for REM, a request for Love and Rockets. Dead or Alive 25, Dead or Alive 35, Moving Sidewalks 36. And the Carole King Tapestry. Look at the jacket. I'm taking some of these out of the sleeve to be able to show you the reflection of the gloss and how nice some of these jackets are. Just absolutely incredible. Minty vinyl, $24.99. So everything in this crate, I mean, if anything, you're probably going to find an upgrade or two, even if you already have some of these. They're beautiful copies. Travis Woods on the Kinks. I can't hype these up enough. I did nothing but hype them up for 4 hours last night. P-Free 3 on Carole King. That's sold. And over here, we have Willie and the Poor Boys, Jimmy Page with Bill Wyman and Charlie Watts from the Stones, Paul Rogers, $24.99. It does have a clip corner. Superb. I mean, it looks like it was just pressed. $24.99. And then Hank Williams Jr., it's a family tradition. A gold stamp promo to boot, $24.99. But it's not a bootleg. It's a USOG. And Chad's going to drink some Monster. About time for me to go get a refill. Give me 1 second. All righty. So, Retro Class, you were second on Carole King. We got Hank Williams Jr. on David Tate. David Tate got Hank Williams Jr., Matt Nichols on Willie and the Poor Boys. And Wildlife. Don't know a lot about this one. It looks like a self-titled gold stamp promo. It's on Swan Song. Wow, I thought I've seen about everything on Swan Song. That's Led Zeppelin's label. Wildlife, $9.99. I don't see any names I recognize, producers or anything. That's interesting. Wildlife, $9.99 on Swan Song. Will and the Keel, gold stamp promo, $9.99. Will and the Keel, gold stamp promo. Okay, quick update. Dead or Alive, the last bid was Sarah Weiberdink at $46. Moving Sidewalks has one bid for $36. A 2021 US. Limited 300 multicolored vinyl. The OGs of this album were released in '68. So this is essentially a reissue of that rare 1968 album. It's called Flash. Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top. It has one bid for $36, okay? One bid for $36, now $40. Ed Riviera on Wildlife. That's sold Ed Riviera. I see something new every night I do this. Something I've never seen. So Led Zeppelin was on Swan Song. That was their label they formed basically after their contract with Atlantic expired. Bad Company was on Swan Song. I thought I've seen about everything, but evidently not. Kim Wilde, Another Step. Hop sticker, gold stamp promo, Kim Wilde. I don't think I see that one too much. $14.99. Wild Choir, $9.99. 1986 RCA Records, $9.99. And then this is Pat Wilson, Bop Girl. Pat Wilson, $9.99, Bop Girl. And we have Utopia, POV. Todd Rundgren, Utopia, $12.99. And just FYI, These are all really clean. About everything I've looked in has a gold stamp promo, a clip corner for a promo, or it's near mint minus with inner sleeve, $12.99. Stephen Parton on Kim Wilde, that's sold to him. Travis Wade was second. Moving sidewalks is at 40. Whoever was the first bidder, you've been outbid. Duke Norman, you're out on the moving sidewalks, and this is Dead or Alive, Sophisticated Boom Boom. It is a final call to Sarah Wyberdink for $45, okay? Ed Nelson on Utopia. Thank you on that. And we have Weather Report. Procession. Weather Report is $19.99. And Fee Waybill, Read My Lips. A gold stamp promo, $9.99. This has the original inner sleeve. Fee Waybill, $9.99. And the Water Boys. The Water Boys is $14.99, a gold stamp promo. This has the just a generic inner sleeve with it. Superb vinyl, though. Just super, super clean. The Water Boys and Most Valuable New Players. Looks like a Columbia compilation. Nice, $19.99. The outfield's on here. Lisa, Nick Mason from Pink Floyd, Andrew Simone from Prince, $19.99. That's a Columbia. Most Valuable New Players. It should be probably a white label promo. It is a red Columbia label, but it does say demonstration, not for sale. Eric Van Leuven on Water Boys. Jason Fornerat was second. Joseph McCormick does get Weather Report. Okay. Dead or Alive is sold to Sarah Wyberdink for $45. That is sold to Sarah Wyberdink for $45. I lost Duke Norman on Moving Sidewalks. This is sold to Stephen A. Young for $40. That's sold to Stephen A. Young for $40. Next is Exotic Love, Martin Denny. Martin Denny is $9.99. Exotic Love on the Liberty label. Anything in here has no condition notes. That is $9.99. And Year Zero is $9.99, has a hop sticker with it, okay? Moving on with some advertised auctions. Some crazy cool stuff over here tonight. Let's go ahead and put up the Humpty Dance, Digital Underground. This is a 3-track, 1989 OG, and this is near mint minus. Super clean is the note from Laura in shrink wrap. It is a top copy nearly. 89 US OG. A $35 start on Digital Underground. Very, very cool. That's now up for bid. I think it's worthy of another bonus crate pull, especially some more Japanese. We've had some cool ones over here. And what better than a Japanese Beatles? Take a look at this. This one's pretty scarce. This is a 1992 Beatles Yellow Submarine limited edition Japanese pressing. EX Plus or better, $75 start for the Beatles. That's now up for bid. The Beatles, and then we had Digital Underground 35 that First Family rides again. No, it is still available. That is still available. Digital Underground 35, 38, and then 35, then 45, then 50. And we have Yellow. You got to say yes to another excess. Yellow is 1983, $39.99. Yellow Jackets, Samurai Samba. Yellow Jackets is a gold stamp promo. $19.99 on the Yellow Jackets. That's a white Warner Brothers label. $19.99. And Mike Wilt said he will take it, okay? So Digital Underground right now is at $50. Gregory has it for $50. The Yellow Submarine is a $75 start. Paul Stanley's are 2014 new and sealed remasters. And if you're not familiar, those are exact replicas of the OGs. So they have the inner sleeve, they have the poster, they're remastered, they're $34.99. Depeche Mode Black Celebration. 1986 OG embossed. It is OG in shrink. The vinyl's VG minus. It has some heavy scuffing, but no feelable marks, just some stray scuffs here and there. Should be very happy with this. Such a tough album to get. $15 start. $15 start. The Humpty Dance is a 3-track EP. This is a 3-track EP. The Humpty Dance, the Humpty Dance, the Humpty Dance. Yes, Mini Humpty Radio Mix, bonus Hump Mix, and Humpstrumental Mix. And it's at $50 of Gregory Roberts. And that's a final call on that one. Over here, the Yellow Submarine has a bid for $75, and Depeche Mode is at a $15 start. Webb Wilder Hybrid Vigor, $16.99. Depeche Mode is at $15. I'll do Weird Al next And everybody buckle up for war. Widow. Widow is a gold stamp promo, $14.99 for Widow. Gold stamp promo. And we have, this is Well Read Motion, a gold stamp promo, $9.99, okay? Back up the top, evidently I missed Martin Denny. That was probably during all the digital underground claims. Hold on a second. I don't see that. Fred Morris, I'm just now seeing it for the first time. Okay. So Fred, if I miss a claim, be sure to remind me just like Fred did, because I don't even see that. That's so to Fred Morris. And Depeche Mode's at 18. So final call on Humpty Dance for 50. Final call on Beatles for 75. And Depeche Mode just got a new bid for 18. Live is $39.99. Steely Dan is $36.99. Paul Stanley, $34. Iron Maiden's a puzzle. Iron Maiden's a puzzle, $24.99. We have the Swamp Boogie Queen, Katie Webster, on Alligator Records, Genuine House Rock and Music. This is $19.99. The Humpty Dance has a new bid for $55. Wire Train, Between Two Words. Wire Train's a gold stamp promo, $9.99. Peter Wolf, Lights Out. Peter Wolf is a gold stamp promo, $12.99. And the Wooden Tops Giant, a gold stamp promo, $12.99 for the Wooden Tops. I have not seen a record in here that doesn't look like it's less than near mint minus. Humpty Dance is still getting bids. It's at 60. The Beatles is sold for 75. There was only one of these for sale in the U.S., and it was 111. So great price on that to Stephen A. Young. Are we done on Depeche Mode? It's up to Will Smithson. Will, you got outbid by Joe Delgado for 18. These are all sticker price. Patrick Lear on Peter Wolf. Art D. LaSchmidt on Wire Train. Those are sold and sold. And I see the War Department's clocking out. Ed and G, they look like they're exhausted. Data entry's a brain drain, I know. They're checking out for the day. Okay. All right. I'll see y'all at 6 a.m. No, I'm joking. Thank y'all. Have a good night. And to all of our customers, if they're leaving, that's probably a good sign. Sounds like some invoices got sent out. And Tanner should be in the middle of the night. He said he'd finish up the rest. I think he went home to crash. And there's just a lot been going on here, to say the least. Let's throw up a random Grateful Dead. Rest in peace, Bob Weir. This is a 1973 USOG EX condition, Wake of the Flood. The Grateful Dead, a $35 start. Does have a clip corner. Grateful Dead, $35 start on that. Oh, I forgot about Weird Al, but I was going to wait till one of the advertised records sold first. That was a pull from the bonus crate. Let's do Weird Al. Let me get it over here in the front so I don't forget about it. About time for me to crack open another monster, okay? Over here we have, what do we have? We have, for $9.99, we have Iyazwa Flash in Japan. Iwaza, $9.99, and Wang Chung, Points on the Curve, gold stamp promo, $19.99, okay? So Humpty Dance was up to Tony Wade. I have not heard back from Tony Wade, Gregory. I'm going to say final call to you for 60. Depeche Mode, I think Will Smithson bid 19, then Joe Delgado went out. So that's so to Will, no, Stephen Parton bid 20. That's 20. Now I'm at the bottom. Will Smithson, you're out again, and Grateful Dead's a $35 start, okay? Now we have Born to Laugh at Tornadoes, $14.99, $14.99 on that. Grateful Dead, a $35 start. The Georgia Satellites in the Land of Salvation and Sin. This has a hop sticker on it, a gold stamp promo. Don't get that one very often at all. $34.99. And in-store air freshener. This is another Capitol compilation, $14.99. This has the Motels, Duran Duran, Brian May from Queen, Boys Brigade, Reflex, Helix is on here, Hugo Strasser, Industry, and Anne Murray. And that one is $14.99. Humpty Dance is sold to Gregory for $60. We got Depeche Mode sold to Stephen Parton for $20. I feel like that was a great price, even for VG minus. And final chance to get a bid on the Grateful Dead at a $35 start. $35 start. Okay, here we go, folks. Weird Al Yankovic, an 83 Indianapolis OG near mint minus, out of print, a pristine Weird Al $55 start. Good luck to all those involved. We have Was and Georgia sold to Fred. Those are sold to Fred Cardinal. And Little Feet, Hoy Hoy. Little Feet's a double LP, $34.99. And the Water Boys, This Is the Sea. Another Water Boys, gold stamp promo, $24.99. I think we're looking into a company called Stripe. Tanner will ultimately make that decision. He's doing research. I think we're looking to a company called Stripe because essentially Square, they have, we were told by some of their top people that they can't reverse the update. They're sticking with it. And we told them that we're probably going to stop using your services. And they were okay losing a big client. So we're probably going to leave Square. Unless we renegotiate and they reverse this update, we're going to have to find a new company to make a lot of money off credit card fees. If there's anybody out there that works for a company that can do custom invoicing and handle security for credit card invoices, you probably would want our business if you watch our shows on a nightly basis. So somebody's about to pick up CollectCo for their client, and we're going to have to probably start talking to them first thing tomorrow, because we have until Monday to figure it out, make a decision before all this stuff starts getting keyed in and invoiced. We got to start keying in stuff quickly, because if not, we'll have a huge backlog and it will take days to bill all this. But we'll figure it out by the time y'all are on. By the time y'all have invoices on Monday again. All right, so Weird Al 55.55, Weird Al 65, Ed Nelson. Put LF for Little Fee. That's sold to Ed Nelson. Hendry on the Water Boys. And then Will Smithson next. Then Fred Cardinal. Weird Al 85.90. And we have Trash. Cubes, Rarities, and Smash Hits. $24.99. $24.99. There's a world of payment processors. I was given 20 last night. The thing is, who can do invoicing where it's simple for us to log in data and keep running invoices for people? That's it's got to be something that is quick, where we can take a record, assign it to somebody's profile, and it saves data for days and almost a week, and then they can send invoices for us. So there's all kinds of ways to send people bills, but who can integrate it with invoices, okay? Who can integrate it with invoices? That's the big thing. There's a lot of great payment processors, but who can integrate with a custom situation like what we have here? What we do is very unique. We basically sell for 7 days, then invoice people. Thousands of items that are there's nothing the same unless we sell new vinyl. Every one of these records are different SKUs, essentially. So even if it's the same record, like Paul Stanley, if we sold 3, that's the same, but all this stuff is unique. So, okay. Bill Samus on the tubes. That's sold to him. Fred Cardinal was next. Weird Al 100, now 105. Nobody bid on the Grateful Dead. This is a $35 buy now. $35 buy now in wake of the flood. So that is a no bid, 35 on that. And the only other no bid tonight is Foreigner Head Games, Japanese pressing. So we've been suggested a lot of payment processors and, even stuff like Venmo and PayPal. But who can cater to our unique business model we have here? This is a pretty unique thing we do here every night. NXS Kick. This is a gold stamp promo, an 87 US specialty OG, and this is a $35 start. It's getting to the point where we may have to literally sit down with a developer and probably build something of our own and spend like $50,000 building it. So it's probably you have to have a server and security, and a couple of these huge auction houses handle their own payments. But man, it's you're talking about like having like a room with I think servers in it, that kind of level. NXS Kick, but I think we're slowly but surely getting there. NXS Kick, boys and girls, this is a beautiful copy. It's a gold stamp promo, cut corner, probably because it's a promo, gold stamp with hop sticker, and this is a $35 start. That's a beautiful OG top promo mark copy. Weird Al's at 115 with Kelly Vlodarchek, And next is Trio and Air, $26.99. This is Trio, and Air, $26.99 on that. And Traffic, Shootout at the Fantasy Factory. Traffic is $19.99. NXS is at $35. Kelly Vladorchek on Trio. That's sold. And we have Pete Townsend Scoop. That is a gold stamp promo with promo strip, $24.99. George Thorogood and Destroyers moving on over. George Thorogood is $19.99. And we have 25 years of recorded comedy. This is really cool. It's a 2 LP comedy compilation, $24.99. Lenny Bruce, it goes kind of in order, I think. Lenny Bruce is on here. Cheech and Chong, National Lampoon, First Family Again. $24.99. Who has the high bid on Weird Al? It was Kelly Vladorchek at $115. Tim Voldness, it's up to you. Tim Voldness. Graph Tracker has NXS at $40. Then Shane bid $45. Let's pull something from the bonus crate, which has stuff like Skid Row. And boy, do we get asked about this record a lot. It is a Friday Music reissue, but here is Skid Row by Skid Row. It's a 2013 limited edition EX. A $30 start on that one. $30 start. Scott Dwallow on the comedy comp. James Handy wants Pete Townsend. And moving right along. Awesome first crate here from John. There's 3 more like this. Beautiful condition records. We Are the World, USA and Africa. That's the 12-inch single, $14.99. Genuine House Rock and Music 2. That is a blues compilation from Alligator Records. Super nice. $12.99. Albert Collins, Coco Taylor, Johnny Winter, Lonnie Brooks, and Leonard Skinner, gold and platinum. And don't make me say it again. Okay, I will. A beautiful copy. MCA Records, 2 LP gatefold, glossy jacket. I have seen some of these absolutely worn out. You know why? It's a Leonard Skinner greatest hits, and it was a party record. This was played and played again, and everybody was drinking and smoking and fighting and other things. $34.99 for Leonard Skinner, and it was thrown on the couch, and it was thrown on the floor, then it was thrown against the wall, and then they flew through the disc back in the floor so they could put on Fog Hat, and then they smoked some more, and then they put on Foreigner, and then they threw that one on the floor, and then they listened to Def Leppard, and then here's Weird Al. And this is a final call. It was, he said Al, so to Kelly Vladorchek, $115. So to Kelly Vladorchek, $115. Weird Al. Okay, now let's update NXS. Let's update NXS over here. And the last bid on NXS was Shane Lanedote at $50. For NXS, Shane Lanedote has that for $50. And we have Skid Row, and Skid Row is a $30 start, and it's already at $37. Fred Cardinale, so here's the bids on that. 30 with David Tate, 35 with Devious John. Mega Blast put HR, and that was for Genuine House Rock and Music. Okay, and then NXS 46, Skid Row 35, Fred Cardinale and George Thorogood. And then NXS 50, and then Will Smithson wanted Leonard Skinner, and then Solarplex was next, okay? And then over here, Skid Row's at 40, and there we have it. Okay, we got a request for Mud Crutch. We'll do that one again. I thought Square was good. Oh, they've been great, but they basically cut out invoicing through tickets. So they don't want you to keep track of items and then invoice people. They said, we can't do that anymore. If you got to invoice somebody, you got to do it right then. So basically, to send invoices every Monday, we'd have to key everything in at once on one day, which is virtually impossible. That would take, like today, there's been 5 people working for 14 hours. So combined, think about all that. Plus, it's a headache. They looked like they were exhausted. So they don't want you to key stuff in and then send invoices. They only want you to send invoices at that moment. So we couldn't itemize y'all's invoice. It would just say an amount, and we could send y'all an invoice. Nobody wants that. We can't do that either because we got to know what y'all bought so we can pull them and put them in your box. So we got to be able to have an itemized invoice that can be built throughout a week and then sent, and where people can do that. So, yeah, nothing gets Square. They basically said, hey, we're going to get rid of tickets where you can't keep track of stuff during the week and then invoice somebody. And we're like, holy crap, that's not good. And so now we're done with them. Okay. Well, we hope not, but it's looking that way. We'll have a decision by when we invoice the next time. Shane has in excess for 50. I'm going to make sure Graph Tracker, Brian Hickson, you're out. Skid Row's at 40. David Tate, or excuse me, Josh Tanner, you're out. Devious John has that for 40. Let's put up another advertised auction. Let's do Budgie in for the kill. Their albums are always desirable. Budgie is a 1974 UKOG EX edition, a $30 start on Budgie. $30 start on Budgie. So first thing we're going to do is we got some grails to put up tonight, okay? What version is this Pearl Jam? Oh man, it's the US original. So we got two big ones I'm about to put up simultaneously, the Page and Plant and the Pearl Jam. So I hope everybody's ready for that. The Colt, we still got Tom Petty. Those are about to go up. I'm going to wrap up these two over here first, okay? This is only our first crate of pre-owned. These are no more, no less. Sticker price, of course. And let's read these one more time. Skid Row is at $40 with Devious John. Josh Tanner just bid $40 again. It's already at $40. It's a 2013 Music on Vinyl reissue. Now Josh has bid $41. I was making sure Brian Hickson was done on NXS. I haven't heard back from him, but I've got to sell it very soon to Shane for $50, okay? Here we go. If you need more information, let me know. These are all beautiful condition. Wings is $34.99. Dave Mathan's scrapbook was $19.99. Marshall Tucker was $24. Time Loves a Hero, Little Feat, $26. David Lindley was $14.99. John and Imagine, Purple Label with poster, $29. Wheelin' the Keel was $9.99. Wild Choir, $9.99. This was $9.99. Pat Wilson, Bop Girl, $9.99. Fee Waybill, Read My Lips. A lot of promos in here, especially gold stamps. Most Valuable Players compilation. A Columbia sampler with the outfield and Nick Mason and Lisa, $19.99 on that one. And Yellow, you got to say yes to another excess. Don't get their stuff too often. $39.99 for Yellow, and Year Zero was $9.99, okay? All right, so let's sell in excess. I lost Brian Hickson on that one. This is sold to Shane for $50. This is sold to Shane for $50. That was NXS Kick, okay? Let's put that away. Skid Row, the last bid on this was $41. Devious John is out. A 2013 limited edition Friday Music black vinyl. Budgie is at 30 with Rock Show. Ed Nelson on DL. Ed Nelson on DL. And DL was for David Lindley. That's sold to Ed Nelson. And then There Goes Mark wants Wheelin' the Keel. That is sold to There Goes Mark. Brad Bullen on Yellow. And then Jason Franz on MVP, Most Valuable Players compilation. That's sold to Jason Franz the 4th. We have Yellow Jacket, Samurai Samba for $19.99. Fred Carnell second on Yellow. Also, we have Webb Wilder, Hybrid Vigor for $16.99. There's a couple people that... Dirty Pirate Hooker over on Twitch. We don't have a registration from you. If so, we don't know who you are. And then Slammin' Alvin. A couple of these handles we didn't be able to match with invoices. Just FYI if y'all are out there. Widow is $14.99. This was Well Read Motion. Well Read, $9.99. Katie Webster, the Swamp Boogie Queen. More Blues from Alligator Records, $19.99. And then the Wooden Tops was Gold Stamp Promo, $12.99. This was Yanza Flash in Japan, $9.99 on that. Brad Waits on Widow. And then Webb Wilder, so There Goes Mark. And then that was John Franz, not Jason. Sorry, I get the Franzes mixed up. That was John Franz, not Jason, on the MVP. Make sure that goes into John, okay? Budgie just got one bid. That's sold to Rock Show for $30. And you should have your invoice. Some people probably don't yet, but you should have it by tomorrow morning. Skid Row is at 42 with Rock Show. Who had it for the longest? Josh Tanner, you've been outbid. And then we have Wang Chung. That's $19.99. We have In-Store Air Freshener for $14.99. This is another compilation with the Motels, Duran Duran. Wow, Budgie just got a new bid. It only sold for $30, just one bid. And Traffic, $19.99. Mark Weiss on the John Lennon. And I told y'all, another crate almost cleared out. USA, $14.99, 12-inch single. There's a few left. I'll say a few, not almost cleared out. But, man, that was another good one. We're about to go right into another one. But let me introduce two big auctions here simultaneously. These are extremely, this is on a lot of people's, you can go ahead and say grails for some of these, okay? Jimmy Page and Robert Plant did an album together. It's great. It's a bizarre release, though. It's never been reissued, and it's not available for streaming. Great sound and pressing. OG, shrink wrap, hop sticker, near mint. Okay, a top copy. A 1998 in shrink with hop, top copy. Walking into Clarksdale. It's been a while since I've listened to it. My copy is buried somewhere in my personal collection. I say this about a lot of records. I hadn't seen some of my personal collection records in years. They're stored in like 3 different places. I keep stuff all the time. I just go home and stash it away. There's no way to really officially listen to it. I guess maybe through YouTube. So tough to be able to listen to this album, and it's so good. Of course, it's 2 of my favorites, Page and Plant. $275 start, okay? $275, Page and Plant, Walking into Clarksdale. That's Now But For Bid. Now, the first time Pearl Jam was released in the United States was in 1994. It originally came out, as y'all know, in 1991. So this is the US OG pressing of Pearl Jam's 10. A grail. It's considered a reissue. Everywhere else it came out in 91. They did not press it on vinyl in the United States to 1994. And that's with this new artwork that we now know. The other copies just have, it's kind of like a zoomed in version of their fist. Once again, super clean. This new collection stuff is amazing. It has the original on her sleeve. We're talking about a US first press of Pearl Jam's debut album, 10. $275 star. Same price as Page and Plant. And some of these have sold for as much as $500. I wouldn't be surprised if either one of these get close to that kind of number. I hope so. Let's see who's still watching. It's only $745. Skid Row is sold to Josh Tanner for $43. Did I miss anything else? Okay. Did I miss anything else? If not, I'm going to pull something from the bonus crate. This crate over here is full. And let's put up a new crate. Let's start filling up a new crate. Those already have bids for $275 and $275. And under one stipulation, I get to listen to that album tonight while I'm up front ordering vinyl. And maybe one day, I don't know what the deal is, they'll reissue it. Of course, as you know, Page and Plant not hurting for money, so it's not like they wake up every day and be like, man, what can we reissue to make another 100 million? They're just like, get back and relaxed. I don't know. They might have some sort of disagreement on ownership. I don't know. You never know about stuff like that that's not being reissued. I don't know what the deal is, but it's not in print for sure. I still see lots of requests. Before I do that, let's go through another crate. I'm taking a peek at some of the other stuff John's marked. If anything, these are just exceptionally nice. So, I mean, some of the records we have here tonight are just exceptionally nice. They're all exceptionally nice. So, there's that. 2 biggies up for auction. But I can tell I started early. It feels like it's 9 and it's only 7:45. If I do start before 6 o'clock, I got to have plenty of other stuff to get ready to go through, because it seems like, man, I feel like it's later than it should be. Okay, there's that. And let me step up front right quick. I got to have more Monster. Feeling pretty good. I actually got some sleep. My doctor is like, Chad, I don't have a doctor, by the way, but my doctor did say, Chad, buddy, here's what you got to do. You got to drink less Monster, and you got to sleep more. And so I've been drinking more Monster and sleeping less to test his medical abilities. So far, he's been right. So far, he's been right. Do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart? Freedom to move whenever you start. It's like magic, and the rhythm is groovy. Makes me feel happy like an old-time movie. Dee, dee. Do you believe in magic? Hey, come along with me. Just, It's like, all right. Dennis Rodman, worn in the Bulls' '98 championship game. No, I'm joking. It is a signed Dennis Rodman. It is signed Dennis Rodman, but I'm going to put it up for auction in just a second. All right, I'm about to get all hopped up on B12. Brad needs to put back yellow. So change the album yellow from the last crate. Change that from Brad Bolin to Fred Cardinale. Fred, you will be getting yellow, okay? Fred Cardinale, you will be getting yellow, just FYI, okay? So Fred, if you're still watching, you will be getting yellow. All right, so that's an auction that's upcoming. That's a signed Dennis Rodman jersey. Hope everybody's ready for that. Very cool. The amount of new stuff in the memorabilia category, the new memorabilia category we have with this new collection is off the hook. Okay, and I'll be previewing some of that soon. We're going to be previewing lots of records, as y'all know. Let me jump over here. And let's do this. Okay. All right, so first thing we have, I walked away, sorry, I had to get a drink and get a new crate and get another empty crate. Pearl Jam and Jimmy Page and Robert Plant. We'll call it Page and Plant and Pearl Jam. Page and Plant 275, Pearl Jam 275, Pearl Jam 275, Page and Plant 280, Page and Plant 300, Pearl Jam 300, Pearl Jam 310, Pearl Jam 320, Pearl Jam 330, Pearl Jam 375, another 375 from Pearl Jam, Page and Plant 320, Pearl Jam out, Page and Plant 325, Pearl Jam 395, Page and Plant 330, Page and Plant 350, Pearl Jam 398, Page and Plant 355, Page and Plant 360. So Page and Plant is the OG, the only pressing of this album, the 98 US OG, at least here in the United States. Never been reissued, not even available for streaming. Near mint in shrink and hop sticker. It is at $375. Awesome album. And then Pearl Jam, $398. Quick note on this one. I remember when Led Zeppelin was on David Letterman for the Kennedy Center. You know, they got the award the same time David Letterman did. They made a kind of an interesting note, and John Paul Jones kind of laughed it off, or they kind of joked about it. But John Paul Jones is always like, why didn't I get a call? And of course, if John Paul Jones had played on these albums, it would essentially been a Led Zeppelin reunion. And they probably could have put out some dang good music in the 90s and 2000s and even the 80s, but I don't think they wanted to deal with the press. They kind of just wanted to go under the radar. So I think they never did invite John Paul Jones to play on these because they didn't want it to be like a Led Zeppelin reunion. So I wish they would have. I mean, essentially, it's probably like what Led Zeppelin would have sounded like in the 90s if you could just imagine John Bonham on drums. So, okay, there's that. Let's get started. Let's put up another auction right quick. And the next thing I have for us right now is Mud Crutch. Mud Crutch 2 is a 2016 180 gram. It does have the art print. And we have top seam with a split. And this is going to go up for a $45 start. $45 start, Mud Crutch 2. That's now up for bid, okay? Clarksdale, Pearl Jam, and Mud Crutch. All right, here we go. So, Lee Ritenour portrait. These are all prices marked, new arrivals, really clean records. Has the original on her sleeve, Lee Ritenour, $9.99. Page and Plant, $3.95. And what about Pearl Jam? 422 was Stephen Parton. 422. Mud Crutch is at 45. Also, The Doors, Alive She Cried. It has the hop sticker mentioning Gloria, and it's a gold stamp promo, and it's super nice. It's a promo marked label. Promotion copy, not for sale. Beautiful, $34.99. Page and Plant's at $400. Pearl Jam's at $422, and Mud Crutch is at $45. Man, we're close to some air horns. Dave Grusin, one of a kind. Dave Grusin's $9.99. Nashville Tiger on The Doors. Mike Wilt was second. Mud Crutch has another $45 bid. Matt Nichols next on The Doors. Then DJ Dodge. Marshall Crenshaw. These are all really clean records. Marshall Crenshaw, $9.99. Derek and the Dominoes in concert. A double LP, $34.99. Look at all the claims come in for The Doors. Amazing. This is Eric Clapton. Very nice copy. Everything in here is really clean and really nice. I mean, especially if it's one of these 80s albums like Phil Collins. Here it is. I Can Feel It Coming in the Air Tonight. It has the original inner sleeve. and super nice. That's called face value. Face value, and we have live cream, $34.99. Look at the jackets on some of these, even some of these older pressings. I mean, you can tell Johns went for the throat on picking out nice, clean records. Wow. Has the original inner sleeve as well. $34.99, okay? Page and Plant, the last bid, I did see somebody just go out. What was that on? That was Dekong out. Who has it? Cindy has it for $400. Walking into Clarksdale, $400, okay? Pearl Jam is at $432. It is a U.S. original. U.S. original for the U.S. 1994, okay? I should say an original for the U.S. 1991 everywhere else in the world. This is the first U.S. pressing, 1994. So the OG for U.S. Now, did Fred Cardinal bid again on Mudcrutch? He did, and then now it's at 60, okay? So Christina has that for 60. First thing is Mike Wilt on Phil Collins. I must have not set a price. It was $19.99. Mike Wilt claimed it. If you're good with that, evidently I didn't say a price. Then Solarplex, and then Mega Blast, then Todd Doris, and over here, the history of Eric Clapton. This is a double LP. Used to see these with a lot of ring wear. This one looks like it hasn't really been touched that much. $34.99. I've been showing off the gloss on some of these. It's pretty amazing. I love records like this. It's like, golly, holy moly. I want to stash them away and go home and make sure mine look this nice, because that's one of my favorite comps there. History of Clapton, $34.99. FM Live, Climax Blues Band, $29.99. I mean, once again, I can't show them all, but I mean, it looks like the shrink was tore off and they were put on the shelf for the last 40 years in this guy's collection. I think most of these came from Albany, New York, by the way. We went all the way up to Albany, New York. So we started in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina with an empty truck and an empty 18-foot box trailer. When we came back, we had a full truck, a full trailer, and a full U-Haul. Paul drove back a U-Haul all the way from New York, and we were full. 50,000 new albums. We'll be putting them out every single night right here and auctioning them off until next month when we go buy even more new stuff. We'll keep buying and keep buying and keep buying and keep buying and keep selling and keep selling. And Charles Owens on Climax Blues Band, Nick Bargeron on Eric Clapton, Ed Nelson on Climax Blues Band, Joe Walsh, you can't argue with a sick mind. Joe Walsh is $19.99. Okay. Two big records. I've gave them a lot of time. Hammers Up on Page and Plant. Final call, $400, Cindy Yarborough. There hadn't been another bid. No one's asked about it. Pearl Jam. The last bid that came in on Pearl Jam, I want to make sure this is right. Stephen Parton, $432. It was up to Jason Fornerat. Jason, you are out on Pearl Jam. I don't think you've said out or done, but this is $432, okay? $432, the 1994 pressing. Mudcrutch 2, a 2016 USOG, 180 gram. It does have the art print. This is the OG. If you don't know this, Mudcrutch is Tom Petty with Benmont Tench. He was an original member of the Heartbreakers. So was Mike Campbell, maybe even Randall Marsh, but I know Mike and Benmont was. So this is essentially a Tom Petty side project, okay? Pearl Jam has a new bid for $450. DJ wants Joe Walsh. The only thing not claimed in here, by the way, there's two more crates after this, and Laura's working on marking new stuff. We still got Cream, Derek and the Dominoes, Marshall Crenshaw, Dave Gruss, and Lee Rittenauer. The Waitresses, Bruceology, $19.99 on the Waitresses, and Orleans, Before the Dance, a 2LP, $19.99 on Orleans, and Go West. Go West is $14.99. This has their hit song Call Me on it, $14.99. P-Free 3 on Waitresses. All right, we're done on Page and Plant for sure. Sold to Cindy Yarborough. Congratulations. One stipulation, I get to listen to it tonight. It's been a while. I'll probably fall back in love with it again. That is sold to Cindy, and we did get a new bump. Now this is moving to the final chance, $450, all done. I may have to give this one a spin too. My goodness, it's awesome spinning that, knowing that for somebody put this on in 1994, possibly, and heard it for the first time. The amazing album Pearl Jam 10. I wish I could listen to that again for the first time. Not ever heard those songs and then hear them again. Wow. Matt Nichols on the Live Cream. Great stuff there, of course. And we have Bob Seger, Against the Wind. Original on her sleeve, $19.99 on that. And I think we're done on Mud Crutch, which was at $60. Then all new auctions coming up. That was with Christina, okay? We have Hall & Oates Abandoned Luncheonette. Wow. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Crisp inner sleeve, beautiful vinyl. Great song on here, When the Morning Comes. $19.99. And then Christina on Go West. There was one question. Is King of Wishful Thinking on this one? Not on this one, it doesn't look like. If you do want it, let me know. If not, it's sold to Christina. Let me pull it out so I don't forget. And then over here, we got Christina Curtis, Go West, and then Al Cox on Bob Seger, okay? So Christina Curtis gets Mud Crutch for $60, and Pearl Jam is sold to Jason Fornerat for $4.50. All right, that's done. And let's put these away. Holy moly. All right, so there's that, and there's Pearl Jam. Even flow, thoughts arrive like butterflies. Oh, he don't know, so he chases them away. Wow. What about Release? I don't have to sell it again. I should have been mentioning these songs while I was up for auction. Black and Jeremy. Da-da-dum-dum-dum-dum. Ding, tong, dong, da, da, dong, dong. At home, watching. At home, drawing pictures. I almost said watching pictures of mountaintops. With him on top, lemon yellow sun, arms raised in a V. Christina Curtis gets Go West. Thank you, Christina Curtis. Next is Stephen A. Young on Hall & Oates. Nick Bargeron next on Bob Seger. And over here we have Haircut 100. This is $19.99. Haircut 100. I had a feeling most people knew what was on Pearl Jam 10 if y'all were bidding on it. Everybody's like, sounds interesting. I'll bid $400 on Pearl Jam. I think most of y'all know what that is. Holy moly. That's a good one. This is a good one. They say the best version. A lot of people say this is better than the OG Bob Ludwig cut. The MoFi Brothers in Arms. The 2015 MoFi pressing, limited edition and numbered with insert. Dire Straits is a $50 start. $50 start. That is up for bid, a $50 start on that. And Page and Plant sold for $400, Pearl Jam $450, Mud Crutch $60, Red Betty on Haircut $100, and then over here we have another claim for Haircut $100, and then Dire Straits, Will Smithson put $100, that was for Haircut $100. Dire Straits has bids for $50 and $50. And then another $50, okay? Over here, we have Steve Hackett. This is called Spectral Mornings. Steve Hackett for I don't see that one as often. $14.99. And Nina Hagen, Zarha Remix. $14.99 for Nina Hagen. All right, let me pause there. There were some other requests. So I still have The Sound. I still have Love and Rockets, Duran Duran. Y'all got to keep reminding me. Oingo Boingo, Erasure, Lenny Kravitz, Keith Richards, Midnight Oil, Matthew Sweet, Steel Pulse. Somebody asked that for a moment ago. Steel Pulse, Babylon the Bandit, an 85 white label promo, near mint minus with the original on her sleeve. It's super nice, and it's a promo marked record, $25 start. Nina Hagen is sold to Travis Wade, and we have a request for Keith Richards, Fred Cardinale on Steve Hackett, and the Sound album is called Shock of Daylight, okay? Moving along, we have Dave Grusin and the Nala Dream Band. That's $9.99. Also, Genesis, $19.99, a gold stamp promo. It has the original on her sleeve and a promo strip on the front. Let me make sure I've never seen a promo marked label on this one. I don't think they exist. No, that's just a really nice promo jacket mark, though. Man, that's a good album, too. $19.99, Home by the Sea. Don't maybe do Phil Collins. I will immediately turn into Chad Collins, okay? We have Bob. Wow, what a clean-looking copy of Beautiful Loser. $24.99. This one has just a hint of wear down here at the bottom. But other than that, Kathmandu, $24.99. That's Bob Seger. Beautiful loser, $24.99. We have not sold the Colt yet. We have not. But listen to this. I still got bonus crate auction stuff too. Stuff you don't know about. Stuff you're going to be surprised by. Stuff you're going to be saying, holy crap. I didn't know you was going to have that tonight, Chad. Crocus Metal Rendezvous. Holy crap. I didn't know he was going to have that tonight, Chad. 1980 OG Japanese press. Near mint minus and pristine with inserts. $45 start on Crocus. Now, we had Steel Pulse and we had Dire Straits. $60 on Dire Straits was Sean Miller. Okay, $60 was Sean Miller. Steel Pulse, $25, $25. 25, Dire Straits 61, 25, 25, 28 on Steel Pulse, 30 on Steel Pulse, another 30 on Steel Pulse. We have not sold the Colt. Kevin LeBeatty on Bob Seger. Mark Steele on Genesis. Mark Weiss next on Bob Seger. Nick Bergeron next on Bob Seger. Ed Nelson next on Bob Seger. Jamie Butler next on Bob Seger. Steel Pulse 35, Dire Straits 65, and Crocus 45 of Tom Kelly. Chris Bachek said, holy crap, I didn't know he's going to have that. That's why you got to watch. Roxy Music, the High Road, Gold Stamp Promo, Hop Sticker, Roxy Music, $24.99. Utopia, Todd Rundgren, Roger Powell, Gatefold, a 2LP, $19.99. These are all super clean. Here's a Utopia called Oblivion. This one with a black jacket has almost no signs of wear, and it has the hop sticker, and Utopia is $14.99. And we have Todd Rundgren. Wow, he hit the Todd Rundgren collection. Here's Acapella, $14.99, Gold Stamp Promo. Rundgren, Roxy Music. All available, all super clean copies. Dire Straits, $66. Steel Pulse, $40 with Nick Bergeron. And Crocus is at $50. Crocus is at $50. Next is Patrice Rushen, watch out, with hop sticker, a Gold Stamp Promo, $9.99, and an original inner sleeve. Next is Leon Russell and the Shelter People. $14.99 for Leon Russell and Boz Scaggs' Greatest Hits. Lido, whoa, whoa, whoa. Nice, super clean copy, $19.99. Dire Straits, $70. Steel Pulse, $42. And Crocus is at $50. Who was the first person? Tom Kelly bid, then Fred Cardinale. Tom Kelly's back in. Fred Cardinale, you're out. We have John Franz on Patrice Rushen. Don't let me mess up. Don't let me mess up the PRs, okay? And we have Al Di Meola, Tour de Force Live. This is a Gold Stamp Promo, $9.99. And Glass Moon is $9.99. Glass Moon. Okay, we had Solarplex on Boz Scaggs, sold. Joseph McCormick on Todd Rundgren Acapella, sold. And then the Roxy Music that's in here, this is a Gold Stamp Promo, $24.99. Looks like it's super clean with the original inner sleeve. Okay, and then we have Dire Straits 73, Edwin Blom on Al Di Meola, sold. Margaret Gerhold on BS. If that's for Boz Scaggs, you were second. Okay, would Leon Russell have a flexi disc bonus with it? You know what? I've never even looked. I've never even paid attention. It is on Shelter Records. I don't see a flexi bonus disc. It is on Shelter, though, the first label. I'm going to take a quick peek here at the vinyl, and it is super clean, and Leon Russell's $14.99. Over here, we have My Wife Said She Loves It When Chad Sings. Yes, thank you, Doug's wife. And then Edwin Blom on Glass. Glass Moon sold to Edwin Blom. Are all these LPs brand new? All these LPs are pre-owned, vintage, most of them OG. They just look like they're brand new. They are in beautiful condition from a new collection we bought up around New York or New Jersey. The Georgia Satellites, open all night, Gold Stamp Promo, $34.99, and Search Party, the John Hall Band, $9.99 on that. A lot of stuff in here, just really clean and stuff. Sometimes we don't put out as much. GS, that was Georgia Satellite, so is the James Chilcott. Last bit over here, Dire Straits, Steel Pulse, Crocus, Crocus. First, Al Cox on Leon Russell. Where Are We on the Dire Straits MoFi? That's a 2 LP. Brothers at Arms. Dire Straits. Sean Miller, $80. Sean Miller, $80. Steel Pulse. Steel Pulse. Steel Pulse. Steel Pulse is tied. DJ has it at 42. Tim Voldness, you tied him. Now, Fred Carnell was the person who outbid on Crocus. Let me make sure he didn't bid again. Fred Carnell bid $46. Tom Kelly bid $50. And then Fred Carnell, I have not heard back from I have not heard back from you on that. Final call to you, okay? Next, or to Tom Kelly, a Spencer Davis group, Galuga, Spencer Davis is $19.99. This has the original interactive kind of jacket. This flap, I think, folds in here and it makes like a box or something. I forgot how that's supposed to be done, but $19.99 on that. Oh, Dennis Rodman, let's put that up for auction. I got a JSA authenticated. That's going to be our 4th auction because I think one of these are almost done. Let me see. I don't have the card. This is a $175 start. It's JSA authenticated. Now, Dennis, when he was signing it, he did one mistake. He let the pen drag, so there is a pen mark at the bottom of the jersey. But if you have it framed, you know, if you frame it like this, you can't see that, which is probably the way I would have it framed. That's how I've had other signed jerseys. But this is Dennis Rodman, $175 start, JSC authenticated, okay? That's now up for bid. Let's lay that over here in the corner. It does, like I said, it does have a stray pin mark on it. Let me go top screen. It looks like when Rodman was signing it, he let the pen drag down here. So, I mean, that is in the hand of Dennis Rodman. That's a rare marking he does. No, I'm just joking. It's probably where he signed it and the paint pen dragged. But if you have it framed, none of that's in the picture, okay? $175 for Rodman. All right, very, very cool. All right, there's that. I meant to get a bunch of this sports stuff together and do it in one night, but I do it here and there. I think it's better to do it that way. But there's Rodman. No JSA card. That's the way I bought it, and we're good to go, okay? So Steel Pulse 44, Steel Pulse 45, and then I lost Fred Carnell. Tom Kelly, you get Crocus for $50, and then Spencer Davis is sold to Michael Ruttman, and we have Al Di Meola, and this one's called Scenario. Back to this amazing crate. $14.99 on Al Di Meola, $14.99 on that, and Dixie Dregs, What If? Dixie Dregs is a gold stamp promo, $9.99, and Thomas Dolby, She Blinded Me with Science, $19.99 for Thomas Dolby. I'm going to wear it out saying it, but these are amazingly nice records, $19.99. Steel Pulse, the last bid was DJ at $45. You tied Nick Bargeron. Tim Voldness, you're out. DJ, you're out. What about Dire Straits? Sean Miller, $80. We did have somebody go out. We're about to sell it for $80. D-Kong on Thomas Dolby, then Scott Dwallow, then Keelan Lee. Next is the Doobie Brothers. What were once vices are now habits. Boy, does this look nice. Look at the jacket. Almost no signs of wear, $14.99. It has the original inner sleeve. It felt like it had something else. That's not the first label. That's the second label, but man, it's got some weight to it, $14.99. Art Dealer Schmidt was next on Thomas Dolby. Matt Nichols next on Thomas Dolby. Will Smithson next on Thomas Dolby. Dennis Robbins, $175 start. Michael Butler on the Doobie Brothers. That's sold to him. Also, we have Roger Daltrey. Can't wait to see the movie. Hype sticker, gold stamp promo, $14.99. And the Del Fuegos, Boston, Mass. How many times am I going to say this? Gold stamp promo has the original inner sleeve. These were owned by somebody in the music industry. He got a lot of promos. We've bought a couple collections like that lately. Great stuff. A lot of them not played too much. Dire Straits is sold, and DS is done, and Dire Straits is sold to Sean Miller for $80. I got to make sure these other like 3 people are done on Steel Pulse. The last bid I seen on Steel Pulse was DJ tied with Nick Bargeron, and Tim Voldness is out. 45 with Nick Bargeron. We're about to sell it. Over here, Thomas Hujar on Del Fuegos, Boston, Mass. And then Demon, The Plague. Gold stamp promo, $24.99 on Demon, The Plague. All right, let's review some of the other advertised stuff over here. I still got some stuff in the high-end tab. I'd rather do that first, like The Cult and like Tom Petty. Yeah, I'm free falling. This is Tom Petty's Full Moon Fever, an 89 OG copy with the original inner sleeve, EX condition, glossy cover, just a little bit of sign of wear, maybe right here, like a little indentation, just a little bit right there. $85 start on Full Moon Fever, a classic album. And then if anybody wants Dennis Rodman, buy it now for $175 on Rodman. You can buy it now for $175. That's available. $175 on that. And we have the Cult Love. This is an 85 US specialty OG gold stamp promo, $55 start. Has the original inner sleeve, $55 start on that. Dave Mosley, you were second on Del Fuegos. Art Dealer Schmidt, you were next on Spencer Davis. Chris Knapp, you were next on Del Fuegos as well. Del Fuegos. And then over here we have Full Moon Fever already has a bid for $85. And Steel Pulse got a bid and he went out. Sold. DJ Dodge for $47. That's done. Tom Petty's at $85. And there's the Cult. Okay? There's the Cult. And it is a $55 start. Next is, I know there's no requesting. Curious about Billy Joe coming soon. You can request. That's not a rule. You can request. I actually prefer you to request what you want me to put up for bid. I don't take requests on, Chad, do you have an OG copy of Foreigner Head Games? I'm going to be like, well, probably. But if anything's advertised for auction, you just keep reminding me and keep reminding me. I'm not saying I can get to it immediately, but we'll get to it at some point. I'm going to drink some Monster right quick. Let me mute my mic. I got to get a hydration, okay? Okay. That was a good Subway cookie. I actually had a cookie right then, too. I'm going to need this, okay? I'm going to need this. I got Tom Petty, one bid, Thomas Hujar, $85. The Colt 55, the Colt 75. We have a request for Keith Richards, the Colt 55. We got a request for, what was the other one? Billy Joe request. I didn't even know we had a Billy Joe. We have a request for Lenny Kravitz. And we have, here we go. So I have Carlene Carter, Cecil Bond. Carlene Carter is $9.99. Todd, a Police Greatest Hits will be here tomorrow. I have those coming tomorrow. Carlene Carter, $9.99. Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever, is an 89 USOG EX with the original inner sleeve. It's OG. It's nice EX. It's at $85, an OG Full Moon Fever. The Cult Love. The last bid that came in on this was Kevin Walker at $75. It's an 85 OG gold stamp promo with the original inner sleeve. A super nice copy. If you can see, really, really nice. Really, really nice. So, Sean David, there are no Billy Joe auctions scheduled for tonight. I was wondering where you seen that at. If you're just asking, can I show you random Billy Joels? They could be in this crate. They could not be in this crate. I don't know either. The Crusaders, those Southern Knights, the Crusaders is $14.99. And then how much was Demon? Demon is $24.99. Tom Petty's at $90. Now the Colts at $90. The very best is Spencer Davis. Nice. Man, I'm going to choke on these cookies. Give me some lovin'. Keep on running. Somebody help me. That's the good stuff there. $19.99. Keep on running. Keep on hiding. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. That awesome keyboard. Scott Dwallow on Demon, sold. And Dilford and Tilbrook. Hop Sticker, Dilford and Tilbrook. They were members of a band called Squeeze. $9.99. And the cucumbers. I love cucumbers on my sub. $9.99. What's the next bonus crate auction? I got bonus stuff too. Forget about the advertised stuff. I got surprises. Holy moly. Metal on Metal by Anvil. A 1982 Japanese white label promo copy. None for sale in the United States. Anvil is a $55 start. $55 start on that. Okay, Chad, I just think I got blocked again. Impossible. Are you talking about on Facebook? That would be impossible. I hadn't even clicked anything. But let me know if you can't comment. Tom Petty 90, Tom Petty 90, the Colt 90, the Colt 95, and the Colt 105. We have Charlie Daniels Band, Traveling Man, $24.99. Mike Ponder on Crusaders. That sold to Mike Ponder. That sold, and then, oh, wow. Rodney Dangerfield. I don't get no respect. $14.99 on Rodney Dangerfield. And Christy Burr, Man on the Line. Krista Burr, a gold stamp promo, $14.99. Don't make me say 3 million times how nice these are. Wow, this is a nice record. The Del Fuegos, gold stamp promo, super clean. Slash Records, $14.99. Holy moly. Yeah, there's nice stuff in here. Have I said that already? Back up at the top. What happened on Tom Petty? So we had an opening bid of 85, then Sean David bid 90, then Shane bid 90. There has been 0 bids since then. So this is about to sell due to the fact I hadn't heard back from anybody else. Sean David at $90. You're on the clock, anybody else that was bidding. The last bid that came in on the Colt was Kevin Walker at $105. $105 with Kevin Walker. And then Anvil just got put up for bid, 58 on that one. The first person to Rodney Dangerfield was me. I am buying this record and nobody else can have it. No, I'm joking. This is sold to Mega Blast 9. John Durden first on that one. Ivan R. was second. Anvil 58. John LeBeatty third. Thomas bid 91 on Full Moon Pies. Thomas Hujar bid 91 on Tom Petty. Dave Mosley on Del Fuegos. Chris Knapp was second. Tom Petty 91. Tom Petty 95. Anvil's at 60. Anvil has another bid for 60. And we have Traffic. John Barleycorn Must Die. A great, speaking of Steve Winwood, 1999. Great one here. Freedom Rider, Empty Pages, 1999. Did I see somebody else buy the... I could have swore somebody said Keep On Running like they wanted the Spencer Davis comp, but I guess not. Or maybe I'm crazy, okay? Next over here is Wire Train in a Chamber. Wire Train's $19.99. We got 2 more crates to go after this, plus whatever lower prices. Oh, man, a lot of stuff to go through tonight. The Kinks. One for the road, $24.99 on The Kinks. The Best of Rick Roberts, $9.99. And we have The Romantics, Talking in Your Sleep. It's on here. It's called In Heat, The Romantics, $24.99. Joe DeGato on Spencer Davis. Okay, Tom Petty. Thomas Hujar, you're out. Shane has it for $95. Anvil's at $60. Tom Kelly, you're out. And Brad Waits, you're out. Anvil. The last bid that came in on Anvil was... That was the bids for Anvil. The Colts at 107, which means whoever bid 105 is out. Kevin Walker, you're out on the Colt, okay? And then Ed Nelson, you were second on Spencer Davis. Let me make sure you didn't comment before him. There's RD. No. The first person that just commented was right then with Joe DeGato. Ed Nelson, you were next. Over here, Linda Ronstadt, Mad Love, $9.99. And the Blues Busters this time. The Blues Busters is $9.99. George Benson, Breezin'. George is $9.99. And Fred Schneider and the Shake Society, that is $19.99. Correct me if I'm wrong. He was in a band called the B-52s. $19.99 on that. Hold on, I got to touch my toes. Oh. Oh my God. Okay, I'm back on my feet. Holy moly. Mega Blast put TWSSS. I don't think that's a claim. Over here, Tom Petty is at 96 with Thomas Hujar. Fred Schneider sold. And then Wire Train, let's go back to that. Wire Train was right here. This one's called In a Chamber, $19.99. Really clean, really nice, superb. It couldn't get any better. Anvil's at $62 with Brad Waits. What about the Colt? I was going to make sure Kevin Walker bid again or set out. He did bid again. Josh Tanner, you're out on the Colt. Josh Tanner, you're out on the Colt. Wire Train sold to Mike Massey. Tom Petty has hit 3 digits, 100 with Shane Lando. I had a feeling it would. Now Anvil's at 62. Everybody else is out. Okay, here we go. Half of a crate left. The last time I read through them a second time, there was just like a handful left. I'm going to do it short but sweet, and then we're going to go right into another new crate of new vintage stuff like this that's really clean and really nice. Lee Ritenour Portrait, $9.99. Dave Grusin was $9.99, one of a kind. Marshall Crenshaw, $9.99. Derek and the Dominoes in Concert, $34.99. Orleans is $19.99. Dave Grusin again, $9.99. We have Utopia for $19.99. Also Utopia Oblivion for $14.99. Roxy Music, The High Road, Gold Stamp promo. A lot of these are promos. They're all pretty much EX Plus near mint. $9.99 for the John Hall Band Search Party. Al Di Meola's $14.99. That's for Scenario. Dixie Dregs is $9.99. Roger Daltrey was $14.99. Carlene Carter was $9.99. Tom Petty has a new bid for $101. Shane Lando, you're out. Josh Tanner, are you bidding again on the Colt? Kevin Walker has it for $105. Josh Tanner, you're out. Anvil, the last bid on Anvil was Brad Waits at $42. I got to make sure that Tom Kelly doesn't bid again on Anvil. Brad Waits had it for $62, okay? What is the Cucumber? The Cucumber, that's George Benson Breeze at $9.99. And then here is Blues Busters this time, $9.99. I'm trying to find Cucumber. What happened to it? Did I already read through it? The Cucumbers right here. The Cucumbers is $9.99, 1987. 1987. Dilford and Tilbrook is $9.99. Charlie Daniels Band, $24.99. Christy Burr, $14.99. Traffic, $19.99. The Kinks, One for the Road, 24 live double LP. Rick Roberts was $9.99. The Romantics in Heat, 24. And Linda Ronstadt, $9.99 for Mad Love. Anybody want anything, just let me know. Tom Petty's at 105. Now it's at 106. The Colt is at 115 with Kevin Walker. Josh Tanner, 115. Christina Curtis on Roger Daltrey. That's sold to Christina Curtis. I'm going to make sure he said out on Anvil. When I come back, I'm going to sell it unless there's a new bid. Brad Waits has it for 62. Brad Waits has the Anvil for 62. Chad, you have Gene and Peter as part of the OG represses of the Like the Paul. In stock right now, I don't. Peter should be here tomorrow. I had to order a couple for somebody. They needed 2 or 3 copies. I went ahead and ordered a couple extras. They might be in tomorrow if you officially want on a waiting list. And then Gene, I would have to order, okay? Tom Petty has a new bid. Josh, you're going backwards on the Colt. The high bid on the Colt right now is $115. Now $117. He might have hit a miscue on that one, okay? There's that. Now Anvil still getting bids from one of the other people. Okay. Those auctions are all still getting new bids, okay? Now, I feel like very early tonight, I can do this on a speed run. In case you missed it, this is some of the newest new stuff that came in tonight, and I'm going to read through that quickly like a marathon just to remind y'all some of the cool stuff. We have Hatebreed for $39. We have Fear Factory for $39. Hatebreed is called Supremacy. That's on green vinyl. Fear Factory Concrete, limited edition 300. That was $39.99. Metallic Silver and Blue Purple. True Romance Soundtrack, $38. David Gann live in Berlin, $36. Slayer Hell Awaits is $36. Orange and Black Split. David Gann again live, $29. King's X Dogman is $54. Here's the new Etta James at Last. Chess 75th Anniversary. Analog Mastering QRP, $39.99. Ozzy's $24.99. Ozzy is with Billy Morrison. It's a picture disc. Judas Priest Painkillers, $29. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band is $29. Motorhead, The Rock and Roots of Motorhead with Lemmy. Hawkwind with Lemmy. Motorhead with Girl School and Wendy O. Williams. That's $29. Led Zeppelin Live, $24. Led Zeppelin 1, $29. House of the Holy, $29. Led Zeppelin 3, $29. Whiskey Myers, $29. There's the other analog Chuck Berry, or the other analog chest. Chuck Berry's on top, $39, and the doors is $29.99. That's all the new stuff that came in tonight, at least what's left of it. We had 3 crates. That's all that's left. So over here, these auctions are getting bids galore, okay? Tom Petty has a new bid for 111. Josh bid 117 on the Colt. Anvil got a bid for 63. Peter Chris is around the same price. They're either usually 34 or 36. Yes, they're usually 34 or 36. The Colts at 125. Tom Petty 113. Todd Saw wants the Romantics from the last crate. Todd Saw gets the Romantics from the last crate. Sold to Todd Saw. Okay. Next, the Sound, I'll put it up right now. And then out, John LeBeatty on Slayer. Hell Awaits, that was my only copy. John LeBeatty on Judas Priest, that was my last copy. Last copies. If anybody wants waiting list, let me know. Ed Nelson on Whiskey Myers, sold. And Tom Petty's at 120. He's out on Anvil. This is sold. Anvil is sold to Rock Shoal for $63, okay? That's done. Let's put that away. And now the Sound. Lots of stuff to auction. Trying to go as fast as I can, but some of these keep still getting bids, keep still getting bids, keep still getting bids. And here's the Sound, Shock of Daylight, an 84 US EMW OG Gold Stamp promo. No white label promo exists. It is really clean. It's a $25 start. $25 start on that, okay? This was the new vinyl from the night. The Doors, Chuck Berry, Whiskey Myers, Zeppelin, Motorhead, Nitty Gritty, Ozzy, Etta James, King's X, David Gann, True Romance, Fear Factory, and Hatebreed. I did those really early, so I wanted to show those one more time tonight, just to make sure everybody's had a chance to see those. And, of course, they'll be posted again at 6 a.m. over at Whole Lotta Records. All right. So I sold, but could I get a Gene Simmons, Peter Chris? Sure. Put down Don Nicole for a Gene Simmons and a Peter Chris. As long as they're in stock, I'll definitely order them, okay? And let's move right over here. Some right over here. Let's go right over here. What was Fear Factory? Give me 1 second on that one. And the Sound. And let's grab another new crate, okay? Told y'all that would be fast. All right, this is another crate of new arrivals. These, of course, are sticker price. I like what I'm seeing in this crate. I see the Doors. I'm going to move it in the middle now. Adrian Ballou, Beat Farmers, Tommy Shaw. Here we go. Hope everybody's paying close attention. Another new pre-owned crate. Super clean, super nice stuff here. And let's get started. I think we're done on Tom Petty. And let me gather my thoughts here. Let me check my phone. Let me check my text. Okay. All right, Tom Petty's done. Tom Petty is officially sold to Shane Lando for $120. Yeah, I'm free. Free falling. Okay, what about the Colt? Do I see a Colt out anywhere on my screen? Do I see a Colt out anywhere on my screen? I do. Sold to Kevin Walker, $125. Now, the only auction is the Sound, Shock of Daylight. Hendry has it for $30. Hendry has it for $30. Christopher Lee says, I'll do a Paul and take a Peter order. He says, I'll take a Paul and put him on a Peter and a Gene, okay? I can do that. So, essentially, you're going to go on a wait list. Christopher Lee wants a Paul Stanley 2014 remaster, $34.99. I've got 3 left in stock right now, okay? 3 left in stock right now. Also, if, let's see here. Let me think about this. We'll put you on wait list for Peter and Gene, okay? And yeah, they all have posters just like the originals, yes. They're really cool. They have inner sleeves and posters. I don't think they replicated the merch insert, but they have the puzzle piece, you know, the puzzle piece poster. Okay, next auction, Love and Rockets. Love and Rockets is an 86 US Indianapolis OG. It has a promo sticker, No white label promo this exists. Love and Rockets has a promo sticker on the front. Compliments of SPO marketing. $25 start on that. $25 start. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these have posters with them. I'm pretty sure. Do we need to double check that before we tag them for Christopher? I've been saying that forever since I've been selling these, and no one's ever said otherwise after they've got one. I'm almost positive they do, but we'll try to scan one right quick and see what Discogs says. Put that right there. Okay. And we have Love and Rockets. And here we go. These are all new arrival sticker price. Sea-Level Ballroom. Sea-Level is $14.99. George Benson, In Your Eyes, gold stamp promo with hype sticker $9.99. Chad Snyder wants an Aussie. Yeah, and somebody asked what Fear Factory was. The Fear Factory was new reissue for Friday. This past Friday, Fear Factory's earliest recordings remastered for vinyl. Metallic silver with purple, blue and purple, limited to 300, $39.99 for Fear Factory, okay? Ozzy over here is sold to Chad Snyder. Posters are included. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, if you buy a 2014, they include the original inner sleeve, just like the OGs, and the poster. They don't put the merch insert in there. You know, they didn't replicate those to my knowledge. But yeah. Yeah, it has the poster. So here's a picture from Discogs. There's the front, the back, barcode. There's the inner sleeve. There's the label. And there's the poster. Yeah, they have posters with them. So if you buy a new set, you can have a new set of posters, which is a big selling point for those, because the OGs, if you didn't want to frame those, you can buy a whole new set and they'll come with a whole set of posters. Okay, what about the sound? The last bit on the sound was Hendry at 30, I believe, and that was now 4 minutes ago. I see a couple outs, and this is sold to Hendry for $30. Shane, you did get Tom Petty, okay? So there's that, and let me see what else I've missed, because I stepped away to swap out crates, and it was just like, if I don't constantly be reading the chat out loud, I can't keep up almost, especially this time of night. There's so much activity. Hendry, thank you. You got the sound. So Don Nicole and Christopher Lee essentially on a wait list for Peter and Gene. Okay. Shane, you did get Tom Petty. And then over here, we have Love and Rockets, 25, 25, 25. In excess is sold. Chad Snyder got Ozzy. Love and Rockets, 30. Love and Rockets, 27. Love and Rockets is 45. And then Greg Brummett got Sea-Level. Okay, Love and Rockets 50, Love and Rockets 85. Live is $39.99. Live is $39, Steely Dan 36, Paul Stanley 34. Next auction. Oh man, do we got some cool stuff. How about this? A lot of people hadn't asked about this. You may have overlooked it. This is actually a 69 UK original, a Fleetwood Mac, some of that early Fleetwood Mac we don't get too often, and this is a 69 original. It's called The Pious Bird of Good Omen, which is essentially a compilation. And this is super clean, a $55 start on Fleetwood Mac. Blue Horizon, $55 start on that. The last bid on Love and Rockets was $85 of Jason Forderad. Okay, new crate, Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion. Pat Benatar is $14.99. We have Silent Running, Emotional Warfare, a gold stamp promo, $19.99. And this is Brave the Storm, Shy. Brave the Storm, Shy, $24.99. Fleetwood Mac is at $60. Love and Rockets at $85. We got a lot of advertised stuff left. I'm ready to pull something else out of the bonus crate in here. And I have, coming out of the bonus crate, all of a sudden, an Ozzy Osbourne, Diary of a Madman, Flying High again. An 81 USOG Pittman. It is in VG condition. The inner sleeve has some tape around the edges. The cover's okay, just a couple hints of wear, and that's a $30 start on that one. Decongo, Pat Benatar, same stuff, super clean. Fleetwood Mac 60. I don't have to tell you, these are really nice. Shrapnel is a 1984 promo. They're under the genre of new wave. Super nice white label promo from Elektra, $14.99. Shrapnel, and this is Ellen Shipley, Call of the Wild, $14.99 for Ellen Shipley. Also, this is Shale and the Crush Gold Stamp promo. You can tell somebody got a lot of promos from Warner Brothers and Elektra back in the day. Somebody that was related to that label, getting all kinds of promos and just samples of new albums like these. Jules Shears, The Eternal Return, $14.99 on that. And Tommy Shaw, may know him from a band called Styx. Girls with Guns, original on her sleeve, $14.99. Love and Rockets, so did Jason Fornerat for $85. Fleetwood Mac, the 69 UK original, no condition notes, has one bid for $60. Final call. Ozzy is OG, VG, and about a VG Plus cover. Not bad. It's a $30 start on that one, okay? Hope everybody's done on Love and Rockets. No one did say out, but I think everybody was done when he said 85. The chat just went silent. Jason, I think you silenced everybody. Over here we have Feargal Sharkey, $9.99. New bid on Fleetwood Mac for $65. And the best of Gil Scott-Heron. I don't think I've seen that too many times. $26.99. All right, I'm going to start reading through some of the advertised auctions still left. Don't forget to keep reminding me so I can get them in order, especially when you know an auction's about over. Duran Duran, Oingo Boingo, Erasure, Lenny Kravitz, Keith Richards. I'm pulling Midnight Oil. Yes, some of these have been asked about. Matthew Sweet, Bob Marley, Bowie, U2, Talking Heads, The Cars, The Church. Wow, don't see that one too often. The Strangler, Sparks, XTC, Wall of Voodoo, Robert Plant, Another Bad Creation, MC Hammer, REM, Miles Davis, Violent Femmes, Stevie Ray Vaughan. Holy moly. Holy moly. Let me move all those in the front. I want to see the new Stevie Ray Vaughan autograph poster we got. I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. I'm very curious what they've done with it. I've not seen such a poster ever since. I've been told we have one. And I'm like, well, my goodness, if we have a Stevie Ray Vaughan signed poster around here, I want to see it. But I have not actually seen. It's somewhere here. I just don't know where. Okay, there's that. Let's move back up to the top. So we have Fleetwood Mac 65, Ozzy at 40, and then Fleetwood Mac at 70, and then Miles Davis, Lenny Kravitz, Matthew Seat, Lenny Kravitz Church, Sparks. And there was another request for Wall of Voodoo. Those will all be put up in respective order. Slammin' Watusis, $14.99, a gold stamp promo. And we have George Benson, Earl Klugh collaboration, $12.99 on that. The good thing is it's only $8.39. Patrick Simmons, Arcade, $9.99 on Patrick Simmons, a gold stamp promo. And Timothy B. Schmidt from the Eagles, that's a gold stamp promo, $14.99. And Scritti Politti Provision, gold stamp promo, $19.99. And we have Rosington Collins Band, This Is the Way, $24.99. The mystery is why I'm no longer buying vinyl, saving every penny. Oh boy. Well, if it's not JSA authenticated, it might be a while before it's. I don't think it's already certified, so it could be. You probably have some time. You might can budget a little bit in savings, but it probably will be a few months before it's ready. If it's not JSA'd or Beckett or PSA'd already, it's going to be several months in the work. It'll be several months in the making. Okay, so what happened? Ozzy did not get another bid, right? It just had one bid for 40. So did Joseph McCormick, okay? Thank you on that. Flying High again. You Can't Kill Rock and Roll. Great stuff. Now, Fleetwood Mac was between two people. Ed Nelson had it for 70. I got to make sure Doug Jeppesen doesn't want to bid again. Doug Jeppesen, this is at $70. It's a 69 UK OG. Now, no claims in here. No claims in here, right? So let's do the first one I pulled. Miles Davis and Lenny Kravitz. Okay, Miles Davis and Lenny Kravitz. These are tough to get. An 89 USOG, Let Love Rule. It does have a saw mark back here. Super nice, $45 start. Lenny Kravitz is really nice. It has no condition notes. Just look at it. Would you look at it? Take a look at this. $45 start. This is an 89 USOG. Does have a notch at the bottom. It's now up for bid. There's Lenny Kravitz. Fleetwood Mac. Fleetwood Mac is at 71. And then I think I missed a couple claims in here. A lot of these were requests. That's a request. 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 Michael Salazar made a claim, slamming Watusis. That's sold to Michael Salazar. And then that's a request. There's a bid. Okay, we're good to go. Next is Adrian Ballou, a gold stamp promo. Hadn't seen this in a while. Twang Bond King, $14.99. I don't see this hardly ever. Whoa, boy. It's so nice and crisp, I almost dropped it. Twang Bar King, yeah. Twang Bar King. I was like, that didn't sound right. I hadn't seen this in so long. I forgot the title of it. Gold stamp promo, Adrian Ballou. Also, The Doors, $34.99. What a beautiful looking jacket. And this is a red electro label, so this is a little bit later pressing. This is $34.99. The Doors, self-titled. And it's worthy of this right here. Look at this. It's a 70s press. Unbelievable. The Doors. That's probably the original sleeve, but it's going in the dumpster. This needs to be in this right here. Holy moly. Okay, and then we have the best of and the rest of Bebop Deluxe. That's a double LP, $29.99. Don't forget, there's another crate like this after this, right? I think I have another one after this one. There's another one after this one. And then there's whatever else Laura's marking. Holy moly. Fleetwood Mac, 71. Ed Nelson, do you want to bid again? Doug Jefferson did bid $71. Lenny Kravitz, 45, 50, 55, 51, 57. Michael Butler on AB for Adrian Ballou. That sold. Then Kravitz, 57. And we have Beat Farmers, The Pursuit of Happiness. Gold stamp promo, $19.99. The Bears, we had this the other night. Gold stamp promo, $24.99. And Russell Smith, $12.99. Point Blank Airplay, $14.99. And General Public, So Hot, You're Cool. This is $9.99. And Richard Pryor, Here and Now. A gold stamp promo, Richard Pryor, $19.99. Fleetwood Mac has a new bid. Lenny Kravitz has a new bid. And then here is Miles Davis. Miles Davis is a 2020 Record Store Day exclusive. 6,000 copies on red vinyl, sealed. Miles Davis, double image. Rare Miles Davis from the Complete Bitches Brew Sessions. That is sealed, a $55 start. Fleetwood Mac is at $75. Mike Massey on General Public. That's sold to Mike Massey, General Public. Next is Lenny Kravitz, 61. Back to the turntable on BF. BF was for Beat Farmers. Sold to Back to the Turntable. Freddie Milford on Richard Pryor. And then we have Lenny Kravitz at 65. Doug Jefferson's Out on Fleetwood Mac. And Songs on the Doors. Break On Through to the Other Side. This is the end. Soul Kitchen, The Crystal Ship, 20th Century Fox, Light My Fire, Backdoor Man, I Looked at You, End of the Night, Take It As It Comes. And then, of course, the other two. Break On Through to the Other Side. And the other one is This Is the End. That is a classic album. That is their first album. This is an essential. If you don't have this, then you need to go home. And if you're already at home, then just go stand up, go in the bathroom, look at yourself in the mirror and be like, I must buy a Doors record from Chad. I just go in the mirror. Repeat, look in yourself in the mirror and repeat this. I must buy a Doors record from Chad. I must buy a Door record from Chad. Just over and over until you come back and say, Chad, order me a Doors Rhino Hi-Fi in stock, $34. See, they're already coming in. Boom, 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 more. Doors, boom. Just keep commenting. I'll get you a new one ordered, okay? We'll get them ordered for you. Boom. Keep commenting Doors. Keep sending them Doors. Come on. A few more people. Doors. I'll get you one ordered, okay? Fleetwood Mac. This is officially sold. Fleetwood Mac is done, and this is sold to Ed Nelson for $75. Sold, $75. That's done. And then over here, we have Lenny Kravitz. Lenny Kravitz, Let Love Rule. Lenny Kravitz, the last bid on this that came in. Lenny Kravitz, Chris Knapp. The phone's ringing here at the store. People's trying to call in. Doors. I am wearing a Metallica shirt. Yes. This is Metallica Fan Club T-shirt of the month or whatever they do. T-shirt of the quarter. Lenny Kravitz. Chris Knapp has it for $65. Miles Davis does not have a bid yet. This is a $55 star. Robert has it for $65. It does have bids. First of all, Todd Saw got the doors. Freddie, do you want me to order you any kind of new copy? Rhino Hi-Fi. John Bergenstorm, do you want me to order you a copy? Rhino Hi-Fi. Miles Davis 57. Miles Davis 60. Miles Davis 65. Michael Hamburger wants Windows. What is Windows? Miles Davis 66. And then we have Pure Prairie League live taking the stage. Double LP $24.99. And Jean-Luc Ponty Fables. This is $9.99. And Planet P Quiex audio file with promo sticker, $19.99. Miles Davis is at 67. I think we're done on Lenny Kravitz. Next auction is Wall of Voodoo, Keith Richards. Keith Richards, Talk is Cheap, a gold stamp promo with hop sticker. Holy moly. A 1988 USOG gold stamp promo, saw cut, original on her sleeve, EX or better. Keith Richards is a $25 start, okay? Patrick Lear on Planet P. These are new arrivals, superb, beautiful condition. Let's try to sell everything in here like Lou Reed Mistrial. $29.99. What a nice looking copy. Beautiful. Original on her sleeve. Miles Davis is at 68. And now we have on Lenny Kravitz, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sold. Chris Knapp gets this for $65. That is sold for $65. This is sold to Chris Knapp for $65, okay? Miles Davis still getting bids. Lax Macau has this for $25. That's Keith Richards. These are new arrivals, sticker price. The best, not the worst, the best of the Alan Parsons Project. Gatefold jacket, $19.99. $19.99. The best of the Alan Parsons Project. I think we're ready for a bonus auction pool. Holy moly, I've got Tank. This is Filth Hounds of Hades. Tank. Free live single from Motorhead Tank, limited edition. This is a 1982 UK original with the Tank Motorhead bonus single that came with it. A strong VG or better, a $35 start. $35 start. We have Matt Shirley, 25, Keith Richards. Mike McGinnis also bid 25. He tied him. Miles Davis got a bid for 69. Ivan R. got Alan Parsons. Todd, you got the doors. Fred Milford was second on Alan Parsons Project. Next is Will Smithson on Alan Parsons Project. Solarplex was next on Alan Parsons Project. Andrew Eisensmith bid 70 on Miles Davis. Tank is a $35 start. Keith Richards has a bid for 30. Joseph McCormick wants help. Joseph McCormick wants help. I have not shown any Beatles tonight. We have Outlaws, Los Hombres Malo. Los Hombres Malo, $9.99. Also, REO Speedwagon, High Infidelity, a classic album. Take It on the Run, $19.99. This has the original inner sleeve, $19.99. Joseph McCormick on Jean-Luc Ponty. That is a claim for this one right here, Fables, sold to Joseph McCormick. We have Orlean, self-titled, $9.99, and Stephanie Hill on REO Speedwagon. Pretty in Pink soundtrack. Wow, $39.99 out of nowhere. A gold stamp promo. Holy moly, that's usually an auction. There's that. Stephanie Hill on REO. I've pulled that right. What about Miles Davis? What about him? The high bid is at 70 with Andrew Eisensmith. Everybody else is out. Keith Richards has a new bid for 33. And now Tank has a bid with Dave Mosley for 35. Folks, I can't stress to you enough. Will Smithson on Pretty in Pink. How nice some of these records are. Al DiMeola, Electric Rendezvous, La 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 La. Mastered by Bob Ludwig. RA on the Dead Wax, original on her sleeve, $19.99. Samuel next on Pretty in Pink. Stephen Freyu next on Pretty in Pink. John Franz next on Pretty in Pink. Josh Brown next on Pretty in Pink. Sean David next on Pretty in Pink. Jamie Butler next on Pretty in Pink. What about the Paladins? Years Since Yesterday, $19.99 on the Paladins. What about Suzanne Vega, Solitude Standing? Features the single Luca. and Solitude Standing, gold stamp promo, $24.99. I can't stress to you enough how nice some of these records are. Miles Davis is sold, and this is sold to Andrew Isaac-Smith for $70. See you later, Miles. Keith Richards still getting bids. It's at $35. Dave Mosley, you're out on Tank. Tank has a high bid of 40, and now it's time for another auction pool. And folks, there's stuff being requested out the yin yang, and I'm like, you know what? I may or may not put it up. Everything's been requested. These are all available. The Church Remote Luxury, a gold stamp promo, an 84 US Allied. It's an EX condition record with the original inner sleeve. The Church, a $35 start. Boy, I don't think I've seen that one too many times. REM on deck. So is Wall of Voodoo. So is Midnight Oil. So is so is the Stranglers, and Oingo Boingo, and Bob Marley, and Talking Heads, and the Cars, and Sparks, and Stevie Ray Vaughan. Next in here is Suzanne Vega again. I don't recall seeing this one as much as the others. $24.99. Keith Richards, $35. Matt Shirley, do you want back in? Dave Mosley, do you want back in on Tank? The Church has a bid for $36. And Venetians calling in the Lions. Venetians is a gold stamp promo, $19.99. Passport, Man in the Mirror. Passport is $9.99. And Vitamin Z, Burning Flame, a gold stamp promo, $9.99. That's Vitamin Z. I need some more Monster, if you hadn't already noticed. These Subway cookies are off the chain tonight. I don't know what they put in these things. A couple Subway cookies and you're feeling great. You feel like you could conquer the world like me right now. Billy Vera and the Beaters. This is $9.99. And there goes the neighborhood. Joe Walsh. Joe Walsh, $19.99. Waitresses. I could rule the world if I could only get the parts. $19.99. Travis Wood on Suzanne Solitude. That is right here. Sold to Travis Wade. Thank you on that one. P-Free 3 on Waitresses. And that one was, is there another Waitresses in here? Oh, right here in front of me. Sold to P-Free 3. Don't see that one too often. I never did hear back from Dave Mosley on Tank. This is sold to Ed Riviera for $40. Mark Lane just asked the Tank details. Tank is gone. It was OG with the bonus Motorhead 45, and it's sold. I lost somebody. I have to go ahead and sell it. The Church just has one bid for $36. Keith Richards is at $45. My crate over here is full. Let me swap out right quick while I've got a free moment. I do have silver in stock. If you're wanting to buy some silver, I got silver halves, I got silver bars, I got silver bullion. Some of this stuff has gone up another 4 or 5 an ounce. I'm probably about to sell a lot of it in bulk to somebody. So if you want something individually, I might keep it through Sunday if I do end up having a coin sale. I think I priced these earlier for $90. 1 ounce prospector rounds, $90. 1 ounce prospector rounds, $90. Just about $1 over spot right now, right? $1 or $2 over spot. Silver, give it about another month, $100 plus an ounce. Maybe even sooner than that. I don't know. A lot of speculation. I think 70 is the new floor. So if you were buying, keep buying, is all I can say. Church is at 39. DJ gets Joe Walsh. And then pretty sure I was first on Pretty in Pink. I will throw a challenge flag for you. I'll go back up and Pretty in Pink. The very first person on Pretty in Pink was Will Smithson. Will Smithson, then Stephen Freyu, then John Franz, then Samuel Kopich, then Josh Brown, then Sean David, then Jamie Butler. Next thing over here is this. I've got Andreas Vollenwater, White Winds, gold stamp promo, $9.99. Little Feet self-titled, $26.99. Let's go over here and put up Wall of Voodoo, Call of the West. Wall of Voodoo is an 82 U.S. Indianapolis OG with the original inner sleeve, and this does have Mexican radio on it. Very nice, glossy cover. I can't stress to you enough how nice these records are. Matt Shirley out on Keith Richards. This is sold to Christina Curtis for $40. Thank you on that. Legendary. This is sold to him. The Church over here, sold to her. The Church over here is at $45. And then Wall of Voodoo is a $35 start. That's now up for bid. And $35 start on that. Robert Tomic wants one Robert Tomick wants one prospector, $90. Thank you. I've got plenty of them if anybody else wants one. $90 on that. I think that's our first miscellaneous sale tonight. We've been selling so much other stuff. There's that. Do you have available the Silver Foil Kiss I Was There box set first edition? No, I do not. You out of American Eagles. I have no Silver Eagles in stock. No, these are vintage prospectors, 1985. They're uncirculated. I've got random 1 ounce bars. I've got 1 ounce gold. I've not changed the price. It should be up probably another $50, but $4,700 for 1 ounce gold. Okay, $4,700 for that. And then I've got halves. These should be $31 now. I've got as many Walking Liberty halves as you want up until about 100. I think I've got about 100 in stock, and then I have quarters too. I've got junk silver, which is the halves and the quarters, and 1 ounce bullion, and 1 ounce gold, and that's it. And then 1 ounce bars. Everything in here is sticker price right now. The tubes, the completion backwards principle, tubes 24. Oh, Rodney Dangerfield, Rappin' Ronnie. His stuff's always popular. Rodney 24 or 14. Rodney's 14. Charlie Daniels is $24.99. Southern Comfort, the Crusaders. This is $19.99. And Roger Daltrey, Parting Should Be Painless. Gold stamp promo, $14.99. The Wall of Voodoos at 45 of Mega Blast. This is an 82 Indianapolis OG. 82 Indianapolis OG. It's not a promo or a gold stamp promo. It's near mint though, vinyl and jacket, $45. The Church is called Remote Luxury. It's an 84 Allied OG. It's a compilation. And the last bid on the Church was Red Betty at 45. Chris Knapp, you got outbid. We sold Robert Tomick, a prospector, $90. And then over here, Little Feet sticker price, and then D-Kong on Roger Daltrey, that sold. Or that was probably for Rodney Dangerfield, right? That sold to D-Kong, and then Kelly, then Ron Duffield. Carlene Carter, $9.99. We have the Doobie Brothers One Step Closer. Really nice. I mean, just super clean. $14.99 on that. General Public, All the Rage, $24.99 for General Public. And Haircut 100, this is $9.99. I think that's a 12-inch single. And Marshall Crenshaw Downtown, $9.99. The Church has a new bid for $50. The other two people said out. Final call on the Church now for $50. Wall of Voodoo's a final call to Mega Blast, who has it for $45, and Little Feet. Everything in this collection is really nice. This is the first one I've seen with writing. There is a name written on this one or some initials, but yeah, the vinyl is spectacular. That's the first, like, seriously, one of the first flaws on a jacket I've seen tonight. Little Feet, $26.99. Wall of Voodoo has a new bid for $48, now $50. And then Will Smithson on GP for General Public. Okay, a lot left in here. I can't go back through this one again completely. So the Haircut 100 is called Fantastic Day. That's the A side, Fantastic Day, from the LP Pelican West. And the flip is Ski Club of Great Britain. $9.99 on that one. Kelly next on General Public. A lot left in here. We got a whole nother one to go through. Matt Shirley does take Little Feet. So most of these I think came from that collection up in Albany, New York, which was just beautiful. Johns went through these first, putting these out first. They're like beautiful promo type records. Haircut 100 is sold, and that is sold to Mike Massey, okay? It looks like we're done on the Church. This is officially sold to Thomas Hujar for $50, and we still got some great, incredible auctions, plus bonus crate stuff. It's only 9 a.m., wow, or 9 p.m. I wish it was 9 a.m. We'd be here all day, all night. Robert Plant, next auction, Manic Nirvana, 1990. Hear that year? 1990. Not a lot of vinyl being made in 1990. I see most of these on CDs and cassettes. This is the OG vinyl pressing. It is beautiful. Laura's graded the vinyl conservatively in EX with the original on her sleeve. Robert Plant's a $35 start. $35 start on that. And then let's do something from the bonus crate. Let's do something kind of in the middle. Man, I keep forgetting about REM, but there's another REM right here in the bonus crate. Let's take a look at that. I lost it till right there it is. So here's a different, what is the one tonight we have? Okay, document. Here is Murmur, which is a 2009 VG Plus condition. Murmur, $20 start on that. $20 start on that. Can I show the no bids? One. Foreigner Head Games, $35, and Grateful Dead, $35. This is OG. This is OG Japanese. They're both really nice. Dead and Foreigner are the only two no bids, okay? First thing over here is this. We have Robert Plant, $45. Robert Plant, $35. Robert Plant, $50. Are we done on Wall of Voodoo? The last bid was Mega Blast at $50. All done? Okay, I'm just going to read the titles in here. If you need a price, let me know. George Benson, In Your Business, Silent Running, Emotional Warfare, Shy, Brave the Storm, Shrapnel, Ellen Shipley, Shell and the Crush, Jules Shears, you can tell we was in the S's, right? Tommy Shaw, Feargal Sharkey, The Best of Gil Scott Harone, George Benson, Earl Clue, Patrick Simmons, Arcade, Timothy B. Schmidt, Scritti Politi, Provisions, Rosenton Collins Band, The Best of Bebop Deluxe, The Bears, Russell Smith, Point Blank, Pure Prairie League, Lou Reed Mistrial. Okay? First thing is Robert Plant, Chad Van Horn has it for $50. Final call. We have an offer on Grateful Dead at $25. REM has a bid for $20. The Crusaders Condition. Let's go back and look at that right quick. Crusaders Condition, that might be further up in the crate. That was right in here. That was Southern Comfort, right? This is $19.99. No condition notes. Super clean. $19.99. Okay? So Joe DeGaldo gets the Grateful Dead at $25 and Solarplex gets Foreigner for $32. All right, those are sold. Wall of Voodoo, Call of the West is a $50 winning bid. Sold to Mega Blast, John Durden. Let's put that away. I think we're done on Robert Plant. The two people bid on REM, just one. REM's at $20, final call. Okay, and then the Bears, that was $24.99. It's a gold stamp promo. It's on Primitive Man Records. $24.99. Also, we have Outlaws, Los Hombres Malo, Orleans, the Crusaders sold to Jetstream. We also have Al Di Meola, Electric Rendezvous, the Paladins, Years Since Yesterday, Suzanne Vega, the Venetians, Passport, Man in the Mirror, Vitamin Z, Billy Vera and the Beaters, Andreas Voldenwalder, The Tubes, Charlie Daniels, Roger Daltrey, Carlene Carter, the Doobie Brothers, and Marshall Crenshaw. Okay? REM. REM is a 2009 US reissue, 180 gram. It does have the original on her sleeve. VG Plus. It has one bid. Next auction is The Infected. The is a 1986 US Carrollton OG. Gold stamp promo with the original inner sleeve. Really nice copy. I don't think their catalog is in print for the most part. $35 start on The. Okay? Laura, somebody said, I'm patiently waiting for the Laura crate. She is marking stuff right now. I'm going to go ahead and go through the next one that's actually ready. And let's do that right now. Okay? Let's do that right now. Last night, we ended up selling 9 crates of vinyl because we was doing half off. Buy it now, best offer. We got $6.99 crates. We got a lot of stuff to go through. And when I say a lot, I mean we got a lot. So even after we're done with new stuff, we're going to go right into discount, half off, recapping, buy it now, best offer. And here we go. Let me take a quick peek in this one. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. I might have saved the best for last. The already has a bid for $35. Stephen Tuttle wants 5 prospectors. Thank you on that. I would say if you want some of these, buy them now. Since I've been selling silver the last 30 days, 1 ounce I've had to increase. 90, and these are sold to Stephen Tuttle. You got it. 2, 4, 5. Thank you. 90 times 5 to Stephen Tuttle. Appreciate that. And those are right here. Okay. There's that. And then Robert Plant is sold. And Robert Plant is sold to Chad Van Horn for $50. Thank you on that. And then REM, one bid, sold for $20. And that was Will Smithson, right? Yes, sold for $20. And then the Infected. So this is at $35, now $50 with Jason Fortner. All right, there we have it. Looks like we need another auction. Let me go take this silver over here. All right, thank you on that. It's supposed to have a sale this past Sunday, but Sleep got in the way. I still work on Sundays. I come in, and it's just like if I get here at 8 or 9 p.m., where normally I get here every day at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m., if I get here at 8 or 9, I'm like, okay, I'll go ahead and do a live show for coins and knives because I've probably slept that late into the afternoon and night. If I get here at like 10 or 11, it's sometimes a little bit too late to start a show. But one night I started a show at 11 p.m. I started a coin show at 11 p.m., and it was one of the most high-grossing nights for coins ever. I think everybody was just up late. It was like an anomaly, and we sold like 3 tables full of coins. We had a lot of stuff in stock at that time, and I wish I had all that back because everything I sold that night is worth about 3 times as much. So a lot of the silver I was selling at this time last year, if it was being sold tonight, the price would be 3 times higher. So be glad you bought some of that when you did. The's at $65 with Jason Fornerat. Midnight Oil is going up for bid next. This is Diesel and Dust. Now, this is in print, but it's only as an import, and they're like $60 new, maybe even more than that. It's a bizarre one, but this is the OG, so you have nothing to worry about here. How about the real first pressing? 88 OG, and it's a gold stamp promo, and it's a $35 start. $35 start. I was about to say, Chad Van Horn, I hadn't seen your name in a while. Welcome back to Coletco. Welcome back to Coletco. Thank you. All right, there's that. And if anybody decides they want any more silver, let me know. Good thing to put away in your safe. Don't expect, you know, it's something I always say, if you got some extra money, put it away, forget you got it, and, you know, a few years later, you might be like, man, I wish I would have bought more of those from Chad. Next auction is going to go up right now, and let's do a surprise. Let's do a surprise from the bonus crate of a Japanese pressing, White Snake. Coming from the bonus crate, a 1980 Japanese OG near mint minus White Snake live at Hammersmith. It does have the insert with it, a $45 start on that. White Snake. Over here is the Beat Farmers Van Gogh. The Beat Farmers, a gold stamp promo. We hadn't started with this crate, right? No, this is a brand new crate. Here we go, brand new crate. All beautiful records from this new collection. Nothing to worry about here on these. Let me give you a sample. Beat Farmers is near mint minus. It looks like it was just made. It has a hop sticker. You're going to see that consistently throughout this entire crate. I don't think literally there's going to be anything for you to even question on these. And a lot of them are stamped promos. There's the Beat Farmers, Rossington Collins Band, anytime, any place, anywhere, $24.99, and Point Blank, the hard way, gold stamp promo, $14.99. What happened on the? Thomas Hujar went out after Jason Fornerat bid $65. Midnight Oil, the last bid was $41 and then $45, and then White Snake has a high bid of $35 if anybody wants to lock these in. Jean-Luc Ponty, Open Mind, gold stamp promo with promo strip, $9.99 for JLP. There's another one if you want back-to-back, a Taste for Passion, also $9.99. And Orleans, Let There Be Music, $9.99. This feels like a foreign press. Let's go to the label. This is a UK copy. I knew the jacket felt a little off. It's a little bit more thinner, and this is $9.99. Everything in here is prices marked, all brand new stuff from new collections. Back to the turntable is in on Beat Farmers. Thank you on that. Let's go ahead and sell and the is sold to Jason Fornerat for $65. Midnight Oil's at $45. That's going once, going twice. No one's been on White Snake. Final call. Let's move that down right quick. And Vitamin Z, Rites of Passage, that's a different one, $14.99. And we have the best of Joe Walsh, $19.99. $19.99. The shine on the you can. It's beautiful. It looks like the way it did probably when somebody opened it in 1986. Yeah, just amazing. Trying to get my light. Hold on a minute. There we go. My spotlight over here. It causes glare if I don't flip it back down. Okay. Not all of them, especially if you bought coins. I don't think they're all out yet. Tanner is, I'm not for sure. G and Ed got done with what they were going to. Tanner has the rest of them. He said by early in the morning they're all going to be sent out, okay? Just FYI. Okay, what happened? Midnight Oil and White Snake, okay? So last bid on Midnight Oil was Michael Hamburger at 45 and then White Snake 45. We have Joe Walsh, but seriously, folks, Joe Walsh is $19.99. And Max Ale Rock Sampler, $14.99. Poco, Robert Gordon, Triumph is on here. Outlaw Sticks, that's a rock sampler from Max Ale. And we have IRS, that's the label. Some great artists on IRS, $34.99. The Fall, The Police, Squeeze, Jules Holland, Oingo Boingo, John Cale, Skyfish, The Cramps is on here, Chelsea Fashion, $34.99. And The Secret Policeman's Ball, The Music, Pete Townsend, Tom Robinson, $19.99 on that one. Dead Wax, I'll leave that one up to the chat. I've got pretty good vision, and I don't have any trouble reading it. Everybody's like, how do you read those digits so fast? I was like, well, I don't know. Luckily, knock on wood, I have good vision. We have Erasure Wonderland. Erasure is a 1986 OG specialty gold stamp promo. This is a $25 start. Erasure Wonderland, $25 start on that. And we have John Waite No Breaks. That's his big album with Missing You on it. $19.99 on that. And then the Wailers Band with hop sticker, $9.99. He might have forgot a 1 there. He might have forgot a 2 there. $9.99 on the Wailers Band. Midnight Oil over here. Midnight Oil over here. This is Michael Hamburgers at $45. I unfortunately lost Chris Knapp, so I got to go ahead and sell that to Michael Hamburger for $45. That's sold. Thank you on that. Christina gets White Snake at $45. White Snake at $45. And that's with Christina Curtis, right? She put W-E. I think she meant W-S. So that was the only bid on that at $45. And then over here, Erasure 25, Erasure 25, Erasure 25, Erasure 25. So that's got 4 $25 bids from all different people. Okay. Bright light, but not too bright. Yeah. See, these lights over here, this one's got like a filter on it now where it's almost like tan light. And I've turned them all because I like the dark, okay? I like the dark. My house is blacked out. I only sleep during the day. I never see the sun. I operate at night, so bright lights are killer. When I first wake up and I take off my eye mask at 3, 4, or 5 in the afternoon, my eyes literally just start burning. I'm like, oh no, light, the sunlight. I hadn't seen the sun shine since I don't know when. And I'm stuck in Coletco selling records every day. Oingo Boingo. A 1982 U.S. Indianapolis OG pressing. Wow, this is OG. Nothing to fear, Oingo Boingo. No condition notes, near mint minus with the Oingo Boingo insert. Wow, that's nice. $35 star. So Erasure, Oingo Boingo. And we have Chad Dracula, Count Chad. Oh yeah, boy, Sunlight. Oh man, those Tennessee games I go to in the fall, like those day games. Oh man, I told Seth, I was like, I don't know if I want to go to too many more. If it's not a night game, gosh, I wake up. I mean, y'all should see my eyes when I wake up. I take off my eye mask. They just start burning. I'm always in dark. I don't ever see the sun. I mean, I can't tell you. Maybe early in the morning when I'm leaving here. Alan Vega, Saturn Strip, $29.99. Alan Vega, Saturn Strip, $29.99. We have Tailgaters. The Tailgaters is $14.99. $14.99. Live Stiffs, Ian Dury, Costello, Nick Lowe, $16.99 on that. And Vector, Pleasure, Stand By. Vector's at 85 cents pop, $19.99. So Oingo Boingo is at 40. Erasure's at 40. Those are both at 40. And let's put up another auction from the bonus crate. What could possibly be going up? How about Judas Priest Live? Judas Priest Live is an 87 USOG, VG++, and Disc 2 is EX. Judas Priest Live, a gatefold jacket, $25 start on this. Judas Priest Live, now up for bid, $25 start. We have Greenpeace, Peter Gabriel, Queen, Kaja Gugu, Kate Bush, Thomas Dolby, Tears for Fears, a gold stamp promo, $14.99. Erasure Wonderland is a gold stamp promo. No promo label exists of this record, just a gold stamp promo. High bids $47. Boingo's at $45. Judas Priest is at $25. Erasure's at $50. Big auctions, all getting bids right now. Fan of garlic? I actually do like garlic, so that garlic bread with some spaghetti, so that defunks everybody's, or maybe I'm just telling you that. The Waitresses, $19.99 for the Waitresses, and John Waite Ignition. John Waite is $14.99. So by the way, I just looked over and there's 305 people watching on all platforms combined. That's Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, and X. So I want to remind everybody, since we got so many ads running and we've bought so many new collections and people sharing and commenting, there's probably a good chance there's somebody new watching for the first time. I just seen somebody bid on a record that I didn't know their name. So if you're new and you want to become a Collectco customer, you don't have to register until you buy something. When you buy something, I'll get your information, $8 in limited shipping. That started Monday, yesterday. Anything you buy yesterday, today, tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, $8 in limited shipping. We'll send an invoice to your email. So we do auctions. This is stuff that you bid on. These are straight priced. Sometimes they're negotiable. Sometimes they're half off. Right now, they're sticker price. This is all brand new stuff we bought, $8 in limited shipping. So I'm sure there's somebody new out there. Everybody you're seeing, we'll tell you everything's guaranteed. This isn't some sort of scam. We're not rookies, okay? We just didn't find a bunch of records and we've went live and we're just selling stuff and we have no idea. These have all been cleaned, researched. We sell thousands of items every week. Everything's guaranteed. Customer service guaranteed. This is where you can buy your records from, okay? So just throwing all that out there for a quick bit. And maybe I can convince somebody to buy a record. Mike Wilt said, "You did it, Chad. I'll take the Waitresses." Thank you. So a lot of these people, I don't have to stop the show. About everything I've sold or got bids from are people that are new buyers, okay? And Mike Wilt did get the Waitresses. Yes, thank you on that one. So join at any time, register, and we got you rolling, okay? And we have, this is no willy-nilly. That's right. This isn't just something, you know, a lot of people's like, man, I don't want to buy from somebody I don't know. Well, if you get established with us, you have nothing to worry about. Everything's guaranteed. You know, this isn't our first rodeo. We're not here throwing our first pitch. I've been streaming since 2019. And for the last 2 or 3 years, almost on a daily basis. So, I'm here every night. Wall of Voodoo, Happy Planet, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99, and Jerry Jeff, A Man Must Carry On. Jerry Jeff is $29.99. Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits Volume 2, $9.99. MoFi Inner Sleeves in stock. Packs of 50 MoFi inner sleeves are $26.99. Packs of 50, $26.99. Let's update these auctions. The last bid on Erasure was Amenities at $66. Chris Kirkley, you have been outbid. Chris Kirkley, you have been outbid. Oingo Boingo. The last bid on Oingo Boingo I seen was Ivan R at $45. If somebody's in higher or you want to be in higher, let me know. And then Judas Priest, I think, was tied at $25. So we have Bob Doan. He bid $25, but you tied Dave Mosley. And nobody else has bid since then. So the bid is still at $25. The bid is still at $25, okay? Next thing over here is, whoop, I've already showed Linda, unless that was a second copy. Joe Walsh, did I show that? Let me show it again. Joe Walsh, you bought it, you name it. Joe Walsh is $19.99. And Creedence Clearwater Revival Chronicle, $34.99. Chronicle, $34.99. I mean, there's virtually we have maybe a miscue on an invoice, like we key in a record wrong, but virtually we have never any problems with any orders. And if we do, it's some kind of bizarre outlier or just somebody has plain bad luck. Every once in a while, we'll just have somebody with just plain bad luck on here. They'll have 2 or 3 mess ups in a row, and I'm just like, you got bad luck. But, you know, we key everything by human. So every once in a while, you might have an invoice problem or this, or they tag something wrong, but we'll eventually get it fixed. It's the nature of our business. We got humans literally keying in stuff, thousands of items every week. So every once in a while a clerk, aka the people who watch these auctions the next day, they might write down something wrong, but if they do, we get it fixed. Propaganda is called No Wave 2, $14.99. I think that's a second volume of that New Wave comp they did, $14.99 on that. And Phil Collins, Hello, I Must Be Going, Gold Stamp promo, $19.99. I know 2 people specifically this week have just had a lot of bad luck. Their orders, some people have bad luck, and like, we'll eventually work it out. As long as we feel like it's something that we can control. Phil Collins, 19. Ivan R on Propaganda. That's sold to Ivan R. And Oingo Boingo, the last bid was $45. And that was $45. And then Erasure's done, right? Amenities had it for $66. Nobody else bid. Chris Kirkley bid $70. Chris Kirkley bid $70. Amenities went out. This is sold to Chris Kirkley for $70. Margaret Gerhold on Phil Collins. And then packs of MoFi inner sleeves are $26.99, whoever asked. Mega Blast asked. Packs of 50, $26.99. Okay, then Judas Priest got a new bid for $26, and then it got a bid for $30. Then it got another bid for $30. Ivan got Propaganda. Oingo current bid. It was at 45. Now it's at 47. And now Judas Priest is at 32. Wow. So every time I looked up, somebody else was asking about Erasure, but it's done. Every time I've looked up, somebody's asking about Oingo Boingo. It's still getting bids. So is Judas Priest. And now on to our next auction, which is going to be another bad creation. I think Troy Robinson asked for this 2 hours ago. Troy, I hadn't forgot about you. Cooling at the Playground, you know. This is a 1991 U.S. Carrollton OG New Jack Swing. $15 start on another bad creation. New Jack Swing. Is this, that must be something I'm supposed to know and I don't. Is that a song, a person? I'm not for sure, but this is a $15 start. Another bad creation. There we go. Sleep token blankets. Sleep token blankets, was you supposed to get one? If you were supposed to get one, you was supposed to already be invoiced. Okay, and then over here, we have Oingo Boingo 51. Moving Sidewalks already sold, yes. Climax Blues Band Flying the Flag, $19.99 for CBB. Eric Clapton, Slow Hand. Da-da-da-da. Folks, we're talking about cocaine. Eric Clapton is $34.99. And Wheels of Fire Cream. Wow, what a bizarre jacket this is. What do we have here? Live at the Fillmore. What is going on here? Cream, $19.99. It's interesting. $19.99. It's just a single pocket. It's the live tracks from Crossroads or from Wheels of Fire. Never seen that before. $19.99. Up at the top, Oingo Boingo got a new bid for $47. Judas Priest 32. Oingo Boingo 50. And then Judas Priest out. And then Oingo Boingo 51. Judas Priest 35. Another bad creation 21. Carol Puckett on Cream. Thomas Hujar next on Cream. And then Stephen A. Young next on Cream. Another bad creation is 25. And then there's the actual album, Wheels of Fire, in the studio. These may need to go together. They're priced individually. I'll make sure Carol doesn't want this first. This one says Wheels of Fire in the studio, and this was Wheels of Fire live. They kind of look like they need to go together. I'll make sure Carol Puckett doesn't want that because I don't want to split those up. Yeah, one looked like live, and then this one says in the studio. That's the studio cuts, yeah. So, I mean, that's what Wheels of Fire is. Wheels of Fire is a hybrid album. There's live tracks on there, and then there's the studio tracks. So, Carol, I'll leave that up to you. It's another UK Polydor single pocket. If not, if anybody wants it right now, you might as well go ahead and comment. First track is White Room, okay? And then we have Clarence Clemens and the Red Bank Rockers. Clarence Clemens is $9.99. Mickey Rourke, Homeboy, that's a soundtrack. Eric Clapton, $19.99. And The Doors, L.A. Woman, $34.99. The Doors, L.A. Woman, $34.99. The barcode, well, the catalog number on this one's 583033, 583040. I mean, I don't think they're like, they were definitely possibly sold separately. It's just, it kind of looks like they need to go together. And this is 583040, and this one's 583033. Okay, there's that. And we have Phil Collins, no jacket required. That's a gold stamp promo, $19.99. And Elvis Costello, my aim is true. Elvis Costello is $24.99. Okay, I hope we're done on Oingo Boingo. I'm going to go up and confirm. Patrick Fu bid $51. Ivan R., you have not bid again. I'm assuming you're done. It was at $51. Possibly done? The last bid was Patrick Fu at $51. Sold. He's done. Okay? The last bid on Judas Priest. The last bid on Judas Priest was Jim Hines at $35. I hope everybody's done. Jim Hines has it for $35. Another bad creation is at $51. Okay? $51. If anybody wants cream, Wheels of Fire in the studio, let me know unless Carol tells me he does. Marshall Crenshaw Field Day, $9.99. The Doors, Weird Scenes Inside the Gold Mine, a double LP, $34.99. Very nice. Mike Will on Phil Collins. There are some nice looking records in here. So many have been overlooked. Everybody might be like, their head might be spinning right now. ABC's at $55. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is REM Document. REM Document is an 87 U.S. Carrollton OG Club copy. It has the original inner sleeve. It's going to go up for a $50 start. OG REM Document. Next is Crosby, Stills & Nash Deja Vu, $34.99. I hadn't pulled any out in a while and showed you how nice these are. I mean, I could say it literally on every single record in here. I was just about to say there might be some people dozing off. They just missed The Doors. DJ didn't. That's sold to him. And there's another one in here too, LA Woman, still available. It's not the original window cover, but it is super nice. Okay, Judas Priest is sold, and Priest is sold to Jim Hines for $35. Live Priest sold for $35. There's that, and then another bad creation, $66 right now with Travis Woods. $66. You heard the details on REM. An 87 U.S. Carrollton OG Club copy, and that is a $50 start. No bid yet. We sold Phil Collins. We sold The Doors. Jim Hines also on The Doors. Jim Hines, do you want LA Woman? If so, it's so do you. The cream in the studio was $19.99. And then we have Lee Ritenour Rio. Lee Ritenour is $9.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. Sparks in Outer Space. Sparks is a gold stamp promo with hop sticker and a promo timing strip. Sparks is an 83 OG specialty. No white label promo of this record exists. $35 start on Sparks. Lee Ritenour is available. Duke Norman says he'll take the cream. And then let me make sure Jim Hines wanted that Doors. Let me put it right over there. And then Billy Crystal, Marvelous. Billy Crystal is $14.99. It says includes the hit singles You Look Marvelous and I Hate When That Happens, featuring Willie and Frankie, Billy Crystal, and Christopher Guest. This album contains lyrics that may be offensive to some people. $14.99. Derek and the Dominoes, Layla, a gatefold 2LP, and let's see what label it's on. It's going to be Polydor RSO, and this is RSO. Really nice, though. Holy moly, that looked nice. Oh, my gosh. It's a second label, but, man, some of these are truly marvelous. Speaking of marvelous, Billy Crystal, Marvelous, is sold to Kelly Vladorchek. Jim Hines does get LA Woman. And we have Dave Grusin, Nightlines. Dave Grusin is $9.99. And what else do we have over here? We have The Grapes of Wrath Treehouse. The Grapes of Wrath is $24.99. I got to fix my notifications over here. Give me 1 second. My phone updated and I can't see. It just, sometimes they look blank over here. Okay, show previews. That should do it. I'll find out in just a second when I get a new notification. Margaret Gerhold on Derek and the Dominoes, Chad Van Horn next on Billy Crystal, and Another Bad Creation is sold to Travis Woods for $66, okay? One of our first no bids tonight of advertised auctions, especially since the beginning of the sale. REM did not get a bid. It's a buy it now for $50. Document is a buy it now for $50. An 87 Carrollton OG copy with the original under sleeve. Nice. $50 on that. Then Sparks in Outer Space, a gold stamp promo, no bid, final call for $35. We have Glass Tiger, Diamond Sun, $14.99 for Glass Tiger, and Goanna, Spirit of Place. Goanna is a gold stamp promo, $14.99, and Go West again, this time Dancing on the Couch, a gold stamp promo, $14.99. Okay, in the advertised auctions, I still have Duran Duran, Matthew Sweet, The Legend of Bob Marley with a promo mark. Let's do that one. David Bowie, U2, Sounds from True Stories, David Byrne. The Cars, self-titled as a Nautilus Super Disc. The Stranglers, XTC, MC Hammer, Violent Femmes, and the Vaughn Brothers, Stevie and Jimmy. Wow, some cool stuff still to be put up. First, here's Legend, the best of Bob Marley. A gold stamp promo, 84 U.S. Specialty OG. Gold stamp promo, super clean. No white label promo of this exists. Now, this is also one of the most repressed albums. I mean, this has been in print for years. They sell gobs of them. An 84 U.S. original, $35 start on Bob Marley, okay? Paul Stanley is $34.99. New stuff in the back. Live Throwing Copper, 2 LP with bonus tracks, a 25th anniversary edition, $39.99. This is a beautiful remaster of Steely Dan's Can't Buy a Thrill. Up until a couple years ago, Steely Dan's catalog was out of print, and they were some of the most desirable, reissues on people's list. Amazing remaster, $36.99. I'm a Fool to Do Your Dirty Work, Reeling in the Years, Back, Jack, Do It Again. And then Paul Stanley, 2014 remaster, $34.99. It comes with the inner sleeve and the puzzle piece poster, just like the originals. And then over here in the corner is an Iron Maiden Live After Death puzzle. That's a puzzle, 500-piece jigsaw puzzle, $24.99. Okay? And I was about to show these, and guess what? Somebody's bought one. But first, we sold Derek and the Dominoes. We sold Billy Crystal. We have a request for XTC. Michael Rudolph wants 2 silver rounds. We got silver, 1-ounce silver prospectors, $90. 1-ounce silver prospectors, $90, 1985. These were minted in 85. The prospectors looks like, a Gold Rush prospector mining for silver, or actually probably technically mining for gold in that picture. But these are 1-ounce, $9.99. They're $90 today. That's today's market price on those, $90. These could change. They could be 92 tomorrow. They could be 88. They change day to day. So whatever I'm selling them for right then is the price. It could go up. It could go down. Bob Marley, 35. Bob Marley, 45. Bob Marley, 50. Bob Marley, 35. Bob Marley, 55. Bob Marley, 46. Bob Marley, 56. Michael Wood wants a Paul Stanley. Sparks is a $35 start. No bid yet. And moving on in this crate, Eddie Grant going for broke, $14.99 for Eddie Grant. The Wooden Tops, Wooden Foot Cops on the Highway, gold stamp promo, $14.99. Sparks is a $35 start. Eric Van Leuven's in. I think some people's been waiting to grab it for a bite now, but there's been 2 more people ask about it that just got on. Let's pull something from the bonus crate. Now, that's all the bonus auctions I have left, or that's all the advertised, but the bonus crate, Pink Floyd, Ozzy, Van Halen, Rap, Bush, Metallica, Japanese pressings that I cannot mention right now, Skinner's, Twisted Sister, The Zombies, cool stuff like that. Here's a cool record. You may have seen this before. This is Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, a 1975, but it does have the posters and the stickers. It has both posters, the live Pink Floyd show poster, as I call it, and the Pyramids poster. And it has both the stickers. Very cool to see that stuff with it. It's VG Plus, Breathe in the Air. Pink Floyd, now up for bid, a $25 start, okay? First thing we have is, let's Let me look over here and what happened. So Sparks did get a bid for 35. Now it's at 36. Now it's at 38. And we have an offer on REM for 35. I can't do that. I'll do 45 on it. It was supposed to be a $50 start and go up. It was supposed to be $50 and go up. 87 US Club with the original inner sleeve. I'll do $45 on it. Right now, Bob Marley. The last bid on Bob Marley that came in was 56 with JetBlue. This is the real 84 OG, and it's a gold stamp promo. There is no promo label of this that exists, and it's near mint minus, including the jacket. It's a beautiful OG promo mark top copy. It's at $56. Pink Floyd, 25, 25, 35. So high bid's 35. We have the Tubes Love Bomb. The Tubes is $24.99. And the Del Fuegos, a gold stamp promo, $19.99 on that. And Rodney Dangerfield. Folks, no respect. No respect for Rodney. $14.99 for Mr. Rodney Dangerfield there. There's going to be some claims for that. I'm going to go put Michael Silver in here on the table before it falls off. Thank you, Michael Rudolph, on the silver purchase. Anybody else, I've got them. Buy them now. You're going to be like, when I'm saying 94 each, you're going to be like, dang, why didn't I go ahead and buy those at 88? Now they're 90. I should go ahead and buy some more before Chad says they're $92 a piece. All right. Rodney Dangerfield. This is $14.99. So to Jay Beach, okay? Chris Knapp on Del Fuegos. And then Kelly Gabney next on Rodney. Then Christina Curtis, Jim Hines on the Tubes, okay? And I do have copper, yes. Are we done on Sparks? It's going to be up to 2 people. Eric Van Leuven had it for 38. It's up to Chris Knapp. Chris Knapp, if you're still out there, let me know on the Sparks, okay? And then Bob Marley was up to John Durden. John, if you're out there, the high bid on Bob Marley's 56. Final call. I think you're the last person standing. And now Pink Floyd is at 40. And Jason Thomas said he'll take the REM for $45. I'm assuming Bradley Smith, you're passing on REM. If so, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Jason Thomas for $45, okay? And Chris Knapp says, I'm out. I am. So I'm out. Okay, Eric Van Leuven, you get the Sparks for $38. Thank you on that. Pink Floyd's tied at 40. Marty Lee Tanner was first. Marty Lee Tanner was first. Will Smithson was next. And that means JetBlue, right? Who ended up with the Bob Marley? The Bob Marley was... their handles in blue. It's hard to read. JetBlue 004. $56 on that. Thank you. Gold stamp promo of Mr. Bob Marley. All right. Pink Floyd over here. The last bid was 40, and that was a tie. So Will Smithson, you're out. Edwin Blom says he's done. Moving on. Whoops. My charger fell over. Can't let that happen. Let me move it up here, actually. Don't like chargers laying on the ground. Step all over them, mess them up. Okay, next is, let's see, what was requested? XTC. Yes, XTC. XTC, the Big Express. Gold stamp promo, an 84 US Allied OG. $35 start on XTC. Gold stamp promo, now will forbid. Almost done with this crate. There's been a lot in here. This one was packed. This was like a crate and 2/3 almost. Charlie Daniels, Me and the Boys, a gold stamp promo, $24.99. The Crusaders, Free as the Wind, $14.99 on the Crusaders. The Doobie Brothers, Minute by Minute. The Doobie Brothers is $14.99. General Public. General Public is $14.99. This one's called Tenderness. And then Eric Clapton at his best. Wow, a nice copy of this. This is nearly impossible to find in this grade. Look at this. It has the flip, which is always worn out. These are usually stained, written on, trashed, beer spilt all over them. Eric Clapton, 34. That one was almost as nice as that first one. $34.99. Linda Ronstadt, Get Closer, $9.99. And then Gray Slick Dreams, $14.99 for Gray Slick. Are we done on Pink Floyd? A new bid for 41, now 42. XTC, a 35, now Pink Floyd, 45. Bonus crate metal, no, but I did tell somebody I had Rat. And let me go ahead and show Rat. This is Reach for the Sky, an 88 US club with the original inner sleeve EX Plus condition. It does have a crease running up the jacket right here, but that's a $45 start on Rat. And actually, there is one other no bid. I did put up a signed Dennis Rodman Chicago Bulls jersey, $175. Somebody wants to throw out an offer. I'm negotiable, just trying to get through all of our autograph collection by the end of this year. I was wanting to do it by the end of last year. We kept buying more and more, and I was letting them accumulate. And like, oh, I'm going to do a big autograph show. Oh, I'm going to do a big autograph show. So I'm trying to just show a few here and there every night till we can get them all sold. Bobblehead Todd on the Eric Clapton. Thank you on that. Eric Allen Hagen on EP. And EP was for something. And then we have Smash Palace, $9.99. We have RPM, Phonogenic for $14.99. And we have Elvin Bishop, Strutting My Stuff, $9.99. $9.99. Okay, and then, okay, Pink Floyd, 45. Marty Lee Tanner, which I think you're new, just FYI. You've been outbid, and if you're done, you can say out, and I'll go ahead and sell at the wheel. But if you want to keep bidding, go ahead. Nobody bid on XTC. Let's make that a buy it now. The Big Express is an 84 USOG, $35 buy it now on that. It does have the original. I can't remember who requested that, but I hope they're watching and they didn't already leave on me. But there's that. And Mint EC but sold. Okay, and then Rat does have a bid for 45. Rodman 150. What about we do a $5 bump, Chris? That'll be $20 off to my #1 customer, Chris Knapp. That's what he says on that movie, Jingle All the Way. Schwarzenegger, when the movie comes on, he's calling everybody his #1 customer. That's such a great price. And I'm giving you a free $20 bill. There's one thing you need to know. If you frame it, it won't be a problem. But I don't know if you saw this earlier. There is a stray pen mark at the bottom. So it looks like where Dennis accidentally dragged the pen when he was signing it. But if you frame it, none of that's going to be in the picture. So, you know, the jerseys I've had framed, the last one I had framed, a signed Peyton Manning Tennessee Vols jersey. She did it like this. You know, she put it in a frame where it looked like that, you know, just kind of flat. They try to press them. They mat them somehow so they don't slip, but they get it all good and, you know, man. Possibly one of the greatest defensive players of all time, right? I'm not a basketball guru by no means, but after watching The Last Dance, hard to say there's a better defensive player than him. Oh, man, he was a team player. He was good to have on your team. That sold to Rodman. Rodman sold to Chris Knapp for $155. Thank you on that. All right. Okay. Now, we have Pink Floyd got a new bid for 46, then 47, and XTC sold to Thomas Hujar. It was Michael Butler that requested it. I was waiting for you to bid. Thomas sniped it on you. Oh, man. This is sold to Thomas for $35. This is sold to Thomas for $35. Okay? There's that. Thank you, and let's put up another auction. Next is going to be Matthew Sweet. Here's something I don't see too often. Matthew Sweet, an 86 U.S. Pittman gold stamp promo. This one's called Inside. Has the original inner sleeve, a $35 start. Matthew Sweet, a $35 start. Wow, there's a lot left in this crate. I feel like it took me an hour to go through it because we've had so much activity on the auctions. I've almost like forgot I was going through a crate at a couple times, but I'm just going to read what's left in here. Just read through them one more time. And if you need a price, let me know. They all are sticker price, okay? And let me reply to Tanner over here right quick. Let me see here. And Laura is delivering a brand new crate. That's perfect timing. Thank you, Laura. The wonderful Laura. Lovely Laura. That is a blessing. A full crate of stuff she just marked. Thank you. Let me see here. Okay, let me reply to him about Square. We're still troubleshooting over here. And I'm about to buy, I actually have them here in the building. We're about to buy 350 Morgan silver dollars. I'm actually buying them right now. We've already inspected them. And we've already inspected them. And let me send this over here to Tanner. I think the deal's done. So y'all can be looking forward to those. And okay. Yeah, we got some I think no 315. I said 350. We just bought 315 Morgan pre-1900 silver dollars. They're beautiful too. They're right over here in an ammo box. I'll probably have to go through them again. We'll start selling them tonight, or start selling them tomorrow night. What happened on Pink Floyd? Sold to Will Smithson for $47. All right. Thank you on that. I'm going to put all the inserts on the front of it right here, and let's tag this and put this away. And then Rat. Okay, I think it's got 2 bids and they were tied and no one ever bid again. Chris Martin was first. He has it for $45. It's an 88 US Club EX Plus condition. Reach for the sky, $45 final call. Matthew Sweet inside, no bid, $35 start, going once, going twice, okay? We're ready for another auction. I'm just going to read these titles, and if you need a price, let me know. We took a big chunk out of there, but not enough, and then we'll go through this lore crate. I'm about to eat another cookie, and I'm about to drink some Monster. I think it's time to run U2. This is their debut album, Boy. U2 Boy is an 81 US Winchester OG. It does have the promo sticker. Unfortunately, the cover does have a little bit of a crease. Great album, their first one. U2 Boy, a $25 start. It does have the original sleeve. This one has I Will Follow. I was on the outside when you said you needed me. I can't sing like Bono. I'm dreaming. What's that other one? Dum, ra-da-da-down, dum, down, ba-da-da-da. What's the landslide to my ego? What song is that? I know what I Will Follow is. I'm thinking about another one. I'm dreaming. Something about a landslide and an ego. What is that song? Twilight. Shadows and Dawn. Man, there's so many. This is a great album. I was reading through the lyrics here. What's that song I'm talking about? Da-da-da-da. I think it's on this one. Twilight, Into the Heart, Out of Control. That's true. Stories for Boy. A Day Without Me. It's A Day Without Me, yeah. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I started Wow, they don't have the lyrics to those in here, though. In my... A Day Without Me. That's it. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that one. Dun dun da 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 dun dun. U2 was my first concert. Vanderbilt Stadium, the 360 tour. My first ever concert. They walked out to David Bowie, Ground Control to Major Tom. The lights went out. I'd never been to a concert before. They started playing Space Oddity. It looked like they were walking through the tunnel. It looks like they were walking like astronauts to board a spaceship, you know. Oh, that was so good. Oh, man. Oh, I wish I could relive it. That's when I went, I think, that changed my whole perspective on music, seeing somebody perform. I don't think I'd ever been to any kind of live show. And I was a sophomore in high school, so this was 2012. 2012. After that, I think my music interest did this. So it was amazing. I was like, wow. Yeah, that was a good one. Travis was there. Anybody else in Tennessee there or that was there? They started playing David Bowie, which at that time I was a huge Bowie fan. I was like, whoa, this is amazing. Okay, so sorry I got distracted. Rat got a new bid for $46, okay? I went way off target. Chris Martin set out. The person who asked about it didn't bid, so final call on Rat, $46 Solarplex. Matthew Sweet's a no bid. Matthew Sweet a no bid, $35. That is called Inside. $35 on that one, and then U2 is at $32, okay? And I'm going to read these titles. If you want a price, let me know. If you need a price, let me know. First time I seen U2. Yeah, I went and seen them at the Sphere, and did I see them since then? No, they played in Nashville, but they played at Bridgestone, and I didn't like the track listing. They wasn't playing, you know. I was like, I passed. I wish I would have, but and then what else did I see? I saw them at the Sphere. Yeah. I saw them at the Sphere. So, okay. Unforgettable Fire. Oh, that's my favorite album. Oh, that's so good. Okay. If you need a price, let me know. Back to Selling Records. Rossington Collins Band, anytime, any place, anywhere. If you need a price on these, let me know. Point Blank, The Hard Way. Jean-Luc Ponty, Open Mind. Jean-Luc Ponty, A Taste for Passion. Orleans, Let There Be Music. We have Vitamin Z, Rites of Passage. The Best of Joe Walsh. Joe Walsh, But Seriously, Folks. Maxell, Rock Sampler. IRS, Greatest Hits. That's not the Internal Revenue Service. That's the International Record Syndicate. The Secret Policeman's Ball. John Waite, No Breaks. The Wailers Band. Alan Vega. The Tailgaters. Live Stiffs. Vector, and Greenpeace. And that's got, does this have U2 on it? No. Peter Gabriel, Queen, Kate Bush, Heaven 17, Thomas Dolby, Tears for Fears. Okay, so Rat is sold. Rat is done, and Rat is sold to Solarplex for $46. Sorry that took so long. That's what happens when we start getting inquiries on stuff. And then U2, Brian Call, 35 on this, okay? Why is the cover U2, not the picture? This is the U.S. jacket. I think everywhere else in the world, that was the other cover. They used the boy. The U.S. pressings use this kind of blurry image of Adam Clayton, Bono, The Edge, and Larry Mullen Jr. It's sort of kind of a blurred image they use for the U.S. That was used on the jackets everywhere else. That was used everywhere else. So the U.S. used this cover here, and this is really clean. It does have a crease right here running through the jacket. It does have a promo sticker, and it's nice, though. $36 of Thomas Hujar, okay? I need to order some new U2 albums. I need to order probably one of everything for this week and show them. It's been a while since I've stocked their catalog. U2 3235, okay, and then over here we have Jim Hines on The Best of Joe Walsh. That's a good one there. U2 36, U2 37, and John Wade Ignition. We also have Wall of Voodoo, Happy Planet, Jerry Jeff, A Man Must Carry On, Linda Ronstadt, Greatest Hits, Joe Walsh, You Bought It, You Name It. I got a lower crate to do next, CCR Chronicle, and Essential Greatest Hits Collection, Climax Blues Band, Flying the Flag, Eric Clapton, Slow Hand. Folks, we're talking about Cocaine, $34.99. Let me go ahead and put up another auction, too. I got David Bowie, Let's Dance. I think we had one of these for auction last night. Stevie Ray Vaughan on guitar, Original Under Sleeve, EX Edition, a $30 start on David Bowie. Clarence Clemens is $9.99. We have the soundtrack to Homeboy, Eric Clapton doing that one. Elvis Costello, Marshall Crenshaw, not Jethro Tull, Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Deja Vu, Lee Ritenour. Linda Ronstadt, Greatest Hits Volume 2 was $9.99. $9.99. U2's at $38. Thomas Hujar, Brian Call, You're Out. Ben Hutzel on Eric Clapton. That was $34.99. Super nice copy. Everything in here is really nice, too. There's David Bowie. And then Colleen Cook on Greenpeace. Let's pull that for Colleen Cook. And that is right here, or a little further up. It was right, I've lost it. It wasn't that far up. It was right here. Okay. So to Colleen Cook. Brian Call got Linda Ronstadt. And We have out on YouTube, so that's a final call. Wall of Voodoo was Happy Planet. Gold stamp promo, $19.99. Dave Grusin Nightlines. The Grapes of Wrath tree. I might have skipped that earlier. The Grapes of Wrath Treehouse. This is why I always go through them a second time. Glass Tiger, Diamond Sun, Goanna, Spirit of Place, Go West, Dancing on the Couch, The Wooden Tops, Eddie Grant, Charlie Daniels Band, The Crusaders, The Doobie Brothers, General Public, Linda Ronstadt, Grace Slick, Smash Palace, RPM, and then Elvin Bishop, Strutting My Stuff. U2 is sold to Thomas Hujar for $38. All right. Some high school buddy, or not even high school, younger than that, right? Just some buddies from Ireland got together and said, hey, let's play music. Thomas Hujar on Grapes of Wrath. That's sold to Thomas Hujar. And final call to get a bid on David Bowie. Let's Dance. $30 start on that. Putting Out Fire with Gasoline. That's a good one. Josh Brown on Charlie Daniels. All righty, let's go over here to the bonus crate. And I think I teased a few things earlier. Let me flip through them. There's some low-grade stuff. There's some high-grade stuff. There's some mid-grade stuff. There's some low starting prices, some high starting prices, and some middle starting prices. How about a 1993 U.S. reissue of John Coltrane, Blue Train? It's a 93 U.S. reissue, VG Plus condition, a $15 start for John Coltrane, okay? And next thing is from the advertised stuff, I still got Duran Duran, David Byrne, The Cars, The Stranglers, MC Hammer, Violent Femmes, and Stevie Ray Vaughan. We definitely do this Violent Femmes. Violent Femmes is a 1983 first press with the custom label. It actually says Violent Femmes from Slash Records. It is EX++ near mint minus. A real OG first press. It does have a clip corner. Now, if this came from that collection, that's a indicative mark of two things. A cutout record, meaning it was in a bin and it didn't sell and they had to mark it down, or it could have been a promo mark. Since that's a first press, I don't think that would have been in a cutout bin, but $75 start. Okay, Stranglers doing next. That's the newest remaster of Steely Dan, $36.99. Charlie was 24, yes, and Bowie has a high bid of 30 with Jim Hines, final call. All right, let's go through this new crate that Laura has marked. Chad might need an intermission to drink some Monster and eat another cookie, so I get all hopped up on sugar, and then after the sale, I go up front and I crash and I sleep on the front counter. If you're ever coming to pick up your order, ask my mom how many times I've had to sleep on that counter up there. I'm not talking about like physically lay down on it. I'm talking about I put my head down on it and then I fall asleep for 2 hours. And then I wake up and my back, it feels like I basically can't stand up because I've been hunched over. Okay, ooh, there's some cool stuff in here. She has knocked it out of the park as usual. Here we go. Grand slamming. All right. Here we go. Okay, I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Looks like John Coltrane is thanking what's in the crate. Coltrane's like, is that an Adele record I see? Okay, I've been over here just gnarling down some cookies and some drink. We're ready to go. Bowie is sold to Jim Hines for $30. Let's look at Coltrane and the films, the violent films, one more time. Coltrane is Blue Train. It's a 1993 U.S. reissue, a solid VG+. Garrett has the high bid at 15. Violent Films is a real OG pressing, first press. Clip corner, the vinyl is superb. EX++ near mint minus, a $75 start on that. And now the Stranglers. The Stranglers is Dreamtime. And Dreamtime is an 86 OG, original inner sleeve, a $35 start, okay? $35 start. And then after this, Laura has another crate she's working on. We'll probably have time to do some discount stuff between then and now, and then we'll go through those. Whew, here we go. Okay, this is it. This is the moment you've been waiting on. Adele, 21. EX, $17.99. These first few right here, from the sticky note back or check condition, Rolling in the Deep, Rumor Has It, Set Fire to the Rain, 3 big songs on that one. EX, $17.99. Public Access TV, an indie record. EX condition, $9.99. 9-inch nails, Pretty Hate Machine. EX condition, $19.99 on 9-inch nails. And we have The Strokes, Is This It? The Strokes is EX condition, $22.99. And Coldplay, A Rush of Blood to the Head. Coldplay EX, $22.99. Clocks is on that one. One of my favorites by them. That's very good. EX, $22.99. Okay, now up at the top, we left off by saying what and who. Coltrane 15, Stranglers 35, Stranglers 36, Coltrane 16. Brian Call first on 9-inch nails. Eric Van Leuven was next. Patrick Fu was third. Ron Duffield on Public Access TV. Brian Call first on The Strokes. Alan Smith next on 9-inch nails. Thomas Hujar next on The Strokes. And Coldplay and Strokes pressing gears. Strokes is already sold. Coldplay, no year given. EX condition, $22.99. If you don't want it, Chris Knapp does. Samuel Kopich was next. And Coltrane has a new bid for $17. That means Violent Films can be picked up for the minimum bid of just $75. It has the original inner sleeve. I have a feeling Coldplay is a reissue. I'd highly doubt it's an OG, or Laura would have marked that. So buy it as if you're buying a reissue. Coltrane's at 17 with Garrett. And then the Stranglers, Chris Knapp has it for 36. Thomas Hujar, you're out, okay? There's that. It's not an OG. I will phone Laura in the back, but I highly doubt this is 2002. It might be. We'll see what she says, but I doubt it is. Taylor Swift, Speak Now. This is on purple vinyl. EX, $32.99. So this is a triple LP. Taylor Swift, Speak Now. We'll get a confirmation from Laura if she remembers. Taylor loves Laura, and Laura loves Taylor. A 5-heart rating. EX, $32.99 on that. Also, we have Dan Mangan, Oh Fortune, a folk indie record, EX condition, $9.99. And Amy Winehouse, Frank Remixes. Amy Winehouse is EX, $22.99. Amy has some cover wear at the top. EX, $22.99. John Durden gets Taylor Swift. Oh, my bad. He said Taylor Swift out. Okay, he's just letting everybody know he's passing on Taylor Swift. We have John Coltrane over here. Jeff has it for $18. Garrett was outbid. Stranglers out. We're about to sell that. And then over here, Brian Call on Wine. And first of all, though, Coldplay is sold. And so Coldplay did go to Chris Knapp, okay? You do get that. Enjoy listening to Clocks. Brian Call got Amy Winehouse. Alan Smith was next. Coltrane's at 20. Alan Smith, you were second on Winehouse. Dave Mosley on Taylor Swift. Nice. Chad is slowly developing a crush on Taylor Swift. That is so to Dave Mosley. Thank you. And then over here we have Adele, we have Dan Mankin, and we have the Postal Service, Give Up. This is the Postal Service. EX, $19.99 on that. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. How about MC Hammer? MC Hammer over here is MC Hammer. Let's get it started. MC Hammer is an 88 US specialty. VG minus a $1 start. VG minus $1 start. MC Hammer, let's get it started. $1 start. Slowly joining. I don't know. To me, she just keeps getting more attractive. Just saying. I don't know. If things fall through with her and Travis, there's a chance, okay? There's a chance. It could happen. Don't get my hopes down, okay? Don't get my hopes down. We are in the same age realm, okay? We are in the same age realm, okay? There's a chance. There's a chance. We have Kelly Vladicek on Postal Club. Spiky McVeigh was next. Garrett Seifert was third. Chris Kirkley fourth. Ron Duffield fifth. Kelly Gabney sixth. Let's make a note to order Postal Service. Are those in stock, Laura? I will make a note myself. That's a title I hadn't seen in a while. We need to see if those are in stock. Postal Service. We sell a lot of those when they come in stock. And then MC Hammer 6, and then 10, and then MC Hammer 11, and then what about the Stranglers? This is sold to Chris Knapp for $36. $36, that's sold to Chris Knapp. Thank you on that. Okay, and we have John Coltrane. What happened on this? Coltrane. Jim Hines bid $20. I want to make sure everybody's done. $20 with Jim Hines on John Coltrane. And this was a 93 U.S. reissue in VG Plus condition. All done. Jim Hines has it for $20. Okay? $20 on that. Postal Service. Okay? Yes, make a note on that. Does anybody want a new copy of Postal Service? That album's in print. Laura can confirm a price right now, and if anybody wants us to order one for you, I bet a new sealed copy may not be much more than that we just sold. So let me know on that, okay? All right, and we have first is MC Hammer. Sorry, I got distracted. The Taylor Swift records do that to me now. Chad Snyder has that for $11, okay? Chad Snyder has that for $11. Okay? There's that. And we have, 24. There you go. Postal Service is just $24.99 if anybody wants us to put you on a waiting list, okay? Laura will order those tonight if we need to. We have Neutral Milk Hotel, EX $17.99. EX $17.99. Okay, and that was the last check condition record. So these are check condition, and the rest of the crate is going to be near mint minus, and let's get those going right now. Let me grab another auction, and I'm going to do that right now. Kelly Gabney says she'll go on the Postal Service. So there's one for Kelly. Let's put up another record. Stevie Ray Vaughan, the Vaughan Brothers. Stevie Ray Vaughan, the Vaughan Brothers. Family Style. Stevie Ray and Jimmy Vaughan together for the first time. A 1990 USOG sealed. $55 start on that. Family Style. $55 start. There we go. I had to Google Taylor's age. 36. Oh, she's just 6 years older than me. 6 years older? That's well within range. A billionaire? Man, a billionaire. We have Samuel Coperidge on Neutral Milk Hotel. That is sold to Samuel Coperidge and Ryan Mustang next. Okay, we have the Dirty Knobs. The Dirty Knobs, Rock and Roll Country, a 2 LP, $14.99 for the Dirty Knobs. And OSI, maybe? OSI Blood. Supergroup. This has members of Fates Warning, Dream Theater, and Porcupine Tree. Wow. A prog album, $34.99, okay? Jim Hines gets the John Coltrane. Jim Hines on the John Coltrane, and that's sold to him for $20. Thank you on that. And then MC Hammer, the last bid on MC over here. The last bid was Chad Snyder at 11. I've already said that once. I think I've said it twice. And now this is sold for $11. Okay, and that's sold to Chad Snyder for $11. Now, let's show the Vaughan Brothers again. Family Style is a 1990 USOG. So this is Stevie Ray Vaughan and his brother Jimmy Vaughan. It's sealed with hop sticker. a $55 start on that one. $55 start on that one. So at least order 3 Postal Service, Laura. Put them in the cart. That would be great, so I don't have to do it tonight and forget, because Kelly wants one, and if anybody else, and that way we have a couple extras. Thank you for doing that. And then Kyle Hassan on DK for the Dirty Knobs, then Tim Vergari, then Jim Hines. And then over here we have Poohole. Poohole is a garage punk album on clear looking vinyl, $14.99 on that. And this is My Morning Jacket. I think so, $19.99. There's no writing on here. Let's do this right now. This is My Morning Jacket, $19.99. Evil Urges, My Morning Jacket. Poohole is Soda Brian Call, okay? That's done, and now we need another auction. Let's go ahead and put up Black Sabbath, Technical Ecstasy. Black Sabbath, an Ozzy album, Technical Ecstasy, is a 1976 USOG. It's a Winchester pressing. It has the original on her sleeve. It's a $15 start. There is some cover staining right up here. VG condition, Black Sabbath, a $15 start, okay? Moving on, we have Suicide Squad, the album, $19.99. Now, that's a movie, and this is the soundtrack with artists such as Skrillex and 21 Pilots and Panic at the Disco and CCR, $19.99 on that. And we have Thelonious London, the remixes. Electronic House, Thelonious London. What does that say? Hold on, let me step back. Theophilus. What is, hold on a second. I thought it was going to say Thelonious Monk. It says Theophilus London, the remixes, $9.99 over here. And then Vaughn Brothers is a buy it now for $55. A 1990 USOG, $55. And Black Sabbath is a $15 bid. There's something I missed, though. Yeah, Kelly Vladicek on Suicide Squad. Okay, thank you on that. Our crate's almost full. Black Sabbath Technical Ecstasy was a 76 OG Winchester. It has the original on her sleeve. It's in VG condition, okay? We still got a few advertised auctions, and then the bonus crate has some greatness in it. Duran Duran, 7 in the Ragged Tiger. This is an 83 Winchester OG with the insert. This is the insert, which is an invitation to the Duran Duran fan club. I don't see that in too many of them. Gold stamp promo, $25 start on that. God Enthusiast. Was that a claim in here, or was that just a statement? Okay, and then we also have Coldplay Parachutes. Coldplay's a 2017, $24.99, and Pearl Jam Lightning Bolt. Pearl Jam Lightning Bolt, $29.99. Pearl Jam. Really cool stuff in here. And, oh, let me stretch. We have Black Sabbath at 15. Michael Jacob also bid 15. Brad Bolin on Coldplay. And I was about to make that the last record so we can put up another new crate. Holy moly. Also, the second half of the Van Halen lights are in. So the back half of the Van Halen lights. So if you didn't get a Van Halen light, the last time we build those, the second half is in, okay? Pink Floyd's should be here soon, and then we're working on the next couple of designs. So stand by for that. Mortgage Guy Rob got Pearl Jam. And then John LeBeatty next, then Josh Brown, Black Sabbath 20, and Chris Stapleton, $19.99 from Room A Volume 2. These are all pre-owned records. They're all Near Mint Minus, EX++, and Arcade Fire. Arcade Fire is sealed on blue vinyl, $19.99, and Kristen McBride, Conversations with Christian, Record Store Day orange vinyl, $24.99. And we got Sounds from True Stories, David Byrne from the Talking Heads. David Byrne's a gold stamp promo, 86 Allied, a $25 start on that one. Okay. Over here, Jim B is very late bidding on MC Hammer. Too bad, too sad. Kelly Vladicek on Arcade Fire. Gregory said sigh. I don't think that's a claim. I think he's going, because he wants to bid on something maybe. And then Black Sabbath is at 20. Alan Smith on CS, which was Chris Stapleton. Adam Bernardi next on Arcade Fire. And then Alan Smith next on Arcade Fire. And then we have Harold Land, Westbound, with Carmel Jones, Buddy Montgomery, Monk Montgomery, 2021 Record Store Day, $29.99. Last thing over here on Black Sabbath, Jim Hines, Utah, Michael Jacob. He already had it for $20, okay? So you're out. Michael Jacob was first. Nobody bid on Duran Duran. This is a $25 buy now. Grab that while you can. And then Talking Heads, a $25 start. Sounds from True Stories, David Byrne, okay? Next is Phil Collins, No Jacket Required, $24.99. There's a girl that's been on my mind all the time. Studio, one more night, please take me home. Okay, that should sell it. Mega Blast on Duran Duran. That sold him for $25. Who got Coldplay earlier? You did, I'm pretty sure. And then Chris Knapp next on Duran Duran. Coldplay earlier was sold to Brad Bullen. It should have been sold to Brad Bullen. The Coldplay earlier should have been sold to Brad Bullen. Because Spiky asked the grade. No, wait a second. I can't remember. Was there another one in here? Oh, at this point, I don't know. Was there another one in here? I can't remember at this point. There might have been two. I think Brad Bolin got the most recent one. According to my chat, Brad Bolin got the most recent one. Yeah, Brad Bolin got the most recent. Parachutes with yellow. Yeah, that went to Brad Bolin. Chris, you were second. Okay. All right. Now, we have Pearl Jam already sold for $450. Pearl Jam sold for $450. Lenny Kravitz sold earlier for $55. Okay? Now, Black Sabbath is at 22. Final call to get a bid on David Byrne. $25. No one's bid yet. Next auction is the Cars, an audiophile press, a Nautilus Super Disc. A Nautilus Super Disc, the Cars. We have a 1980 half-speed Master, $55 start, near mint. Two big auctions not. Page and Plant sold for $400. Pearl Jam sold for $450. Eric Church caught in the act. Eric Church is $149.99. A 2013 OG Record Store Day exclusive with the bonus 7-inch and poster. $149.99. White Stripes, $44.99. White Stripes Elephant, split colored vinyl, red and black and white. $44.99 for White Stripes. Over here, I think somebody asked me about Christian McBride. The first question on this was Alan Smith asked who plays on it and then is it numbered. This is $24.99. Record Store Day exclusive, numbered. Yes, it is. Roy Hargrove, Regina Carter, Sting is on here, George Duke, Chick Corea. It looks like some all-stars. $24.99 on that. Also, that is Baroness. Baroness is a picture disc, $19.99, and this is Baroness Try to Disappear. Is this a single? Maybe. I think that's a single as a picture disc. Baroness, $19.99. Black Sabbath is now at $30. Nobody bid on David Byrne. That's a $25 buy it now. Final call on the Cars at $55. We also have Orion's Belt with an E on the end. Villa or Marini, $19.99. Lo-fi jazz indie from Norway. No wonder those Norwayans, $19.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is, I'm very curious what pressing this Zombies is from the bonus crate. It's a 2015 U.S., a classic album, The Zombies. It's the time of the season. Bing, bom, bom, when love runs high. $20 start on that. We have Christian McBride sold to Alan Smith. Thank you, so to you. Next is YL. $14.99. Youth Lagoon, to be exact, the year of hibernation. $14.99. Boy, I wish I could hibernate for a while. Just go into a dark room for about 3 weeks I'd feel probably really refreshed. Black Sabbath is 32. Chad Snyder has the Zombies for 20. What Was David Byrne? Black Sabbath 35. And we have over here, we have an indie album, 1999. And this is called Phoenix Bankrupt, 1999. This is billed as David Byrne, Songs from True Stories, David Byrne, the original motion picture score. Okay? There it is. Norwegians, we have Lana Del Rey, $34.99. Laura loves Lana Del Rey. That is $34.99. And The Dead Weather, Sea of Cowards, 2016 sealed, $24.99. Zombies, one bid, $20. Black Sabbath, $35. Spiky McVeigh on Orion's Bell. That's Buck Buchanan. Orion's Bell, thank you. Buck Buchanan was at the Paul McCartney concert in Nashville. I almost seen you and Michael Manning. And then y'all got on an elevator as the door was closing. What a show, right? Black Sabbath, $40. Phoenix, which is right here. This is sold to Alan Smith. Zombies, $25. Black Sabbath, $40. Ron Duffield on Dead Weather, sold to Ron Duffield. Put Back Phoenix, already have it. This is going back in the bin. We have Oasis, What's the Story, Morning Glory, 2022, $34.99. And Pearl Jam, $29.99. This is called Gigaton. It may be the Tour edition. I think the Tour editions had these books with them, but I could be wrong on that. $29.99 for Pearl Jam. Man, there's some great titles in here, and they're at great prices. Holy moly. Are we done on Black Sabbath? Michael Jacob is tied. Jim Hines was the first person to get this for $40. Michael Jacob, you're out. The Cars is a no bid, $55. And then the Zombies is a 2015 U.S. near mint minus. Okay? Pearl Jam is indie exclusive. There we go. Indie exclusive. So to John LaBeatty. Josh Brown was next. Then Ron Duffield. We have My Morning Jacket, The Waterfall, $29.99. Any CDs tonight? Maybe in Your Dreams. We have The Smile, cutouts. Radiohead side project is The Smile. That's on white vinyl, $29.99. Even Flow. Sheets of empty canvas under sheets of clay. Oh, five horizons revolve around the sun. Over here, we have... All right, so Gigaton sold to John LaBeatty, Josh Brown second, Ron Duffield third, Alan Hagen fourth, Adam Bernardi on My Morning Jacket, John Bergenstorm on Oasis. Oh, that's a good one. That's sold to John Bergenstorm, and he's still buying CDs. Yes. Zombies 26, Chris Knapp on Smile, and over here we have Black Sabbath. The last bid was a tie. Michael Jacob went out, sold to Jim Hines for $40. Another great bonus crate pull. That is done. This crate is definitely worthy of another recap. Holy moly, there's some good stuff left in here. The Zombies is at 26. When love runs high in this time. Beep, bop, bop. Okay, over here is our next auction. How about we put up right now for bid, without further ado, at this moment in time, here in America, in Tennessee, in Lebanon, in Coletco's headquarters, Radiohead. I might be wrong, live recordings. A 2016 sealed $25 start for Radiohead. Okay? Next thing over here is this crate. We're going to read through these again quickly but thoroughly. Okay? Now, we have, so just FYI, we probably have 10 or 12,000 CDs. I don't know if they bought any on this trip, but the ones I have, I think could be considered check condition. A guy bought them at a place called McKay's, and a lot of them are what I think are check condition. And so instead of us showing them here and having to sort through them, I'm trying to find somebody who wants to buy them all. But this guy, over the course of about a decade, probably bought 10,000 CDs at McKay's, maybe 15,000. And we mixed in other stuff in with them, and it's going to take us months to sort them. So I really don't even want to go through them. I went through some the other night and looked at them, and it's going to be so time consuming because he imported them all into his computer. So he took the booklets and turned them upside down and backwards. So all the booklets have to be swapped. The discs are check condition, and it's just going to be a disaster. And, you know, and we don't sell them for any less than $7, and some of these for $6.99 would be probably too much. So we're either just going to put them out in the store and just let people dig through them, fill up the bins, and keep restocking them. I mean, some of them are beautiful because I think McKay's, when they mark something scratched on a CD, it could literally be like a hairline mark. I don't know. There's a grading system they use. But I think he flipped the booklets to let him know he had ripped it to his hard drive. There's so many CD collections. People buy CDs. They used to rip them to hard drives, and then they would just sell them. You know, they would call me and be like, hey, I've went through my CD collection, Chad. I put it all into my hard drive. I'm ready to sell them. And I was like, I don't know if you really want to do that. I would want to keep the actual disc. And I hear people all the time, I've got a hard drive with 20,000 CDs. And I'm like, I'd rather have the disc, though. I don't know. But I guess digital's digital. But these are, there's some good ones, though. I mean, if I brought a stack back here tonight, excuse me, y'all could see what I'm talking about. I bet there's some stuff in there y'all would want for $6.99, but as y'all know, our price, our floor here for pricing is like $7. Every once in a while, I'll sell stuff like these cleaning cloths. By the way, if anybody wants one, cleaning cloths, $5.99 if anybody wants one, okay? So cleaning cloths, $5.99. But other than that, I don't sip. So there's some stuff it's like, you know, not really worth showing these. Okay, Zombies is sold to Chad Snyder for $26. $26 on this. But we only buy CDs really if they're really good titles, really good. And typically we get them in with collections, okay? Laura bid 25 on Radiohead. Chris Knapp bid 27. That's the high bid right now on Radiohead. 27 right now is the high bid, okay? Moving on, our next auction is the following. Steeler. Steeler is going to go up for auction right now, a US on Shrapnel Records. There is an old sticker on it for $35. I think this will peel off pretty easily. It did, no problem. $35. What about a $25 start? That was somebody had it at a garage sale for $35 at one point. $25 start on Steeler, okay? There's that Radiohead 27 final call. Let's read through these again quickly. Some great stuff remains. Adele 21, EX 1799, Dave Mangan, Oh Fortune. Dave Mangan Folk Indie, EX $9.99. OSI Blood. This is a super group with members of Fates Warning, Dream Theater, and Porcupine Tree. Prague, $34.99. Adele is sold to Mark Weiss. Thank you. And then we had My Morning Jacket, $19.99 on My Morning Jacket. This is Theo Phyllis London, the remixes, $9.99. Harold Land, Westward Bound, another jazz album in here. 21 Record Store Day, 2021, $29.99. My Morning Jacket sold to Adam Bernardi. And we have Phil Collins, No Jack Required, $24.99. Laura, he's saying you can have the Radiohead if you want it for $25. If not, I'll sell it to him $27. Steeler, from the bonus crate pool, Shrapnel Records OG, final call for $25. OSI sold to Ryan Mustaine. Probably going to hopefully sell about everything in here. Still got Phil Collins, Harold Land, Theo Phyllis, and Dave Mangan. I've got Eric Church, $149.99, $149.99, 2013 Record Store Day. And then White Stripes. It's on white. It's a 2 LP, white vinyl, and then black and red and black split, $44.99. Also, Baroness, this is a picture disc, $19.99 on that. And then Youth Lagoon, the year of hibernation, $14.99. Chris, I'm going to sell you the Radiohead for $27. She says you can have it. Neelan Black, hope I said your first name right. And this is sold to you. And if you're a first-time buyer, just say yes. First-time buyer, and then I didn't get you registered. I don't think I've ever said your name before. Steeler is EX Plus condition. Nice jacket, too. Nice and glossy. VG Plus or better on the jacket, and the vinyl's EX Plus. Okay, and that does have a bid for $25. That was Youth Lagoon. Lana Del Rey is $34.99. And this last record is Phoenix Bankrupt with some nice peaches on the cover. And that's an indie album, $19.99. Okay? So anybody new, after you make a purchase, I should recognize your name. And if I do, just say, yes, first time purchase. If I ask, if I don't, and you are, be sure to remind me. And the only reason we do this, we make a new chart and we make sure we have you registered. So when comes invoicing time, we can get you on the hookup, okay? All right, Neelan Black, a first-time buyer. Just make sure you DM us on Facebook. So this page, which is CollectCo, you can contact us through private message, direct message system, Facebook Messenger as they call it. You'll be dealing with Ed. Invoices go out on Monday. So you bought one record, okay? You bought one record. If you buy 5 more, it's still all going to ship for $8. So we'll be on here for several more hours tonight, and then I'll be back here tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. You can keep adding to your order. And there's new stuff priced every night, and then, of course, we deal in new releases, too. And we do those kind of early in the show. And then for the rest of the night, we do all pre-owned and auctions. And we still got some cool stuff over here, okay? Over here, what White Stripes album was that Elephant? That was White Stripes Elephant. Yes, it's already gone. And Morgan's been sold tonight. Not tonight. I pretty much have the deal done, but I have not paid the man. I don't want to sell anything until I actually pay somebody. We've done the deal, but let me get the cash in his hand tomorrow, and then we'll do that then, okay? So I don't have any 45s. No. Tonight's bonus segment will probably be more LPs. Me trying to go through discount like we did last night, or maybe books. But I don't know. I think what I'm going to do with books is just photograph them and then post them in the group. That might be better for everybody. A lot of people want to buy the books. It seems like they have to go to bed, and then the ones I show do sell, but anyways. Okay. Over here, we have Steeler, one bid, $25, and this sold to Alan Hagen. Don't forget, Laura is marking another crate, but let's go through a discount crate right now. This is sold for $25, and then Mark Stanley put M. And Mark Stanley, which album was M? I'm not for sure. I don't see an M in here. And then I don't know. I don't know if we bought any 45s or not. I haven't heard anything about 45s this entire trip, honestly. This entire trip, I haven't heard anything about 45s. Okay. But let's see. Miss Punch. Okay, Miss Q. Chad, tell me there is a Megadeth CollectCo edition of the upcoming album. A Megadeth CollectCo edition, like a CollectCo exclusive. That'd be pretty cool, but unfortunately not to my knowledge. unless Dave Mustaine's making one and he hadn't told me about it yet. No, not to my knowledge. But we do have the indie exclusive up for pre-order. Okay? Cancel my membership. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess when I run some ads, I need to say we're in the market to buy a 45 collection. I know there's some people in America that have entire rooms full of 45s. You know, people that's collected rare stuff, and we just hadn't got a call like that in a while. We usually just get album collections. But some people do have some pretty serious 45s. I mean, I do, but I don't know. Maybe my collection's an outlier. But I think one day we'll get a call and it'll just be some sort of insane, rare, unfiltered collection. But a lot of the really rare stuff is so easy to sell. You know, it's like, you know, all the rare soul and funk. A lot of people would probably just go ahead and list them and sell them before I even get a chance to buy them as a collection, because, you know, they got like records they could sell for $3,000 by a couple clicks on Discogs. Best price on Eric Church. Well, tonight I got to keep it sticker price. In the future, it could be best offer. And then Eric Clapton, Eric Church vinyl. It was black vinyl. Eric Church was black, but it was the record store day with the bonus yellow single. Bonus yellow single. Okay, sorry, I'm in transition. It is almost 10. It is almost 10, or it's almost 11, excuse me. And so it's that time of night. I've went through all the new vintage stuff. I've went through all the new stuff. I've went through the only Laura crate that she has ready at the moment. She's working on another one. So now it's time to do a best offer crate. And I think I have everything that Laura has priced on other nights. And we need to take offers on these. I may have already showed them. Noah Khan, Arcade Fire, and then I'll try to find a vintage crate. But there's actually not that many in here. And if we don't get offers on them now, they're probably going to go into a discount crate in the mornings. And so you might want to make offers, okay? And we still got bonus crate stuff. But first, let's take offers on these. Very similar to the kind of crate we just had. And if you missed out on the Dark Side of the Moon earlier, well, guess what? I have another one. And it's very similar to the one we just had. Another 1975 pressing. A Jacksonville press with 2 posters and a postcard. A VG Plus, and it has 1 sticker, not a postcard, 1 sticker, and then both posters. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, $25 start, okay? $25 start. What's the Arcade Fire? You're about to see it. It's in this crate. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. I have Curtis Harding, Face Your Fear. Some of y'all may have not seen these best offer before. They've only been shown maybe once or twice. Sticker, I can't remember. A Funk Soul album, sealed, $19.99. These are now best offer, or you can go ahead and claim them, up to you. Heavy Cream, Super Treatment. Heavy Cream is sealed, $14.99. FKA Twigs, LP1. $19.99 on FKA Twigs. Beyonce Lemonade, yellow vinyl, $24.99. Pink Floyd, $25. Pink Floyd, $35. Pavement, Slanted and Enchanted. Pavement is $27.99. Love Revisited, sealed red vinyl, $24.99. Lou Reed Transformer, split vinyl, gold and black, limited to 1,500, $64.99 on Lou Reed. Dude the Obscure, T. Hardy Morris. Alternate Rock, $9.99. Heavy Cream, Danny. Danny is an alternate rock album from Nashville, $9.99. And Frontier Ruckus, Eternity Dimming. And this is sealed, folk indie, $14.99. Jim B on FKA Twigs for $14. I feel like FKA Twigs needs to be $16, Jim B. And then Tim Vigari said Cream, $10. And then we have an offer, full price. Heavy Cream will be $14.99 if Tim Vigari wants it. If not, it's sold to Jim Hines. It's Pavement, a recent reissue. Pavement is a 2010 reissue. 2010 reissue. Colleen Cook said she would do 15. She's outbidding Jim B. This is $14 if Jim B, 16 if Jim B wants it. So Colleen, $16 on that if you want it, okay? 16 on that if you want it. And then Tim Vigari passes. So Jim Hines, you do get cream, heavy cream that is. And this is 16. And that is Colleen's if she wants it for $1 more. The last bid on Pink Floyd was John LaBadie at $35. Pink Floyd is a 1975 press. This album came out in 73. It has both posters and 1 sticker, a strong VG and not a bad jacket. $35 on that. Ron Duffield needs to put back the Dead Weather. He already has it. Dead Weather is going back. I don't know if there was anybody backup on it, but it's available. Sea of Cowards. Dead Weather is a 2016 sealed, $24.99. If you're interested, just say, Chad, I'll take the dead weather. Ring me up, buddy. Thank you and good night. Okay, next is Seth Your Fire. Says, I'll take the dead weather. Let me walk halfway back across the room and get it back out again. This is sold to Jordan Underhill, a.k.a. Seth You're Fired. This is sold to Jordan Underhill. Thank you on that one. Colleen does get FKA twigs for 16. And we have Natural Child Body Switchers. This is an indie rock on colored vinyl, $17.99. Christina next on Dead Weather. Noah Khan, Stick Season, double LP, Shrink It Hot, $29.99. Let's grab another auction. And that next auction is going to be, this is the Beatles Not For Sale. Compilations from various recordings. A Beatles Unofficial from 1985. VG Plus Beatles Not For Sale, $25 star. One After 909, the 62 studio rehearsal. Yes, it is. First time released in stereo. Birthday, the vocal track reference demo. Goodbye, the original demo. I've Got a Feeling. A Day in the Life with a clean intro with Countdown remixed. Very cool Beatles there. $25. Beatles Not For Sale. Also, Howlin' Wolf, Moaning in the Moonlight. A 2011, that's in mono, $24.99 on that. And Moon Taxi Cabaret. Moon Taxi, a double LP, $34.99. And Dylan McDonald and the Avians, Out From the Door. A rock album, $9.99. Franz Ferdinand, The Human Fear. Franz is $24.99. And Them Vibes, Electric Fever. Rock, $24.99. Howlin' Wolf sold for $17 to Adam Bernardi. That's done. Pink Floyd is sold, and Pink Floyd is sold for $35 to John LaBeatty. Thank you on that. Let's put that away. John LaBeatty, there's the Beatles, $25 start on that. Let's put his posters and his sticker in there. Very cool. Very nice. And over here, that's done. And then we have Arcade Fire, Pink Elephant, red and pink marble vinyl, sealed $34.99. The Beatles Not For Sale, ETA on next Laura crate. I'm fading fast. Sounds like you need to put on a pot of coffee. I'm going to say it's anywhere between 10 and 55 minutes away. Anywhere between 10 and 55 minutes away. Next auction is Van Halen with the David Lee Roth poster. A 1980 USOG. VG Plus condition, and this is a $35 start. Sounds like you need to pop a couple pills or something. That's a $35 start. Adam Bernardi, Arcade Fire, $25 sold. Next thing in here is Black Sabbath Paranoid. This is a 2016 reissue, 180 gram, $32.99. Castle Storm, Jeff the Brotherhood. Castle Storm is $14.99. Hold on, I got to give Jake a code over here. Let me give Jake a code. Hold on one second. Jake needs a login code over here. Okay, Jake needs a login code. 1,500 calories a day. Holy moly. I had 1,500 calories 20 minutes ago. You know, I've ate 4 Subway cookies since I've been live. That's got to be 1,500 calories. Over here, Seth, You're Fired on Black Sabbath Paranoid. Down, 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 down. That's the riff for Paranoid. David Lee Roth poster is included. She said 20 more minutes. Gregory, you can tough out 20 more minutes, can't you? Black Sabbath Condition. How about Near Mint Minus and Pristine? Arcade Fire, 26. Already sold for 25. Castle Storm, sold to Dave Mosley for 14. Nobody bid on the Beatles. Your loss. $25 buy now if anybody wants it. Beatles Not For Sale. It's an unofficial compilation. Van Halen. So this is a 1980 USOG Winchester. The original pressings of Women and Children First with their hit song, And the Cradle Will Rock, and I say rock on. This has the original David Lee Roth poster. We'll go to the top cam. There's Roth. He's in leather pants, chained to a fence. Some of y'all women need to remain calm. That is a $25 start. And the cover's in VG Plus condition. And don't forget about Everybody Wants Some. I had a copy of this autographed one time. I had a copy autographed by Roth on the front, and then the rest of them signed the back. And I kind of wish I still had it because Eddie Van Halen signed jackets have just keep getting more expensive and more expensive. Eddie actually initialed it. He usually writes, he kind of has a quick signature, but he put E, V, and H. It's pretty bizarre, but it was signed, and we sold that a couple years ago. Wish I had it back. Seth Your Fire does take the Black Sabbath. Lisa Marachi gets the Beatles for $25, and that is in Van Halen is a 1980 USOG Winchester. The vinyl is in VG Plus condition, and it's a $30 start. Every time you've asked me, I keep forgetting. It is a 1980. It is a US original. It's a Winchester pressing. It's in VG Plus condition. It has the David Lee Roth poster. It's a VG Plus jacket. It is a great album. And Christina Curtis, the starting bid is $30. Now I just need Red Betty to bid $50. Okay, and then Michael Hamburger wants Eric Church from The Last Crate. But first of all, we got Them Vibes, and Them Vibes over here was $24.99. I also have Kurt Vile, Waking on a Pretty Days, sealed $24.99. Beyonce Renaissance is a 2022 USOG, 2LP sealed, $39.99. Right now, nobody has bid on Van Halen. We have Pearl Jam No Code, a 2016, $49.99. Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power, sealed for $44.99. Hazel, Thor, $24.99. That's actually from a Hatchet Ed crate. This is known as Gong Splat, $19.99, and Stray Cats, self-titled, $39.99. Okay? Next over here from the bonus crate. The only other Japanese I'm willing to put up tonight, there's one that's definitely for Thursday night, another one for Thursday night, and two more that definitely need to be advertised. I'm willing to roll the dice with this one at 11 o'clock-ish. It's a 1976 pressing of King Crimson, Wake of Poseidon. King Crimson's a 76 Japanese. It's near mint, EX Plus, a $65 start. So here's what I'll do on Van Halen. Christina, if you put VH30, I'm just going to go ahead and sell it to you, okay? And then let's pull Michael Hamburger, the Eric Church. And his catalog is odd. Some of his stuff is not in print, and they get really pricey, like this. So this is sold to him. Pantera for $35. I told somebody the other night $39. And the reason is if I order these new and put a sticker on it, it would be $49.99. I feel like $10 for a pre-owned sealed copy is a pretty good discount. And it's $5 off the current sticker. So $39 buys Pantera. Them Vibes, $18. I'll go ahead and let that one go. And then over here, Hazel 18, Hazel 22. It looks like 22 is going to get it if you wanted Alan Hagen. Okay? There's a Japanese pressing of King Crimson in the Court of the Crimson King. All right, give me 1 second. I'm going to make sure I didn't miss a phone number here. A message. Let me see what Jake is saying here. Okay, I got him taken care of. And what about Tanner? Tanner fell asleep on him. Saw me. Let me remind him about this as soon as he wakes up. I was waiting for the family to kind of make it. I was waiting for the family to make it public, and they did earlier tonight. So my business partner here, Henry, his daughter-in-law passed away last night. And I'm probably going to miss a sale, maybe even 2 sales. Very tragic. She passed away in her sleep last night. And I dealt with that this morning. Amazing people, amazing family. So I got to get a hold of Paul and let him know. But, man, she's very young, too. I think she's 37. So, we're very close to them, too. Like, very close. So, that's, at this point, I consider Henry part of my family. He would say the same. So, I knew Brittany. I knew her very well. Met her several times. But, yeah. This is her right here. This is Henry's son. We call him Little Henry. And this is Jennifer. This is Henry's wife. But that's a pretty recent photo. So, they have 2 kids. That's what hurts the most. They have an 8-year-old and a 4-year-old. So, to the Coletco family, man, they're going to need some help. So, they're going to need some thoughts. They're going to go through a rough time. No, Henry don't do much with social media. So, but she had heart problems for a long time, and she had 3 open heart surgeries, I think, in the last 30 days. She had 3 open heart surgeries in the last 30 days. So, but Little Henry, who is the man here in the picture, that's my business partner's son. We've played golf. We've went to football games. They're big football fans. He's a football coach, so we've went to the college football playoffs together. We've went to the Masters together. We've played golf multiple times together. So, yeah. I took that phone call about 4:30 this morning. So that was pretty devastating. But there's a good chance I'm not going to be here for a couple of days whenever all that, because they're out of Chattanooga. Okay, let's find another discount crate. Sorry to get sidetracked like that, but I thought that was definitely worthy of a mention, especially if I'm not here. It's hard enough didn't want to go like too public with it, where everybody. But when I'm not here, Paul will probably tell everybody what's going on. So, but if anything, we got to be there for Henry. Me and him's like this. We're like this. So he's taught me about everything I know in business, and he's probably the major reason for our success here. So that was his daughter-in-law. Didn't know her as well, but I know it hurts their family. So I need to go down there probably for the funeral, which will probably be this week. Van Halen, $35 with Christina. And then King Crimson's a final call. King Crimson is a buy it now, actually. King Crimson's a buy it now. 76 Japanese reissue. 65 on that. 65 on that. So, man, just knowing they have 2 kids, 8 and 4, that's a gut wrencher for me. Oh, I had trouble. I was going to go to sleep early, kind of, and then I got that call, and I was like, oh no. But thoughts and prayers to them. My goodness. Okay, King Crimson, so does Stephen A. Young. Let's find a vintage pre-owned crate. Probably can do one of those right quick before we get the other lower crate up here. I'm probably going to do a quick half offer. And Van Halen's still getting bids. Let's pull something else from the bonus crate here. Rest in peace, Brittany. Some people are just not born with a good heart, and they struggle with it their whole lives. So my dad's side of the family, heart attack, just Something they can't quite figure out in the marvelous world of medicine. Hearts are something that are not easy to fix. They hadn't figured that one out. Even in 2025, they can't quite figure out the heart, it seems like. That's a tough one. That's what I lost my dad to. 1977, Leonard Skinner's Second Helping. This is in shrink wrap. Their classic second album was Sweet Home Alabama, Call Me the Breeze, The Ballad of Curtis Lowe. It's a 77 reissue, $15 start on that. Van Halen's at 40, and let's find that half off crate, okay? Let's do it. Jim B just fell out of his chair. So, Jim B just fell out of his chair. Jim B just fell out all over the place. If anything, Paul will fill in and get a show started for me. Yeah, I can make it back. Depends on what's going on, you know, so I don't want to make any promises. I also don't want to sound like I'm not trying to go, because I need to, obviously. So, but we'll see what happens. I just know it's a big deal when I miss a night, so I want to get everybody prepared for Where's Chad comments whenever not that happens. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, you know, whenever. So I didn't want to just, you know, announce it to the world when I'm gone. I'm going to let deaths and other families, I'll always let families take care of that on social media. So, but I figured I'd mention it here now because I've been thinking about it all day. I woke up thinking about it. We've been talking about it all day. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. But that family, the Woodards, they were, he's been, I mean, like I said, he's the reason for success here. Okay, yeah, Hazel, sorry, I got really sidetracked there. I opened up Facebook and I saw that photo. I opened up Facebook to check on a message and I saw that photo and I got just lost. So yeah, Alan Hagen did get Hazel for 22 and Bradley passed on Pantera. So the Pantera is still available for 39 if anybody wants it. Okay, I'm good. This is like a little short crate. This is actually, right here is, this is where we pulled out some half-off records, or we pulled out stuff to make a flip crate, and this is a few things that was left. Sometimes I grab a whole crate and just make a flip crate out of it. Well, if it's really full, I have to leave a handful out so I have some room to flip. And this was the leftovers. And instead of putting them in tomorrow's flip video, let's just do them half off, okay? And then we probably can find another one. Leonard Skinner's at 20, and she's done on Van Halen. Cameron has it for 42. So Leonard Skinner 15, Leonard Skinner 15, and then she bid 20. So Sully, you're out on Leonard Skinner, and now Van Halen is a final call, and that's to Cameron Davis at $42. So we have A Cosmic Attunement by Stephen Halperin, M.A., and this is $12.50. This is $12.50, SRI. $12.50 on that. You told Christina if she put Van Halen 30, you sold to her what she already done, and then she bid again, and then you took bids, and she got out bid, just saying. Oh, you know what? I may have said that. I know I said that, and I've just kind of forgot about that. She did put well, did she actually put VH32? Tim Vigari was the first one, I think. No, I know what happened. No, she did put 30. That is true. Tim Vigari, I have to, one thing, I've got to go ahead and sell this to Christina, and I've got to sell it to her last. Tim Vigari made a great point. So Cameron Davis, the Van Halen earlier, I put it up for bid. Somebody asked about it. Christina put up a bid, and then I had to show it a couple other times. And then I told Christina if she bid 30, and then I just got so wrapped up taking bids, I forgot. This is sold to Christina for $30. I don't know if you was on there when I told her that, but I did say that. This is sold to Christina for $30. Sorry. I got so sidetracked there. This is sold to Christina for $30. So we got to cancel all those other bids. This is sold to Christina for $30, okay? And then Leonard Skinner is at 20, also with Christina, and it's up to Sully if they want to bid again, okay? Next over here is this. I have Roy Buchanan, You're Not Alone. Roy Buchanan's $10. I don't know what kind of record this is. I don't know if this is jazz, spoken word. fusion, rock. John didn't tell me anything. He didn't give me a year, a genre. It's just called a cosmic attunement. It kind of looks like it gives vibes for like a fusion jazz type deal. Stephen Halperin. That name sounds very familiar, but it's $12.50. And then Roy Buchanan, $10. This is a half off crate. Meditation, New Wave. Okay, yeah, I was about to say, it's got to be something kind of far out there. So there's that. Roy Buchanan, $10. The Illusion, if it's so, The Illusion is $10. The Illusion. And Paul Young, The Secret of Association. Paul Young is a gold stamp promo, $7.50. And Liar, Set the World on Fire. Liar is sealed, $10 on Liar. And Mark Almond, 2. Mark Almond 2 is $7.50. We have Leonard Skinner at $25 and Tim Vigari on RB for Roy Buchanan. That is sold to Tim Vigari for $10. Jerry Lee Lewis sings the Country Music Hall of Fame Hits Volume 1. Jerry Lee is $5. We have Peter Sellers and Sophia Loren. This is the soundtrack to Millionaires. These soundtracks really throw me off sometimes because what they did, they promoted the actor sometimes as the title words instead of the score musician. So this is not music by Peter Sellers or Sophia Loren. It is $10. The score music is Ron Goodwin, but it is produced by George Martin, who produced all the Beatles albums. $10 on that. Leonard Skinner's still getting bids at $25 and now $27. And Commander Cody is Lost Planet Airman. Tales from the Ozone. Commander Cody is $10. Tales from the Ozone on that one. Let's put up another record right quick. AC/DC. If you want blood, you got it. It's a 1978 OG specialty press. It's a strong VG. It's only a $15 start. It does have a little bit of cover damage up here. $15 start for AC/DC. Skinner's still getting bids. And then half off the Nat King Cole box set. 6 LPs of Nat King Cole, $12.50. That's like a nickel a piece. And then we have Cold Blood. Cold Blood is VG plus $9. And Gray Slick, Welcome to the Wrecking Ball. VG plus $5 on Gray Slick. And Kayak. Kayak is EX $9. And Milt Jackson with the Ray Brown Big Band. Memphis Jackson, now just $17.50, VG plus. Boontar on Nat King Cole, that sold to him for $12.50. James Handy on the Commander Cody, that was $10. Thank you, so do you. And new bid on Leonard Skinner for $30. New bid on Leonard Skinner for $30. And then AC/DC just got introduced. Laura said she's on her way of a half-off crate. Great timing. A 78 USOG. A strong VG on AC/DC if you want blood. And that's a $15 start. Excellent timing. Looks like Laura's got us some goodies. I'm going to show these half-off records one more time. Kayak is called Phantom of the Night. It's EX $9, okay? First thing is A Cosmic Attunement by Stephen Halperin. That is Meditation, New Age, $12.50. The Illusion, if it's so, was $10. If I'm not mentioning grade, then it's EX plus or better. Paul Young is $7.50. The Secret Association. Liar, Set the World on Fire, sealed for $10. Mark Almond 2, $7.50. Jerry Lee Lewis is $5. We have Peter Sellers, Sophia Loren, The Millionaire soundtrack. Ron Goodwin, produced by George Martin, $10 on that. Cold Blood was VG plus 9. VG plus 9 for Cold Blood. And this is on a label called San Francisco Fillmore, which was a subsidiary of Atlantic. So they kind of did some, I think, side projects of bands based out of that area. Gray Slick was VG plus 5. Yeah, VG plus 5. Milt Jackson, Memphis Sound, VG plus $17.50. And Kayak is EX $9, okay? Leonard Skinner's at $32, and Dave Mosley said he will take Kayak, okay? That's sold to Dave Mosley. And then AC/DC, let's go ahead and make this a buy it now, and that's a no bid, a 78 USOG, $15 on that. Here is tonight's no bids. Leonard Skinner's still getting bids, by the way. That's our first one. AC/DC, $15. And then there's 4 others from the advertised bin. I will accept reasonable offers on these. Keyword reasonable. This is the Cars by the Cars. And this is a 1980 Nautilus Half-Speed Master audiophile press, $55. David Byrne, Sounds from True Stories, a gold stamp promo, $25. Stevie Vaughan and Jimmy Ray Vaughan. Or how about Stevie Ray Vaughan and Jimmy Vaughan, family style, Vaughan Brothers, sealed and original with hop sticker, $55. Here's a surprise, Violent Films, the 83 OG first press, EX++ near mint minus, $75. And Matthew Sweet inside, an 86 OG original under sleeve Matthew Sweet, $35. That's all the no bids. Good titles there. Leonard Skinner, $32 with So Kayak. Tim Vigari got AC/DC for $15. Michael Rudolph second. Leonard Skinner, $35. Jim Hines is still bidding. Christina, you've been outbid. All right. And we still got Matthew Sweet, Violent Films, Vaughan Brothers, that and that. Okay. There's that. And I usually offer bundles for leftover half off stuff. Okay. I usually offer bundles for leftover half-off stuff. So we have, wow, look who just called a break. I'm taking a dinner break, so I've got a few minutes. Bundle that crate for 40. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sell everything left in here to John Barry for $40. Okay? Scott Dwallow got Matthew Sweet for $35. Sell that to Scott Dwallow for $35. And then John Barry got on at a perfect time. He got all of these for $40. Wow. That's like buy the Milt Jackson and get the rest of them for free. Awesome. All right, and now we're ready for a lower crate. Perfect timing. I wish you didn't have to work tonight, John Barry. We're going to go into some $6.99 mayhem and then do half-offs and bundles. Maybe tomorrow. We might do some tonight. I'll save them for you. Jim B's like, you better be doing some $6.99. I got some mortgage to pay, son. I'm over here rubbing 2 pennies together trying to get my fire started. Why do I imagine Jim B's house like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory kind of deal? You got like everybody in one room and y'all are like eating cabbage and... I mean, is this what's going on at Jim B's house? Is it like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory kind of scenario? Are you trying to find a golden ticket? The Vaughan Brothers was a sealed OG, $55, sealed original. Jill Whitworth offered $40 for the Cars. Let's do a $5 bump on that. $45 on the Cars. It is beautiful. It is near mint minus. And yeah, Vaughan Brothers, $55. All right, let's sell Skinner. Let's get 2 more bonus crate auctions going before we get deep into this lower crate. So this will be the last new arrivals crate of the night. This will be the last new arrival crate tonight. Any other bundlers watching? I got to find some bundlers if we're going to be doing some half off and $6.99 tonight. We got to find some bundlers. Gerald Whitworth gets the Cars for $45. Great there. Man, you got a lot of options for audiophiles on this. You can get the Half-Speed Master. You can get the Rhino Hi-Fi. You can get a MoFi pressing. Did Analog Productions do it? There's a lot of different ways you can get the Cars. And I bet some people have like 5 copies on their shelf. A Japanese. You could get a U.S. original, a Japanese, a Rhino Hi-Fi, a MoFi, a Half-Speed Master. So... oh man, a bunch of posters just fell over behind me. Hey Chad, I'm not sure if you remember or not, but I purchased a copy of SCDC in an auction for like $6, $7. Never got people in my invoices. Interesting. That probably is in a Hatchet Ed crate in the back because it got mistagged or something. I will flip through it tonight, see if it pops up. Yes, or sometimes they miss stuff like that. G will bring me a stack every once in a while and be like, do you know who got these or what this is? I think I remember her bringing me something like that. So I will try my best to remember it. If it's either in a Hatchet Ed or we have like a mystery section. All right, let's get started. Twisted Sister, come out and play. An 85 USOG specialty press. It has the original pop-up manhole cover. Twisted Sister, VG++, $20 start. And accept balls to the walls. There is a crease running right up here through the cover. It is a US reissue, but the vinyl's really nice. Super nice. Near mint minus, except it's a $20 start. $20 start. I can imagine Jim B being the stereotypical broker raiding Costco. Yeah, pushing little kids out of the way. Dad, that man got the last Pokemon pack. Jim B's like running through the store with a shopping cart. I'm glad he puts up a bar of mischief against him. I'm glad he's got some thick skin. Don't let me find out I can pick on you, because then you'll be my top priority every night. We have Poohole Kisses. Poohole is an indie garage out of Nashville, $9.99. OSI, here's another one, a super group with Fates Warning, Dream Theater, Porcupine Tree. Green vinyl, $29.99. And we have Singles, the original motion picture soundtrack, an awesome soundtrack, holy moly, $29.99. We have Paul Westerberg, Pearl Jam, Mudhoney's on here, Mother Love Bone, Soundgarden, $29.99. $29.99. We have Poohole, and that is sold to Kelly Flottercheck. I hope that was a claim. That's sold to Kelly. Can't stop laughing about the cabbage. Yeah, that's what they're eating on. Charlie, isn't that like she's over there, she's like stewing cabbage or something? I'll never forget that. I was like, ooh. I mean, I like cabbage, but it's just like weird. They make it look gross. His mom's over there like stirring up cabbage on the stove, and they all look like cold, and you know, it's kind of a sad scene. Okay, we have OSI. There's the single, So Did Gregory. See, that was worth staying up for, right, Gregory? That's nice. There we go. And then Twisted Sister has a bid for 20, except as a $20 start. Now, I can't remember if that's in the new one with Johnny Depp or the original. I can't remember. I think I'm thinking of like the new one with Johnny Depp. That's the one that stands out in my mind. I've seen the original, of course, but I always like the one with Johnny Depp. But I can't remember which one it is. My Morning Jacket is on blue vinyl, $24.99. My Morning Jacket, $24.99, except as a $25 start. Near mint minus, the jacket's like VG or less because of this crease and shelf wear. Tough to find that in high grade. The OSI is called Free. It's not free. It's $29.99. It's numbered to 250, and it's on greenish looking vinyl, $29.99. Gary Clark Jr. Live, $19.99. Sounds like a great price. A double LP. Gary Clark Jr. Live. And Record Store Day edition, the Cranberries, Wake Up and Smell the Coffee. 2023 Record Store Day Cranberries, $29.99 on that. Colleen Cook on Singles. And then Accept is at 20. And then Sully on Gary Clark Jr., and then Kelly on Cranberries. But you know what? My crate's full. Let me pause there. Okay, let's go right over here with this. Jim C said we no longer can pick on them. Oh, dang. Well, guess what? I'm going to anyway. Oh, my gosh. Okay, new empty crate coming. Okay, so Sully got Gary Clark. Kelly was next on Cranberries. Gerald Whitworth on OSI. Let me make sure Bradley doesn't want it. I'll go ahead and tag it for Gerald. Tim Vergara next on Gary Clark. And then Gregory needs to pass the singles to Colleen Cook. Change the single soundtrack from the last crate to Gregory to Colleen Cook. Okay? Gregory to Colleen Cook. There's that. We have Noble Claims on My Morning Jacket, right? That's on blue vinyl, $24.99. Next thing is Chris Stapleton from Room A Volume 1, $19.99. Chris Stapleton, nice and shrink wrap. And Arcade Fire, $19.99 on Arcade Fire. The Suburbs, $19.99. I don't think I've ever seen that one. And then we have Light in the Attic and Friends. That's the label, but that's what it's called too. Light in the Attic and Friends. Record Store Day, $24.99. One more that I'm going to update. Ooh, Motown #1s on Gold Vinyl, $14.99. That's a great comp. I think that was a Target exclusive. $14.99 on that. So Twisted Sister is sold, and that was sold to James Hicks for 20. Accept was sold for 20. I think it's supposed to be 25, but that's okay. Sell this to Sheldon for 20. Both those auctions are finished and done. 20 and 20, those are sold and sold. Next is Sully on CS, and CS was for Chris Stapleton. Nice pickup there. Sold to Sully, Chris Stapleton. And then over here, Kelly Vladarchuk on Arcade Fire, sold to Kelly. And then Jeff. And by the way, are you a first-time buyer? You didn't get the Arcade Fire, but I think you might be new. You've been trying to buy some stuff tonight. Jeff Litchin, I believe. And then Christina, you were second on Chris Stapleton. Duke got the Motown. And then Jim Hines just bid 25 on Twisted Sister. Unfortunately, that was very, very, very late. And then Motown, Allen was next, and then Buddy Johnson. So Light in the Attic, I'm curious what this is. Features a brilliant cast legendary Light in the Attic re-release. Okay, so they've done a compilation. Yeah, so Light in the Attic does really, usually rare and out-of-print records. And they've took a compilation of some of their music, so that should be pretty good. $24.99 for that. Okay, offer on Violent Films for $65. Sold $65 to JK. So first time buyer. I hope you are able to grab something. If not, we're going to be here a couple more hours tonight, and then I'll be back tomorrow. Anybody new watching, bear with me. You'll eventually get something, I promise. We got auctions and we got buy it nows, and we do this every night, $8 in limited shipping. Okay, a lot of new people. Let's put up Sturgill Simpson. Let's put up a couple modern pressings. Sturgill Simpson and Stone Temple Pilots, okay? These are going to go up for auction. Stone Temple Pilots live 2018 record store day. It's either a 2018 US or Canadian. It is a red vinyl, and it's sealed with that includes 3D glasses. $30 start on STP, and then Sturgill Simpson 2014, High Top Mountain Records, a 2014 OG. Wow, this is the OG pressing of this. VG++ condition, 30 on Sturgill Simpson. Okay? Lita is a compilation artist like Lick Bob covering artist on the Light in the Attic roster. Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you. Sounds very cool. Who got the Motown record? That went to Duke Norman. Duke got Motown, then Allen, then Buddy Johnson. Okay, with So Violent Films, we have an offer on Stray Cats. Josh Brown, 35 from the last crate. You got it. Sold to Josh Brown for $35. Okay, that's sold to Josh Brown for $35. Stray Cats. Moving on. Sturgill Simpson has a bid for $30. STP has a bid for $33. The only auctions left is Vaughn Brothers and David Byrne from tonight. And Young Bloods Against the Grain. 1999 USOG. Gangsta Rap Crunk. $29.99. Also Phil Collins, but seriously, this one has Another Day in Paradise on it. Yeah, there it is. A half-speed remaster. Double LP, $29.99 for Phil Collins. Jamie Johnson, nice. That Lonesome Song. Jamie Johnson. And this has, you should have seen it in color, right? In color is a banger. Thank you, Laura, for that reminder. $29.99 for Jamie Johnson. And we have TV on the radio, Desperate Youth, Bloodthirsty Babes. 2004 USOG, the D-side is etched, $34.99. Stone Temple Pilots, $35. Sturgill Simpson, $32. Sturgill Simpson, $31. Sturgill Simpson, $35. Sturgill Simpson, $36. Lots of activity on that. Okay, and we also have White Stripes, $49.99. Check this out. The OG pressing from 2007, a USOG, $49.99. First, Alan Smith on TV on the radio, Alan Hagan on Jamie Johnson, and Seth You're Fired on White Stripes, okay? Now, what about Stone Temple Pilots? I think, if I'm correct, the last bid was Josh Brown at 35, and then Sturgill Simpson just got a bid for 39. Chad needs a drink of Monster. And when I need a drink, I mean I'm going to pour it all over my face like Stone Cold Steve Austin. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Now, next is what's this say? Quaker. Quaker City Nighthawks. Texas Blue Southern Rock, $19.99. Baroness, $19.99, another single picture disc. These are new arrivals that just got marked sticker price. Awesome. Mammoth with the autographed insert. Yellow vinyl with the autographed insert, $49.99 for Mammoth. Eddie Van Halen's son. Dave Matthews Band, Crash. Nice. The 2016 limited edition colored vinyl, $99.99. $100 minus a penny. Last thing on Stone Temple Pilots I had was $35. If I get to the bottom and there's not a bid, I'm selling it. Sturgill Simpson got up to $39 and then $40. Alan Smith needs to put back TV. He already has that one. Not a problem. It's only a $10 billion restocking fee. You can wire that money to me in the morning. Sturgill Simpson got a new bid for $40. Neelan, you were second on Jamie Johnson. Seth, you're fired, put M for Mammoth. And then we have Scott Dwallow on Barnacle Baron. Barnacle and Baron. He's trying to buy Baroness. Scott Dwallow got Baroness. And then Jackie next on Mammoth. Baroness is a different song than the single in the last crate. Yeah, and I think we still got that other Baroness still left, just FYI. Moving on, I have City Music, Kevin Morby. Kevin Morby is a Vinyl Me Please Club Edition, $24.99. And Buckingham Nicks Seal, the newest sealed black vinyl, $24.99. Wow. Did expect to see that already in a bin. And then Stone Temple Pilots sold to Josh Brown for $35. Almost forgot. And then Sturgill, JK has it for $40. We may be done on that. $40. That's the OG pressing of that. And then Phil Collins was black, I believe. Phil Collins was black. He is on black vinyl, yes. $29.99 near mint. And No Doubt, Tragic Kingdom, Gwen Stefani, $24.99. This has the big song on it, Just a Girl, $24. And Phil Collins sold to Patrick Lear. And this one's heavy. This is Chris Robinson Brotherhood, right? Yes, Chris Robinson Brotherhood, The Magic Door, white vinyl, $29.99. Scott Dwallow on No Doubt. And then Sturgill Simpson is sold to JK for $40. All right, looks like we need a couple more auctions to go along with this crate. Let me see what's over here in this. Dave Matthews Band details again. This was the 2016, the U.S. limited edition. First time, I think this was repressed, and they did it on colored vinyl. It's $99.99. $99.99. Dave Matthews Band. Okay, first of all, let me dig around in this quote bonus crate. And don't let me forget that I still got bonus crate auctions over here to do. What about EZO? That sounds interesting. EZO. And then, oh gosh, there's some crazy stuff in here for tomorrow and the next day and the next day. Never can have enough Whitesnake 87. Here I go again on my own. Down this lonely road I walk alone. Like a drifter I was born to eat Oreos. Don't. I know where I've been. Walk along this Oreos with me. Here I go again eating Oreos. Whitesnake. A 1987 US OG. This is a low-grade copy. This is a G+ condition record. If you want a cheap one, you've got it. $5 start on Whitesnake. That's now up for bid. And then EZO, a gold stamp promo, 87 US OG specialty, VG minus, a $10 start for EZO. There's our next two auctions. Okay, we sold No Doubt to Scott Dwallow. Scott Dwallow also got Chris Robinson. John LeBeatty next on No Doubt. The Iron Maiden is actually a puzzle. That's a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle, $24.99. Tim Vigari next on Chris Robinson. John LeBeatty third on Chris Robinson. Christina Curtis on Buckingham Nicks. And then over here we have White Stripes at $5. White Stripes at $5. Jim B says he'll buy this at half off. Okay, well, let me make sure to not leave this in the crate after that. I'll go ahead and put it straight on Discogs. Okay, White Snake has a bid of 5 and 5 and 5 and 7, and Easy O has a bid of 10. Next, Bob Mold, Circle of Friends, a 2020 Record Store Day, sealed, $24.99. Sorry, I had something in my ear. That probably sounded really funny to y'all. My ear crackled. I haven't had any problems out of my ears lately, but right then my ear went. Bob Mold, Circle of Friends. This was a Record Store Day, sealed, $24.99, sold to Sully. And Deep Purple, Last Concert in Japan. Deep Purple's on purple vinyl, Rhino, $24.99. And we have Buck Cherry, Hellbound. Buck Cherry is sealed, $29.99. Buck Cherry and Lou Reed, I'm So Free, the 1971 RCA demos. I've never seen this, probably because it's a Record Store Day release from a few years ago. $29.99 on that one. White Snake is at 7. We're about to sell it to Larry. Let me make sure Scott Dwallow doesn't want to bid again. And then Easy O has one bid for 10. That's a final call. Dave Mosley on Deep Purple. And that was this one right here, a Rhino from 6 years ago. Wow. 2020, now 6 years ago. Seems like it was just yesterday. Sold to Dave Mosley, $24.99. Jeremy Bryant on Lou Reed. Sold to Jeremy Bryant. White Snake has a new bid for 10. And Rattlesnake Milk, a country rock album, sealed, $19.99 for old Rattlesnake Milk. Hayes Carl, Lovers and Leaves. Is that what that says? Lovers and Leavers. A country album, sealed, $19.99. White Snake 10, ESO 12. Gregory on H, and that was for Hayes here, and that sold. And then Jim Hines was next on Lou Reed, ESO 12. That was produced by Gene Simmons. Thank you, Pat Lucero. And then we have the Stooges Funhouse, 2010, $24.99. And Caleb Called, Caudle, signed back cover with inserts, folk country, $24.99. J.J. Kell Rewind, unreleased recordings by J.J. Kell, $34.99, okay? $34.99. Oh, man. Okay. Hold on, I'm having to stretch. I have went down in a hurry. Oh, man. Okay. Sorry, I needed that. Okay. White Snake at 12. Rattlesnake info. Rattlesnake Milk was a country rock album, sealed, $19.99. Looks like it is. I was looking for a year, but I don't see one. They don't even have a year on the back. But it's sealed, $19.99. It's called Rattlesnake Milk. Appears to be self-titled. White Snake is at 12, which means that Scott Dwallow, you've been outbid, and ESO's at 12, which means who was first to bid 10 on this? Who was first to bid 10 on ESO? Victor Gary, you're out on ESO, just FYI. JJ Kell is not sealed. No, it is not sealed. And then next is Christina, also bid 14 on ESO. Oasis, definitely maybe. Oasis is $32.99. This has got some great songs on it. $32.99, Live Forever. I like that one. Supersonic is on here. $32.99 of 2014. Sold to Seth, You're Fired. Now Easy O has got another $14 bid. There's another Poohole, and this is United States of Being. Poohole, Garage Punk from Nashville, $14.99 on Poohole. My Morning Jacket, The Waterfall 2, Limited Edition, Deluxe Edition, $17.99. And Sturgill Simpson, A Sailor's Guide to Earth, an indie exclusive, limited to 10,000. No CD, but it does have the poster, $44.99 on that. Steely Dan is the newest remaster, 30. What year is this called considered? 2022 remaster. 2000, I was about to scan it, no need to. 2022 remaster. Live is the 25th anniversary with the 3 bonus tracks, just $39.99. Steely Dan 36. Paul Stanley is 34. We're down to 3 copies of Paul Stanley. Okay, and then the puzzle is Iron Maiden. That's an Iron Maiden puzzle, just FYI. $24.99. Okay, Easy O 14. Scott Dwallow on PJ. Is that for Pujol? And then Nealon Black on Sturgill Simpson. What was, thank you, what was PJ? I'm assuming Pujol. Let's go ahead and tag that for Scott Dwallow. So Whitesnake out, Christina 12. Who does she outbid? Scott Dwallow. Okay, this is sold to Christina. And then for $12. And then ESO is at $18. My Morning Jacket, the Waterfall 2 is $17.99. It's on red vinyl, foil cover, reflective. Let's read through those again, please. And another great crate of stuff that Laura marked. I think it's time for another auction over here. And let's see what we can find. I've been sticking with albums tonight. We've only sold, sometimes I have a whole table of miscellaneous stuff I've sold. Well, tonight, it's only been silver. And we sold a Dennis Rodman autographed jersey. Yeah, we sold 5, 6, 7, 8. I think we've sold 8 silver rounds tonight. I might bring out some more coins a little bit later, too. And let's read through these again. Oh, never mind. I did another auction. Okay, how about another banger? I mean, a clanker. A banger, but clanker. This is a very rough condition record, okay? Now, when you play this, it's going to have tremendous surface noise. We've graded this at G condition. Not even G+. This is G condition. A $1 start on Van Halen. $1 start, okay? A clanker, but a banger. To dive her down. ESO's at 20. It's up to Christina. My Morning Jacket, self-titled, blue and orange vinyl, $24.99. In shrink with the sticker. Light in the Attic and Friends, $24.99. 2023 Record Store Day, 2 LP colored vinyl, $24.99. Young Bloods, Against the Grain, a 1999 USOG, $29.99. Van Halen 1, Van Halen 1, Van Halen 4. We have Quaker City Nighthawks, Texas Blues Southern Rock, goldish vinyl, $19.99. Van Halen's at 5. EZO is sold to Lisa Marachi for $20. Thank you on that. Next is TV on the Radio, a 2004 USOG with etching, $34.99. City Music, Kevin Morby. City Music is a Vinyl Me Please Club edition, $24.99. Dave Matthews Band, the 2016. So Crash Into Me originally came out in 1996. So 20 years later, they pressed this on vinyl for the first time. They've kept it in print for about 10 years. They still make these. They're in print right now. But the first time it was pressed on vinyl was on this limited edition colored variant. $99.99. Okay? Van Halen's at 5 with John Bergenstorm. Michael Rudolph says he's done, so it's up to Dave Mosley. Buck Cherry Hellbound is sealed, $29.99. The Stooges Funhouse is $24.99. That's a classic with Iggy Pop. Caleb Claude, signed. That's a folk country album, $24.99 with inserts. Rattlesnake Milk Country Rock, sealed, $19.99. JJ Kell Rewind is $34.99. And My Morning Jacket, $17.99. These are all sticker price right now. Got to keep all these first read through, and plus I'll show them again in the morning in the Whole Lot of Records video. I'll keep all these sticker price. Scott Dwallow on Stooges, Kelly Gabney second. Okay? I'm going to make sure Dave Mosley doesn't want to bid again on Van Halen. And let me go ahead and put up another auction. This one's also in pretty bad shape. It's VG minus with feelable marks. VG minus with feelable marks. A 1980 French OG. The cover does have a bottom split, evidently. Oh, okay. The seam needs to be re-glued. Oh, the whole jacket needs to be. That's an easy fix. That's not really a split. I mean, I guess it is, but you can re-glue that. Just this poor adhesive. Kind of the one that killed George's wife. $5 start. That's Black Sabbath Live at Last. $5 on that. Okay. Now we have another $5 bid on Van Halen. The bid was already $5 with John Bergenstorm. $5 of John Bergenstorm. Jim Hine third on the Stooges. And then John, I think you just bid against yourself. You had it first at $5, and then he just tied you. So John still has it for $5. Dun, 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 dun. See me rise out of that sunset on your color TV screen. That was AC/DC, TNT. I'm Dynamite, TNT. Well, not power. Watch me explode. All right, it's time for the nonsense half. We already did a little half off crate. We'll do a little nonsense half off crate here. Maybe we'll have another bundler watching tonight besides old John Barry. He's back to the salt mines, he said. No service, can't watch. Sad but true is what James Hetfield said. This is probably going to be pretty solid. What is these? The 9th? Man, that's pretty recent. The 9th. This is nonsense. The 9th, and they've only been shown once best offer. So, what is today? The 13th? So, the last time I showed these ones on the 9th, and now we're doing them half off sticker. This is tonight's nightly nonsense crate. What is nonsense? That means I go through a crate that should not be half off, but I make them half off. Sabbath is in very low grade. These are 2 clankers right here, okay? This will get you to work, but it won't impress the ladies, okay? These will get you from point A to point B, but you're not going to be getting any ribbons at the local county fair. These here will get the job done, but it won't impress your neighbor, okay? This is Van Halen Diver Down. This is in G condition. The note from Sev said very rough. The high bid is $6 with Dave Mosley. Now $8 with John Bergenstorm. No, this is $6 with Dave Mosley. The dollar auctions are always the worst, okay? One, they take a abnormal amount of time. And because the bids come in 111, 222, 333, 444, 555, 666, 777, 888, I never know who has the high bid, and there's always like 5-way ties. So the high bid on Van Halen is, in fact, I don't even know at this point. Somebody needs to go ahead and bid $20 and we'll wrap it up. Oh, man, I got to stop putting these up for bid. I think Dave Mosley has it for $6, okay? Now John Bergenstorm has it for $7. $7, there we go. $7, and then Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath was technically VG minus with feelable marks, okay? Feelable marks. So anything with a feelable mark automatically goes down to VG minus. That means it's going to pop, and it may even skip. But it's definitely probably going to pop when your needle, your stylus, hits that. And when it hits that, it's going to be pop, okay? And it's going to sound like Tony Iommi's amp blew out. Van Halen's at 7, and then Black Sabbath is at 8 with John Bergenstorm. Mike Ponder wants a cleaning cloth, $5.99. Over here, JetBlue wants a cleaning cloth, $5.99. Anybody else? Is the Buck Cherry a U.S. pressing? Let's go back and look at that again. The Buck Cherry from the last crate was, in fact, a U.S. press, I think. I don't know. There's not a note on it. Let me scan it. It is sealed $29. I would think this would be a U.S. pressing for Buck Cherry, but we're about to find out. Let's go over here, Discogs, and let's scan Buck Cherry. Buck Cherry, 2022, they're all U.S. Yeah, it looks like they're all U.S. $29.99, Jackie. Okay, and then the cleaning cloth, we took care of that. And then Black Sabbath, 8. All right, half off. Who's ready? There's no telling what's about to be in here. Your head's probably going to spin. You're probably going to have nightmares after this crate. I don't know. I think it was what was left over of a couple Paul crates, maybe a John crate. Maybe. Perhaps. Had something sticking in my chin. I had to go look at it. Like, what is this? I hate shaving. Ow. Okay. Perfect. Chet Atkins. You got to have some Chet Atkins. Guitar instrumentals, great stuff. $5. These are half off, no more, no less. $5 on that. Van Halen is sold. John Bergenstorm, $7. $7 on that. Black Sabbath is at 8 with Dave Mosley. He tied John Bergenstorm. You once again tied John Bergenstorm. He already had it for $8. Lots of ties happen on these dollar bids. The high bid is $8 of John Bergenstorm. Nat King Cole is $5. Bob Welch, French Kiss. In Shrink, a member of Fleetwood Mac, Sentimental Lady, $5. $5. Wham, Make It Big, $17.50. Wake Me Up Before You Go. That's what Jim B starts his morning with every day. $17.50. Wham. Steve Winwood back in the high life. Bring Me to a Higher Love, $10 on that. Boontar on Nat King Cole, sold. Peter Haas on BW for Bob Welch, sold. Still got Chet Atkins, still got Steve Winwood, still got Wham. And we have the Human Beings, Nobody But Me, now just $25. Everybody's heard this song before. No, 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 no. That's Human Beings, $25. Black Sabbath is sold for $8 to John Bergenstorm. Those were two eventful auctions to equal $15, but I'll take it. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. That's $15 I didn't have when I started those auctions. We have Jerry Lee Lewis Monsters, $5 on Jerry Lee Lewis. This is a Sun compilation, $5 on that. Steve Winwood, Christina, she said, please bring me to a higher love. I always thought he was saying, bake me a pie of love. And I was like, pie. I wish I had a big pie of love. Next auction is Elton John and Frank Zappa. Somebody asked earlier, I'm here to buy all of your Zappa records. And then somebody else earlier was like, Chad, I'm looking for the entire Elton John discography. And I was like, well, buddy, we can help you out. This is a classic. Elton John, Madman Across the Water, one of my favorites. Leave On, Razorface, Indian Sunset, Rotten Apples. Rotten Peaches, I mean. Great. It does have a few fillable marks. A $5 start on Elton John. That's VG minus Elton John. Zappa. He also is known as Frank Zappa. Zoot Allures, a U.S. Winchester EX, $10 on that. $10 on that. And Zappa's pants was a little too tight. I've looked at this a couple times. I've tried not to look too much, but if y'all have ever noticed, Zappa's pants was a little bit too tight. $10 on Zappa. Next is Christina Curtis on Jerry Lee Lewis. That's sold to Christina Curtis. And over here, we have, Denise says, I spit my coffee on that one. Chad loves food. That's very true. Tate McRae will bake Chad a pie of love. I would hope so. How soon could I get there? And that was just a hint would have been trying to read out all of the Two Live Crew song titles. Oh, gosh. There's no telling. Zappa 10, and Tate McRae. Wow. Steely Dan, The Royal Scam. Steely Dan, $17.50. MCA, this is an early 80s pressing, $17.50 on this one. $17.50. Green Earrings, Kid Charlemagne, $17.50. Zappa 10, Zappa 10, Zappa 12. And then the fabulous Gene Pitney. That's a 2 LP as advertised on TV. Just think about this. 1975, somebody was sitting in their chair. They phoned in and they said, yes, I would love to purchase that Gene Pitney, the fabulous Gene Pitney collection. $7.50. Elton John is a $5 start. Come on. That's such a great album. Even if it's going to pop and crackle a little bit. $5 for Sir Elton. We have Common Bond, Heaven is Calling. Common Bond is $5. And we have Johnny Cash, The Gospel Road. Johnny Cash is $12.50 for The Gospel Road. I need to make a note. I just forgot about something. Make a note to send an email to somebody. Not Tate McRae. I don't have her email, unfortunately. Okay, back to the half off. Jack Bruce, you may know him as the bass player from Cream. This is called Out of the Storm. He had a huge solo career. I was about to say, look what I just accidentally did. This is double labeled. So actually, you can peel this off, and there's going to be another label underneath there. See? This one got double labeled. That's why, if you ever see a label and it looks all wrinkly, it's because when they went to if you've ever seen how they press records, they accidentally laid 2 labels, and so the other one doesn't really ever stick too well. Maybe slightly, but you can see it's double labeled. So I almost messed it up when I was trying to slide it back in the jacket. But that is Jack Bruce. He had a lot of stuff. And John Entwistle. These bass players end up having big solo careers. All right, what did I leave off? Zappa 15, Christina on Johnny Cash. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Jim B says this is too much nonsense for him. He may have to go outside and walk around his house. I used to have a cousin that would do that. He'd get all frustrated watching football, and he'd have to go outside and walk around in circles. Elton John, $5. Rest in peace, cousin Chris. Elton John is a $5 buy it now. Zappa, Mike Ponder, let me know if you want to bid again. Live is $39.99. 25th anniversary with 3 bonus tracks. Tina Marie. Tina Marie is now $10. This is called Wild and Peaceful, Shrink Wrap and Hop. Also Spirit, the 12 Dreams of Dr. Sardonicus. The cover does have quite a bit of wear on it. That's an orange Epic label. $10 on that. These are half-off records. They're no more. They're no less. How much is Bruce? Bruce is how much? Jack Bruce was $10. Jason Fornerat picking up the Elton John for $5. Hold Me Closer, Tiny Dancer. That's going to play just fine. Seth is too picky on these. I'm going to have to get on him. I didn't even look at this. This is going to play just fine. Man, that's the second label, but Holiday Inn. Indian Sunset sounds like you've went back in time with Elton John, and he's teaching you giving you a story time. Next is Brian Auger, Genesis, $10 on Brian Auger, and Elvis as recorded at Madison Square Garden. Folks, that's in New York City. Elvis is $10, and we have what's on Tina Marie. I can do a track list rundown on that right quick. I'm a Sucker for Your Love, Turning Me On, Don't Look Back, not the Boston song, Deja Vu, I've Been Here Before, not the Crosby, Stills and Nash song, I'm Gonna Have My Cake and Eat It Too, I Can't Love Anymore. These songs are written by Rick James, Smokey Robinson, Rick James, and Tina Marie and Michelle Holland on one. And the first track is co-lead vocals by Rick James, I'm a Sucker for Your Love. Produced by Rick James and Al Stewart? Surely not. Art Stewart? I guess Art Stewart. Wow, Rick James, Smokey Robinson, Rick James. Don't Look Back. Okay, so there's that. And then Duke Norman on Elvis, and Zappa is sold to Mike Ponder for $16. All right, that's done. We're ready for a couple more auctions. Half off crate. Another Tina Marie. This is Star Child. We have $12.50. Tina Marie, $12.50 on that. And Cleopatra, Alex North soundtrack. Cleopatra is $10. And Double Gold, Neil Diamond. Neil Diamond, a double LP, $7.50 on Bang. That's got some great songs on it. This has got some great songs on it. $7.50 on that. Christina, let me know which of the two Tina Marie's you want. We'll make sure that Scott Dyer doesn't want one of the two, or actually he would have first dibs on this one. And there's that one, Spirit of the Condition. The vinyl was really nice. Whoops. The vinyl was really nice. Yeah, the cover is probably closer to VG Plus just because of the ring wear. But yeah, $10 on that. So to Adam, and then Duke Norman on Neil Diamond. You got the way to move me, Cherry. Shiloh's on here. Solitary Man. The Boat That I Row. Oh, man. Cherry, Cherry. You got the way. Shiloh, when I was young, I used to call. So to Duke Norman. Nealon, you were second. Also, we have Stan Getz, and his tenor cool, and his tenor sax. This is called Cool Jazz. $10 on that. Hey, another great Elton John. $10 on this one. Another great Elton John. Holy moly, Tumbleweed. One of my favorites. Where to Now, St. Peter. Go check out that song. Burn Down the Mission. And then over here on side one, Country Comfort, Come Down in Time, My Father's Gun. That's got some good ones. Should have a gatefold with, or a book with it with lyrics. Yeah, here it is. It has got a lyric book with it. Oh, yeah, very cool. I saw Grandma yesterday down at the store. Oh, so good. Was this one on Uni? This is a second label. So that's the first MCA label. This would still be pretty close to 1973. It was originally on that Uni yellow kind of swirl label. But yeah, it's still a 70s press. Where to Now, St. Peter may be the most studied lyrics for me trying to figure out what's going on ever. I mean, I've printed them out, had other people read them. I can't really find where Elton John or Bernie Taupin's ever quoted it, you know, like what it's truly about, but I just think it's an incredible song. We'll make sure that Adam doesn't want that. If not, Ryan Mustaine. And then she wants the first Tina Marie, this one. That's so to Christina. Now, Lisa, this Tina Marie is still available, Star Child, if you want this one. It's $12.50. Okay, Sweet Charity soundtrack. Sweet Charity soundtrack is $7.50. And we have Soul Spin 4 tops, $7.50. I've printed out those lyrics before. I gave them to Tanner one time. I was like, listen to the song. Here's the lyrics. Tell me what you think. I think I gave them to Ed one time, John. I was like, y'all probably know this song. If you don't, like, tell me what do you think is going on here? Like, what is this story about? What do you think? So he's passing. So give this to Ryan Mustaine. Jim Hines, you were next. Jackie, it's already sold. And then this Tina Marie is sold to Lisa Marachi. This 4 tops is sold to Adam Bernardi. And then we have the Big Country soundtrack. $10 on the Big Country soundtrack. Also in here, we have Mark Twain and other folk favorites. Harry Belafonte, $5 on that. Mr. Words and Mr. Music, Bob Wills and Tommy Duncan, $5 on Mr. Words, Mr. Music. And Trapeze, hold on. Trapeze is $7.50 for Trapeze. Looks like we need a couple more auctions. Almost forgot over here. I've got Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits and Bad Company Straight Shooter. That's some of the stuff over here in this bonus crate. This is Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits, a.k.a. Bocephus, an 82 U.S. club. It's a family tradition. A VG condition record, $10 start for Hank Jr. Bad Company Straight Shooter, Feel Like Making, da-dum, da-dum. A 78 U.S. reissue Monarch EX condition, a $15 start. Also on the half-off crate is Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Stars and Stripes Forever. $17.50 on that. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. Soldiers of Rock and Roll, an audio documentary of Radio Birdman, an Australian press, sealed, $12.50. Now, the last time I showed this, I didn't mention that the artists are MC5, The Stooges, Radio Birdman, Pink Fairies, The Angels, new race, and of course more by Radio Birdman. $12.50 for that. Neelan has Hank for $10. Going to once, going to twice. Laura has sent me the hot pictures for tomorrow. That's good. We can show those on screen in just a second. But the first thing I'm going to do right now is show you Soldier to JK. Thank you on that. Great classic rock album here with Bad Company as well. Some big ones on that one. Ooh, let's see what she's got here. Ooh, I like that first picture. Nice. That's a cool one. Ooh, we're doing the other Jimmy Page tomorrow. Ooh, Oysterhead. Oh, man, Oysterhead tomorrow. Oh, no, it's Nashville Cats. Ooh, a Billie Eilish painted cover. I forgot about that. I was wondering what happened to that. Billie Eilish painted cover. I'll show these on screen in just a second. Awesome stuff tonight, it looks like. Okay. We have bids on both auctions. Back to the half off. Joe Ely. Joe Ely is $7.50. Barry McGuire, it's the Eve of Destruction. $10. Big song there. Kind of a late 60s Vietnam era anthem. $10. Barry McGuire, the Eve of Destruction. $10 on that. So Hank has now 3 bids. Jason's leading at 15. And, excuse me, Rank and File, Long Gone Dead. Rank and File is sealed, $7.50. The Beetle Beat, The Bugs, I Want to Hold Your Hand, $10 on that. And we have Wes, Bruce, and Lang, Whatever Turns You On. This is now $9. That's that's Leslie West, who was in a band called Mountain, of course. Jack Bruce from Cream, and Corey Lang was the drummer on that one. Preston Rose on Joe Ely. That is sold. And then Hank is at 20 with Christina Curtis. And let's show 2 more records, and I'm selling Bad Company. Sister Lucille Pope and the Pearly Gates, God's Promise. Sounds like a gospel album. $5 on that. And Rockets, that is sealed, $7.50. Bad Company is officially sold to Seth Your Fire. Jordan Underhill gets that for $15. All right, that's done. Michael Rudolph on McGuire. That is sold to Michael Rudolph. Michael, here in a minute when I wrap up vinyl, I plan on showing coins. If anything, I need to get some stuff out to show for tomorrow, so maybe you'll still be watching. I got you down for Barry McGuire as well. Hank is at 22 with Duke. Duke Norman on that. And then Bodacious DF. Bodacious DF is $10. Bodacious DF, that's no condition notes on that. There goes Mark on the Rank and File. Thank you. And Hank's at 22. Let's see what else I got over here. And so we're doing Hank. Why don't we put up Waylon and Willie? Waylon and Willie is a 78 USOG. Mamas don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. A VG copy, embossed cover. $10 start on Waylon and Willie. Under a Raging Moon, Roger Daltrey. That's a great title song. It's got some other ones on here. $7.50. No condition notes. $7.50. This is 1985. The lead singer from The Who. Hank Jr.'s at 24. Daryl Duncan, Rock the House. This is a 12-inch single, I think. Yeah, $5 on that. Waylon Willie's at 10. The Rollers, Elevator. The Rollers is $5. And Johnny Legend, I Itch. Bizarre one there. This is sealed, 2014, $12.50 on that. And the Eagles, Greatest Hits Volume 2. On a Dark Desert Highway, Cool Wind in My Hair. That's an Eagles Greatest Hits, $17.50 on that one. Okay, so we have opened Waylon and Willie 10, Hank 25, Waylon and Willie 10 again. James Handy on the Roger Daltrey album. Thank you, Waylon and Willie 12. There is an Oysterhead. Yeah, at the conclusion of this crate, I'll show tomorrow's hot pictures. Let me get through with this crate first. John Lennon Shaved Fish, that's $12.50. That's a John Lennon compilation, Instant Karma. Whatever gets you through the night, number 9 dream, talking about those 9 games. Imagine you buying this record. Give peace a chance. All we are saying is Happy Xmas. War is over. So this is Christmas. And what have you done? Bo Brummel's 66, $12.50. They were a big pop rock group from the 60s. First label, Gold Warner Brothers, a stereo press. It's in a MoFi sleeve, or it's in an anti-static. It's an audiophile sleeve. Cover is probably VG 1250 on that one, the Beau Brummels. And Jimmy Cliff Special, now just $10. Jimmy Cliff, Jim Hines on the Eagles. Volume 2 has just as many good songs, I think, as Volume 1. That's always my sales pitch because it's the truth. Seven Bridges Road. Oh, man, that's a good one. Life in the Fast Lane. Life in the Fast Lane, or Wayne. John Wayne. Next is Waylon Willie's at $15. What about Hank Jr., Greatest Hits? Christina, $25. Jackie's also bid $25. Christina already had it for $25. Waylon Willie's at $15 with Keelan. Robert's done. Bob Welch, the other one. We had a Bob Welch to start the crate off. Here's another one. $5 on this one. Bob Welch and the Guess Who, All This for a Song. And somebody wrote Rat on the cover. I don't know if that's their names or radio station markings, but Guess Who's just $5. Tim Voldness on the Jimmy Cliff. That's sold to Tim Voldness. And we have the Decade of Decay. This is an 88 Australian press, $12.50 on Decade of Decay. So I'm assuming that's the name of the artist, or is this some sort of comp? Zombieland, Austria. I don't know. Is this a comp? Ronnie Urini. I think this is some kind of comp. $12.50 on that. First thing, okay, Cliff, Waylon Willie, 17. New bid from Jackie. You're still out on Hank, by the way. No mention of any grade on John Lennon. So it should have an inner sleeve as well. It does. Purple label. It was originally on Apple. It's got one scuff that runs like almost away across the record, but nothing where John passed it as not check edition. So EX or better. $12.50 on that one. Adam Bernardi wants the Beau Brummels. It's $12.50 on that one. And then James Handy picking up the $5 Bob Welch. So to James Handy. Also, we have the Rhythm Hogs. Hangover Mornings. Looks like some rockabilly for us. It's a Finland press. She's from Finland. Rava. $5 on that. Decade of Decay was $12.50. 1988 Austria press. Kind of a Batman thing going on there. And we have Greasy Truckers, right? This one always confuses me. $18.50 is the price. It was $36.99. Greasy Truckers live at something dance hall. Live at Dingwall's Dance Hall. Yeah, Greasy Truckers. It's a 2 LP. Now $18.50. And Falcon, Walk Into the Mirror. A 1980 Canadian press. The half-off price is $17.50. Falcon, $17.50. That looks interesting. 1980, 1982. Hank is sold for $25 to Christina. Who had the bid before her on Waylon and Willie? Neelan. Just so you know, you're out on Waylon and Willie. She did bid 17. So that goes back to you if you want to bid again. Waylon and Willie, 17, final call. I got to put up some more auctions, but not before. We got John for Jim Hines. Let me make sure that John Griffin doesn't want it, okay? And then Spiky does get Decay. Lisa next on John Lennon. And then Jim Hines on Ronnie, which was Ronnie? What was Ronnie? I don't think I said Ronnie. If I did, I misspoke. Jean-Luc Ponty, no Ronnie, but a Ponty, $9.99 for Cosmic Messenger, now $5. Charles Brown and Johnny Moore's Three Blazers, Racetrack Blues, $10 on that. John Griffin will take the John Lennon. Instant Karma, going to get you again. All right, so there's that. He's out. Let's put up 2 new auctions. While I've got a good pause, there's still like a handful of records left in this crate. Then we'll do a quick recap. Waylon and Willie is sold to Jackie Heath Long for $17. And I still got that Buck Cherry album. I'm assuming you didn't want it. I've got Allman Brothers. And let's do... what is that? Oh, okay. That caught me off guard for a second. Okay, let's do... who is Travis? I don't know, but we're about to find out. And then here is Allman. I mean, I've had their records before, but I don't usually see it in an auction crate. We have Allman Brothers live at the Fillmore. This is a 1971 OG. VG minus, scuffing, no mark, no fillable marks. That's the label you want on this. An album that is historically significant. It is the Allman Brothers at the Fillmore. Gatefold jacket, $15 start, OG pressing. Man. I went down to the whipping post. Down. Travis, the man who, 2009 U.S. reissue repress, Craft Records, near mint, $20 start. Mike Ponder on Jean-Luc Ponty for $5. No Buck Cherry, okay, no problem. Allman Brothers 15, Allman Brothers 15. The only two no bids are the Vaughn Brothers, Stevie Ray and Jimmy, sealed, a 1990 U.S. original, $55, and David Byrne, Songs from True Stories, gold stamp promo, $25. Back to the half-off crate. John Barrymore reads Shakespeare, Volume 2, $7.50. Hugh Blanc's Joyless Ones, Fate Accompli, $5. Do Your Duty, Blue Monday, memory serves me correct. This is on blue vinyl, and it is now $15, $19.79. The Blue Shakers, Greatest Shakes, $17.50 on the Blue Shakers. Rick Wakeman, Rock, $8.50. G Love E, Dance Baby, $5. Special EFX, Mystique, $5. And the legendary Cookie, I love cookies. The legendary Cookie and the Cupcakes, I love cupcakes, $17.50. That name alone makes me want to shout. Don't you want to shout? G-Love Soda Shakedown. Travis is at 20 with Jason. No, Matthew, possibly a new bidder. Matthew was Matthews. We'll call him Matthew. I can't read your handle. Matthew has it for 20. Jason tagged him. The Allman Brothers is at 17 with Sully. Okay, he was in first at 17. We have filled up a crate, so let me start a new one because we're not done selling records tonight. There is done, all right. You make me want to shout. Oh, man. Shout. The Beatles played that live. You can, that's on, let's see, what was that called? It wasn't BBC Session, Top of the Pops or something. They played that song live a few times. Paul McCartney doing the lead. You make me want to shout. Come on. Shout. Man. Jet, Paul McCartney. Band on the Run. Golly, if I ever get out of here, gonna give it all away to a wretched charity. Okay, I'm gonna drink some Monster right quick. Da 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 da. Da 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 dun 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 dun. Well, the rain exploded, mighty crash. Allman Brothers, 27. Travis is at 25. All right, let's read through this half-off crate one more time. And then we'll offer them as a bundle to see if there's any bundlers out there. Come on, big bundle. We like big bundles, and we cannot lie. Chet Atkins with Arthur Fiedler. Chet picks on the pops. $5. Final chance on these. Wham! Make it big. Nice. In shrink. Original inner sleeve. $17.50. That's kind of surprising. The Human Beings, just $25. Nobody but me. Capital Original. Steely Dan. Another surprise. The Royal Scam. $17.50. The Fabulous Gene Pitney is $7.50. Common Bond, Heaven is Calling. Common Bond is $5. Jack Bruce, Out of the Storm. Jack Bruce is $10. Brian Auger, Genesis is $10. And then Cleopatra soundtrack. That was $10 for Cleopatra. Stan Getz, Jets, and his tenor sax, Cool Jazz. $10 on that. Sweet Charity soundtrack, $7.50. And the Big Country soundtrack was $10. We had Mark Twain and Other Favorites by Belafonte, $5. So John Griffin has the Allman Brothers for $28. It is VG minus, but no feelable marks. And Travis got up to $25 I want to make sure Matthew didn't want to bid again over on YouTube. He just did for 27, so we're still bidding on Travis. Jamie K, Jamin Crundable on Steely Dan. That's why I don't ever try to say his name. Oh, Jamie K there on Steely Dan. Oh, that was a good one. And then we have Mr. Words and Mr. Music, Bob Wheels and Tommy Duncan. $5 on that. Trapeze is $7.50. And Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Stars and Stripes Forever. Nitty Gritty is $17.50. The Beatle Beat, I Want to Hold Your Hand. The $10. That's essentially a band pretending to be the Beatles to confuse some little kid in a shopping center. Hey, Mom, the Beatles album. Okay, go ahead and get it, Johnny. And then he puts it on. He goes, what is this? This isn't Paul McCartney. We have Wes Bruce and Lang, $9 on that. And Sister Lucille Pope was $5. Also, we have Rockets, $7.50. Bodacious DF is $10. And Daryl Duncan is $5. Rock the House. The Allman Brothers, John Griffin, $28. We're done. Travis is still getting bids, though. Jason Forterat has it for $28. And then Rattlesnake from the last crate. We can do that. We can do that. I'll do it in 1 second. Let me finish reading these. Let me put away the Allman Brothers. And we have the Rollers Elevator, $5. We have Johnny Legend I Itch, $12.50. The Guess Who was $5. We had the Rhythm Hogs for $5. And I can't grab the next one. It is Greasy Truckers for $18.50. We have Falcon for $17.50. Some pretty good, interesting titles in here. Charles Brown for $10. John Barrymore for $7.50. Hugh Blanc, $5. Do Your Duty Blue Monday, $15. Blue Shaker, $17.50. Rick Wakeman, $8.50. Special EFX, $5. The Legendary Cookie, $17.50. Matthew over on YouTube, up to you on the Travis. Jason has it for $28. All right, and he says he's out. All righty. Now, Rattlesnake Milk. Kind of a scary, kind of a nasty name, Rattlesnake Milk. I know I like chocolate milk. I get some Nesquik, pour a big glass of milk, about 4 or 5 scoops of Nesquik, just big old hefty spoonfuls, and then you mix it up. Nesquik. That is sold over here to McEwen Photo, and then Travis is sold to Jason Forterat for $28. Last call on this crate. If you're thinking or researching, the clock is clicking. Whew. All righty. How many people we still got watching? 158 on all platforms. Nice. All right. If all of y'all were sitting in the room with me right now, looking at me, I'd be pretty intimidated. I'd be like, oh gosh, what have I got to do now? There's 158 people just staring at my every move right now. I think Trapeze was self-titled, but I'll go back and find it right quick. This is Trapeze. No, it's called Hold On. Trapeze Hold On. Hershey syrup. Oh, yeah. That's what I always used. It didn't take... I moved in my sophomore year, my junior year of college. Yep, my junior year of college. I had a roommate, and he said something about Nesquik. And I was like, I've never tried it. And he's like, you've never had Nesquik? I was like, no, I've always used Hershey syrup. I've always used Hershey syrup. And then I preferred Nesquik. Okay, Live Throwing Copper is a 25th anniversary remaster with 3 bonus tracks. Gatefold Double LP, $39.99. Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill, a classic album, $36.99. Paul Stanley solo album, which for some reason is always difficult to get, in print, $34.99. And then the Iron Maiden puzzle, $24. All right, so here's what's left in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. All right, so usually what's left I try to bundle. This one might be a little bit higher price point because I think there's some better titles in here, but I'm going to start off by saying $175, which is $475 each approximately. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 35. 35. How about, let me readjust that. What happened to my pen? We had, I did 37 times 475. How about 35 times 475? Okay, we'll say 165. I'm going to write this down in case no one buys them tonight. I'll show them again later for another bundle deal. Might be a couple I'll pull out of there, though, for the morning flip video, especially Wham, Jack Bruce. I might use a couple out of here. Human Beings. I kind of want to Discogs that and see what they actually go for. I feel like that's a great price at $25, but I hadn't looked one up in a long time. Okay, so I'm going to mark that, and let me figure out what to do next. Here you go with some chocolate milk. Oh, gosh. Whew. Yeah, I got a grocery shop. I'm like out of everything. I don't have time. I use Instacart. I have somebody go do it for me. They leave it on my doorstep. I wake up, there's like a whole porch full of groceries. I tip them like 20 bucks. They usually do a great job. All right. Jim Hines, is that a claim on the bundle for $165? Is that you saying you want the bundle for $165? If so, I can hook you up. And that might mean we might go ahead and do a $6.99 crate. And Jim B just fell out of his chair. I still want to show some vinyl. I just didn't want too many bundles left behind because I have to backtrack on them later. And I'm probably going to start going through a $6.99 and then try to show a few coins. So let me know if that's what that's for. That's a great price, $4.75 each. Actually, it's supposed to be $166.25, but I've made it for $165. And yeah, we'll keep the show rolling. Where's everybody watching from? Got to make sure we still have some participants ready and eager to buy. Hey, a signed Metallica album. I'm so curious to dig over here, all this new stuff they've brought back. I mean, they have bought so much cool stuff. I don't think those are real. That one is, but this one's not. Those aren't real. That one's real, but that one's not. What about these? Who signed these? Porcupine trees. Those are pretty cool. POTUS. Ozzy. You make me want to shout. God. Shout. God. Yeah. Shout. All right. Sorry I had to step away. All right. All right. Jim Hines, thank you. Bundle deal, everything in here, 35 records sold to Jim Hines, $165. We may have a new bundler. Thank you, Jim Hines. Another Jim, too. Thank you, and these are all sold to you. Let's crate them up. He bought the remaining records there in a bundle deal. Thank you on that. Appreciate it. Awesome. Let's put those away. Done and finished. And then Ohio, we got people watching from Ohio, Texas, Colorado, Michigan, Smyrna, and then Southern Cal and Porcupine Tree. Yeah, it looks like Paul bought some autographed porcupine trees. We'll have to get them JSA authenticated. So I try not to show the autograph records we get in because it takes a while to get them authenticated and actually get them prepped for sale, et cetera, et cetera. But it looks like some pretty cool stuff over here. We got viewers in Vegas. I know somebody else in Vegas. I just got back from Vegas. Well, not recently. Alabama Christmas. I'm looking at these gold records. Alabama Grill. Alabama signed poster. Who else signed it? Garth Brooks. And then there's a drum head here signed by Three Doors Down in a big shadow box. And then there's, this appears to be real. I don't know. Here's some stuff we just got in. We got Harvester of Sorrow. Lars. Yeah, these are real. We'll let JSA decide, but those look good to me. These look pretty bad. I don't think that's even supposed to be signatures. I mean, if it is, I don't know who it is. And then Porcupine Tree and Porcupine Tree. There's that. I think we bought like 15 signed drum heads by different bands, fully signed stuff. James Hetfield has officially, James Hetfield, not Hat, I want to say Hat every time. James Hetfield has officially went on record. He is no longer signing autographs, except for exclusive Metallica stuff like fundraisers, promotional items, stuff like that, like giveaways. You know, they do give away a record at a show. They did the couple times I've seen them, but he's basically went on record and said he's no longer signing autographs. So as a collector and as a dealer, I've noticed a sharp increase in prices for signed Metallica stuff. Even in a couple groups the other day, I saw somebody post a signed Metallica album, and he made a statement. He's like, since James has went on record no longer signing, you might want to grab these while you can at a bargain. They were signed by Kurt, James, and Lars, but they were personalized to somebody named Dan. And I got to look. I think I have a Metallica fan that is a customer that his name is Dan. And if so, I got to send him pictures, and I got to send them pictures and do that. So see if I can do a quick flip on some signed Metallica stuff. That's already authenticated. If you have JSA Authenticate, does the signature fade? You still got to pay. Yeah, for what y'all do for like a private or let me restart. If you just get on JSA's website and you do a mail submission, it costs. So let's say you have a KISS item you want to have authenticated, and you want to send it in the JSA. You have to pay for the letter if it requires one, and then you got to pay for postage there and back. So, and if it's bad, you still get charged. So like right now, to have a KISS item authenticated, it requires a full letter of authenticity. So a KISS submission right now costs $100, and you got to pay shipping there, insurance there, and shipping insurance back. They make you ship it back insured. You don't have to ship it to them insured. So like I saw a discussion as well yesterday. Somebody had a bunch of really bad fake KISS autographs, and they said, everybody was like, do not waste your money. They're obviously fake. And somebody's like, yeah, you're going to spend $150 to find out your KISS autographs are fake. But with us, we do an on-site because we get 500 autographs that we know are going to pass, and then if they're here on site, we don't have to pay for rejects. Oh, if we had to pay for rejects, I would not be in the autograph business, because we would be, it would be terrible. So the way we have it set up, we only have to pay for what's authenticated as long as we hit that minimum 500. So, I mean, when JSA comes out here, we spend, $10,000 having stuff authenticated. We spent one night $21,000, I think. So we put out a lot of money, and that's for the stuff that passes. The rejects, they just set aside. They don't charge us for us because we're doing so many. So we're lucky we get a bunch of stuff authenticated at once, and we don't have to pay for rejects. So, all right, let's do another crate of vinyl, $6.99. And let me show the let me show the hot pictures for tomorrow. Okay, this might be one of the last crates of vinyl for tonight. I hope not. We still got quite a few people watching, but we'll do one more and try to knock these out. I don't know what's in here, but it's all going to be $6.99. And let me find. There it is. Let me pull these pictures up. So, well, I've always told my customers, if you're a regular customer, if you're an active regular customer, if you want me to look at an autograph, I can tell you in about 5 seconds if I believe it's real or fake. Okay, there's some that's obviously fakes. There's some that I might be like, you might want to just wait and get their opinion. I can't tell you for sure. Or I can try to get their quick opinion for you. I have some pretty good contacts. That will save our customers a lot of money. I can't do it all the time for you, but I've helped some people out doing that. So, especially if you want to try to sell something to me, okay? But unfortunately there's a lot of bad stuff out there. I mean, even the stuff we just bought, we know for sure there's blankly fakes, you know. So, do you have to pay a premium for them to come out? No, we actually get a bulk rate. So, I mean, there's not many people, usually just dealers, that have that kind of a mass submission. There's not a lot of. I sent the wrong pictures. That's today's pictures. Hold on a second. My bad. I sent today's pictures. Hold on. That was today's. My bad. Sorry, I'm too busy talking. I hadn't even saved them from Laura yet. There we go. I messaged you on a few autographs you never signed. Uh-oh. Where'd you send them? Did you send them to Chad Williams or Coletco? Uh-oh. I need to pull that up then. I'm sorry. You probably got buried. Let me pull this up. But I've got a couple good contacts I send stuff to, and they'll let me know if it's, you know. Let's see. Oso. What did you send me, Oso? Oh, okay, this Kiss. I gotcha. Hold on one second. I might put them up here on the big screen, make sure these are the right ones. I'll let you know right now. How about that? How about I give you a live answer? Is that good? I'll go ahead and import them over here to my computer so I can look at them better. You got to bump messages like that. If you send me something and I miss it, you got to bump it. Don't be afraid to bump me, okay? I don't mind getting bumped. I don't mind getting bumped. All right, sorry that took so long. Okay, so tomorrow, great stuff. Here's a preview. Start saving money. Start doing research right now. We got some awesome stuff here. First thing, Jimmy Page and Robert Plant, no quarter. We sold walking into Clarksdale tonight for $400. That one might do the same. Moby Grape, it looks like a promo copy with the uncensored middle finger in the top middle. Another Budgie record. I'm not for sure with River Dogs. I may have had it before. I don't know a lot about that. In the middle is one of the hand-painted Billie Eilish records. Look at that. That one's got a lot of paint on it. The other one we had a few speckles. That one's pretty cool. And then Kings of Leon, never seen that before. California Waiting. Nashville Cats, High as Hell. Bush, The Science of Things. I don't receive that too often. Oysterhead. Duran Duran Carnival. Earth Crisis by Steel Pulse. X again. I don't know what that is. This Must Be the Place. That's new to me. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Soul to Soul. Roger Waters, uncensored cover. It looks like it's a foreign pressing. See that red border around the cover? I think that's on a UK original. Midnight Oil, Blue Sky Mining. Looks like it's in Shrink with Hype. Iggy Pop, and then Depeche Mode, catching up with Depeche Mode. That looks pretty interesting. We have Plasmatics, Metal Priestess. Tom Petty, She's the One. Rage Against the Machine. I bet that Tom Petty's original with that Hype sticker. No, it says remastered. Never mind. REM Green. Joni Mitchell looks like it could be a promo. Very interesting U2 there. Oingo Boingo, or Boingo. Oingo Boingo Boingo. Killing Joke, The Call, and that's it. I think she only sent me 4 grids. She only sent me 3 grids. I might have missed one. Okay, and then Oh So Your Kiss Records. This is definitely, without a doubt, 100% fake. This is not even close. None of them look remotely close. These are 100% unequivocally not authentic autographs. This one here looks good. They look like they should, but I don't think they're good. They all look off to me. I think that's also bad. This one is not even close. This is how their autograph should look, but I don't think they're good. I would say this is bad. I will get another opinion, but this does not look right to me. Simmons is off. Ace doesn't look like it's at the right angle. Peter is too rushed, it looks like. And usually he signs over and under. If other people know what I'm talking about, he usually does over and under, but yeah, they just don't look right. That's more like how they're supposed to look, but I don't think they're good. I would say definitely not, and I give this one a 15% chance of passing. I'll give that one 15% chance. So those don't look good to me. Anybody else, any other Kiss people on here? I know Pat is. What do you think, Pat? Pat's not only an autograph collector, but he's also a Kiss expert. We'll see what he says, too. All right, these are $6.99. Sorry for such the big pause, but we had some TCB there. We back up to 150 viewers. $6.99. Kimosabi. Everything in here is $6.99. Kimosabi, the Electric Indian. A 1969 U.S., $6.99 for Kimosabi, the Electric Indian. $6.99 on that. And then Focus, Hamburger Concerto. Focus is $6.99, VG Plus condition. Everything in here is $6.99. These are going to be no more, no less for $6.99. Kimosabi, Focus, and we have Philip Glass. Philip Glass is an 82 US EX edition, $6.99 on Philip Glass, and this is Olomana, 1976 Hawaiian folk rock. EX $6.99 on that one. Olomama. That is $6.99. And Sandy's album is here at last. This is Frank Zappa related. Sandy Hurwitz is the artist. Sandy Hurwitz is a 68 OG. Paul had this marked EX $22.99, which was fair. But what if we do it $6.99? Also $6.99 is the Headless Horseman. The Headless Horseman's an 88 German import garage EP. VG Plus $6.99. And Steamhammer. This is called Mountains. Steamhammer is a 1970 UK OG VG plus. That was originally marked $44.99. Wow. $6.99 on that one. Sandy Hurwitz is so did James Handy. Show It Closer. Was that a claim? Oh, he's probably talking about the Kiss autographs. I'll put it on screen again. This is about the best I can do, though. Hold on 1 second. This is about the best I can do. I don't think I can zoom on this. That's about the best I can do. But yeah, that's they just don't look good to me. Just don't look good to me. They're good. I mean, that's how they're supposed to look. So I'll have to get thoughts on that. But I'm giving it 15% chance. It just don't look right. I don't know. That one would be scary to me. There's some I can look at and be like, that's good. That's no doubt Paul Stanley. This is ace. You know, this one's sketchy. It's close. They're good fakes. That's a good thing to frame if you don't want to spend. I mean, people sell really good fakes out there. That's the thing. Like, you know, a real signed Kiss album now is a couple $1,000s. You get a JSA Beckett. If you get one that's good, everybody knows it's good, they're $2,000 now. If you get one for under that, you're getting probably a bargain if they're nice quality signatures. $2,000 is kind of like the price for those now. But some people will pay, and I see it on eBay. Either they're buying fakes and they don't realize they're buying fakes, or they just want something that looks like it's signed. And people charge quite a bit of money for good forgeries because they look. That's not easy to do, to make them look like that. So, you know, people do charge pretty good money for forgeries because some people want to just decorate their room and they want something that looks like it's signed by Kiss, but they don't want to pay. You know, you can either buy a print that's probably really cheap, or you can buy something that's forged that, you know, looks real. But when you ever go to sell it, no one's going to give you anything for it, you know, unless you find somebody else that wants one like that. Eric Van Leuven on Steamhammer, we take that stuff and just destroy it, you know, get it out of circulation. Eric Van Leuven on Steamhammer for $6.99. Okay, moving on. These are all $6.99. Pyramid, this is called El Chicano. Pyramid is $6.99. VG Plus condition. And then Bonnie Raitt, Taking My Time. Bonnie Raitt is $6.99. Bonnie Raitt, Taking My Time. The Siegel Schwarl Band 953 West, $6.99 on Siegel Schwarl. And then the Elektra June releases. Aztec Two-Step, the New Seekers, Jubal, and David Ackle, $6.99 on that. Also $6.99 is Aztec Two-Step. That's a 72 white label promo, $6.99. $6.99 for Bonnie Raitt. That's sold to Peter Haas. James Handy was second on that one. And then the Jazz Crusaders Tough Talk. Jazz Crusaders, $6.99 for them. Also for the Great Gatsby soundtrack, $6.99 for Great Gatsby. And we have the Blackbirds, and this is called Night Grooves, the Blackbird, $6.99 on that. I'm going to lay out a few coins because I need to start separating some stuff anyway. Let me get current market prices on some of these for any late night buyers that may be interested in some silver. So I'll show you these loose ones I have here first, and then I'll get you some prices, okay? The first thing I have, though, is the Blackbird sold to Eric Van Leuven for $6.99. Great discount crates. I love the $6.99 crates. It's always no more, no less, but this is truly like a half-off crate, the final closeout on these, okay? So I've got $32.50 is the price on these today, and that's exactly melt, folks. Wow. Oh, my gosh, I didn't realize this. It's about to hit $90 an ounce this morning. Oh, it has. Oh, wow. Silver has surpassed $90 an ounce. Remember this moment. Oh, my gosh. $90 an ounce. That is insane. The international market is open. I had no idea. I just pulled up the price for this right here, and I was like, oh, my gosh. $32.50. That's the melt value right now for a Walking Liberty half. I've got 1942. I've got 1945, 1944, all World War II eras, 1945, 1943, and 1940. All those are $32.50 each. That is the true, at this moment, the melt value. That could change in about 60 seconds, but right now, that's a good round number, $32.50 for walkers. $32.50 for walkers. Wow, that's crazy. It has surpassed $90 an ounce, and gold is $46.30. Wow. And I don't want to get sidetracked, but I talked to two big people on the phone today about why this is happening. Headless Horseman is $6.99, and that is sold to Jeremy Bryant. Thank you on that. Most of y'all, it has no effect, but for us, the way we deal in it on a daily basis now, it affects us big time. We got people calling. I bought 320 silver dollars today from somebody. I bought 527 ounces, hopefully tomorrow, from somebody. I mean, it's crazy. Some people's like, man, I better sell now. But some people's like, what's next? 100 an ounce, 125 an ounce. I mean, this is great. I used to sell these for $12. I remember selling them for $11.75, and that's just the melt value of them. That's insane. Okay, we got Going Coconuts, Donnie and Marie Osmond, $6. I got more walkers if we happen to need more. I've got more, and I've got Kennedy's, and I'll show those in just a second. But that's the melt value right now. That's a good price at melt. George Duke, Followed the Rainbow. George Duke is $6.99. And we got Holly Knight, spelt with a K, at 88 cents pop, $6.99. And the best of Bobby Humphrey, $6.99 on Bobby Humphrey. And the White Brothers. The White Brothers is a 1976 country bluegrass, $6.99. Okay, Jay Beach was first. He wants 3. Oso wanted 44 and 45. So what I can do is I can pull out a 44 and a 45 for Oso, and then we can get Jay Beach 3 of any year. Let's give him 40, 43, and 45. And then what I'll do is, Michael, let me go get some more, okay? Give me 1 second. Don't forget, $6.99 albums. This is Soca with David Rudder and Charles Roots. That's from 1987. That's $6.99. Also $6.99 is the Rugbies. That was a $69, and it's a white label promo. White label promo, $6.99 on the Rugbies. Golly, it's crazy seeing that at 90. I screenshotted that to send to Tanner. That's something to remember. Holy moly. Crazy for the industry. Just absolutely bonkers. That would be, so let me put this for record collectors. Let me put that in perspective, okay? Let's see, how could I put this in perspective? So if let's say new vinyl was being traded like silver right now, that means that a new pressing of a Led Zeppelin album, which has been for years, 25, 30 bucks, it would be $100 for a new remastered new Led Zeppelin. That's kind of the numbers we're talking about. It's kind of went off the hook. It'd be like everything all of a sudden overnight selling for 3 times what it normally did. So like new albums would be, single LP new albums would be 100, 110 bucks, something like that, 120 bucks. So, but, you know, I just tell people buy, average it out, you know, I don't know. We're just buying and selling it at the market. I probably, some of this I wish I'd put up. I don't have any more walkers, actually. No, I don't. I don't have any more walkers. That's it. So that's it on the walkers. The next thing I can do is what can I do? I should have more around here. So hold on a minute. Surely not. Hold on a minute. Surely not. Let me, I got stuff everywhere. I got just stuff everywhere. We've been buying so much. The guy I talked to today, he's a big dealer, 98% buying, 2% selling. And I was like, well, I can sell it if I can get it. I mean, but I have a feeling like a lot of people's going to start dumping. But man, I could have swore I had. I feel like I've laid a tub somewhere and I don't know what I've done with them. Okay, well, let me only sell what I've got. Oh, wait a minute. I found them. I found them. Yeah, here we go. Okay, I'm good. Okay, I'm good. So, okay, there's that. So I owe Michael Rudolph's times 6. So let's give him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 246. Okay, those sold to Michael Rudolph. And then I'll have a 43 if you have it. Okay, there's 1943. That's sold to Oso Adventure. I'm going to put those with his other ones right here, okay? That's sold to Oso. And then Denise got the rugbies for $6.99. And then over here. Okay, so I got more dates I'll read off because I know some of y'all like knowing what dates you're getting. I'll read off some more dates. But yeah, I've got, so this is a whole tub of 90%. These are Walkers and Kennedys. And I'll read off some more dates because I know some of y'all are very interested in the dates you're getting. And I've got dimes and I've got more quarters, okay? So here we go. Back to vinyl. Sorry, I got distracted. I've got everything in front of me now. Joe Walsh is VG Plus, $6.99. VG Plus, $6.99. And then Chris Myra Bueno on 43 and or 45 plus the General Public EP. General Public, that was out of new arrivals tonight, right, Chris? I can go back and find that. General Public, and I can get you a 43, 45 half. Let me see what I got here in front of me. I got, okay, there's a 1945. There's a 1945. These are 32.50. Okay, then here's some more dates. I got a 42 that has a little bit of a nick in it. And then I've got another 42, and then I've got 1947. There's a 1947. That one sold to Chris. Back to $6.99. The Flamin' Sideburns, Hallelujah Rock and Roll. Wow, that one was originally $39.99. That is $6.99 now. 2001 Garage, Flamin' Sideburns. Roots, the Everly Brothers. Wow. Pressed at QRP, a record store day. Sealed. Is it sealed? They didn't mark it sealed. I guess it's just in shrink. QRP, Everly Brothers, Rhino, $6.99. Jeremy Bryant on the Flamin' Sideburns for $6.99. And then Chris Christopherson, $6.99. There's a couple things driving up silver right now, okay? And before I go into that 3-minute discussion, Michael Rudolph got the 1947 for $32.50. That's sold to Mike. I might just leave these back here so I don't have to worry about moving them back and forth. I have to keep everything in order for our taggers. Okay, and then Denise gets the Everly Brothers, $6.99 on the Everly Brothers. Also $6.99 is the Turtles, and this is called Turtle Soup. It's in VG condition, $6.99. Live Throwing Copper still available, $39.99. I feel like somebody just asked about that. The Glorias, Gloriaism. The Glorias is EX, $6.99, a 1989 Switzerland Garage, $6.99 on that one. And then Dodson's Dogs. EX $6.99, okay? First thing with anything in economics, there's virtually no supply. So silver is being used heavily right now in the AI industry and just anything with all the new technology. I've heard it's being heavily consumed in AI with all the whatever's being used in these plants and, you know, just whatever it is, they need, like, industry needs like 1,000-ounce bars, like, I'll get out. I mean, they are like, we got to have bars, you know. So they need thousands and thousands of ounces. The other thing right now is these people that do big deals aren't getting paid. So I was told from 2 different people, if you got like 5,000 ounces and you want to like dump it into a refinery and get nearly spot or melt, you're like getting paid 30 days later. So a big dealer I talked to today, he had $100,000 worth that he sold back on December 4th and he just got paid. So that's more than 30 days later. So a lot of the big deals, they're so backlogged trying to refine, and you know, because a lot of this stuff is getting melted and scrapped, and they're trying to make it into bars so they can use it into industry. There's this huge backlog, and they're not paying people. So that's causing price because there's no supply. They can't get it out fast enough. And yeah, there's a lot of geopolitical tension. I mean, there's a lot of wild stuff going on. So, and the value of the dollar has been hurt by inflation. So silver backs that up. Anything other than cash, any kind of collectible asset. I mean, that's why people's paying all this money for all these high-end collectibles, and it's because they're like, they want to buy anything other than dollars. Neil Young, just $6.99. Wow, that's a pretty recent record. EX edition, $6.99. So supply, the dollar being weak, and geopolitical, you know, everything that's happened in recent news. I mean, just a lot of uncertainties. Patrick Lear on Neil Young, that's sold for $6.99. So that all drives it up. But I've heard that there's just virtually no supply. So a lot of these, I mean, you know, a lot of it, if you want to buy it, you can get on these websites and maybe buy it, but it's like they'll ship it to you in 30 or 60 days. Yeah, China stopped exporting silver because they need it for their industry. So they're like, hey, we're going to stop sending it in other places. We need it ourselves so we can stay ahead, you know, of the U.S. Wow, another Neil Young world record. That one was $24.99, $6.99. This is a crazy. Jim B shouldn't have went to bed. Mastica. This is rest laying. Mastica sealed Prague sock for $6.99. Shakedown gets another Neil Young for $6.99. And then $6.99 for, speaking of China, here's China Sky. That was $24.99 for China. $6.99. Mastica sold to Shakedown. $6.99. Anything in here? New England in shrink wrap. $6.99. Do I have any other? Yeah, I have other coins as well, for sure. For sure. I was going to read off. Chris Myra Breno, are you still out there? Chris said he wanted a 43 and a 45 plus the General Public EP. And I got to confirm what's General Public. Chris, are you still out there? And $6.99. We have $6.99 for Wild Nothing. That's a crazy lenticular cover. That is $6.99. 2016 white vinyl. 2016 white vinyl. And then Chick, a 2010 EX. That's also $6.99. Wow, cool stuff here. All right, let me show some more. I still got to find him another year. Let me read off some more Walking Liberties. These are $32.50. I got a 1943, a 1941, a 1943, a 1943. These were heavily made during World War II, just FYI. There's a 37, 1941. That one's nearly a no date. I can't really read that one. And then we got 1934. Haven't had that year yet. 1940. Haven't had a few of those. And 1943. Okay. There's that. Chris Frazier on Wild Nothing for $6.99. And also $6.99 is, 1981 Tennessee Private Press Rock Chance. And that was originally marked $49.99. This is a crazy $6.99 crate for 1 a.m. So, Chris, I'm going to get you that other year you needed. You wanted 45 and a 43, right? Let me find you a 43. Did I read off a 43 there? I may have. I did. So there's your 43. Thank you on that. And I mean, I'm not really in a hurry to sell these because I think literally as I speak, the value of these are increasing. So, I mean, it's crazy how like fast this stuff moves. You don't have to really be too patient. Or it could dip the other way. You know, tomorrow I could say, by the time the market closed tomorrow, I could say they're back down to $30. You just never know. So, Michael Rudolph wants a 37 and a 34. You got it. Those are sold to Michael. Those are those and those. All right, those are sold $32.50, $32.50. Those are sold, and then Chance is sold to Shakedown for $6.99. General Public Tenderness for Chris Meyer Bimbo. Whoever's watching, write that down. I'll have to go hunt it here in just a second. I'll go ahead and write it right now. Okay, so we got Chris Myra Bueno Tenderness, and that was Public Enemy. I mean, General Public. General Public. Okay, I got that wrote down. All right, back to the $6.99 stuff because there's absolute steals in here. I think we're right into some like modern type stuff that Paul or Laura marked. This is called We Worship, Belmont Songs of Praise. Looks like a gospel album, $6.99. And The Art of Lovin'. That's a reissue of an older record from the 60s. Now just $6.99. Same price for Tease, One Night Stands. Tease is $6.99. Tease is $6.99. Okay. All right. The first way I'll do the dimes is I'll just do random. Okay. I'll do random first. That's the easiest, most efficient way for me. We'll do random dates, or we'll do random at whatever. These are all Mercury heads. Let me pull up melt. I'll do melt or a little over. $6.49. Let's do them for, what did I sell them for the other night? $650. I'm good with $650. $650 on the silver Mercury dime. So these started, Mercury dime started in pre 45 because they put Roosevelt on the next dime after he died. So these are Mercury heads, okay? So these should be a lot of 30s, $6.50 a piece. I've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. I think, yeah, I've got 11 here. $6.50 each on the Mercury dimes. $6.50 each. And I'll give it a second, and then we'll read off some years, okay? I'll make it a little bit simpler for right now. And then we have Art of Lovin', sold to Denise for $6.99. So, yeah, I think 45 was the last year for the Mercury. Last year for the Mercury, first year for Roosevelt, because he died in 45. And they was first on the next dime. They took off Mercury. They said, Mercury, you're done. The only 2 no bids are David Byrne, Songs from True Stories. That's $25. And Stevie Ray Vaughan, Family Style, 1990, $55 on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Okay, also $6.99 is, whoa, Ophix, OPHICVS, and that is VG $6.99. And Blue Steel is EX $6.99, and Hardline $6.99. Heavy Metal 1984 Sweden $6.99. Michael wants 10 dimes. All right, give him 10 of the 11 here. Give him 10 of the 11. And let's see here. Let me kind of peek through, make sure if there's one bad one out as far as a date. That one's kind of a little bit lesser grade, but it's an older one. It looks like one from the 20s. They're all pretty nice. I will pull this one out right here that has a smudge on it, 41. That's a common date. All right, so there's that. If anybody wants one silver dime, I have one left, a Mercury head. Sell those to Michael, okay? And those sold to Michael, $6.50. So $65 for those. $65. This one's left, 1941. I mean, still worth its weight in silver. $6.50 on that one, okay? All right, let's push that right over here. These are 1 ounce bullion. Prospectors, these are, I did them earlier tonight for 90, even though the market's moved. Let's still honor them at 90. That's right at melt. The other night, these were 88, and that's when silver was, man, it's moved a lot since then. So I've only shifted it $2. I was selling them 88, okay? I don't think no one ever, I even offered a bundle deal as low as 85 on them, but now they're 90. They really should be 92, and probably by this time tomorrow they will. So these are 1 ounce 999 prospectors. So these are silver, that's pure bullion, a troy ounce, and 90, that's the best, that's 1 or 100 right now. I've got plenty of them until we run out. Then I wish I'll have more, okay? So, what was the other thing Hiram said? I found a bag of old coins the other day while cleaning up. I can send you a picture, see if there's something to be interested in. Yeah, Hiram just kind of spread them out. Just spread them out, and I've done this for people. I can circle stuff, and if some of it's silver, you'll probably want to mail it in, and I can give you credit for records or just mail you a check, whatever. I got 3 customers sending in stuff right now. Gold rings, silver coins, and silver flatware. Don't forget, if you have old silver flatware right now, something that's marked sterling, a big heavy fork or spoon, you'll be surprised what you'll be able to get out of it. I mean, it's a little bit less because they charge more to refine it, and it's sterling, so it's not pure silver. It's 92.5%. But you'd be surprised what a big old silver fork is selling for right now. Hardline is sold to Patrick Francis for $6.99. That's sold to him for $6.99. And then Vandenberg for just $6.99. Nice. VG Plus condition, $6.99 on Vandenberg. And this is Plum Slump, Peter Wolfcryer, $6.99. A folk rock album that was originally marked $32.99. Signed cover, $6.99. Holy crap, my grandmother had coffee cans filled with Mercury dimes. I wonder be worth. Oh, man. Well, take a whole coffee can, thousands of dollars probably, like this much. I had a claim for Art of Lovin'. Did I not pull that out? I did pull that out. Already tagged for you, Denise. $6.99, already tagged for you. Shakedown on Plum. That's sold to Shakedown for $6.99. Dave Mosley on Vandenberg for $6.99. And then Boontar next on PS. And then Ed Riviera next on Vandenberg. Patrick, you're next on Vandenberg as well, but I do give you teas. I will give you teas, okay? And then this Orphix, that is spelled, Hiram, OPHICVS, steel horn gas mask metalhead. And that's VG $6.99. $6.99.99. Are things crazy now or about over? We're in a $6.99 crazy discount crate. T-Rex, just $6.99. Chris, I know you love T-Rex. How about EX, originally $32.99? $6.99. Donnie Fritz, oh my goodness. That's the name of the album. It's a Southern Rock Soul album, sealed, $6.99. Patrick Lear on T-Rex for $6.99. Chris Frazier next on T-Rex. And this Metalhead album is either going to be sold to Hiram or it's going to be sold to Dave Mosley. Okay, so we've went through halves, some halves. We've went through dimes. And okay, we went through halves, we went through dimes, and now I have dun, 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 dun. Okay, now I hadn't shown these. These are pretty simple, and a lot of people like these because you get a lot of bang for your buck here. Bang for your buck, okay? And bang for your buck is the Kennedy halves. Now, these are usually, far as weight, like if you weighed 10 of these and you weighed 10 of the Walking Liberty halves, these here will have more weight, even though they're the same price and they're supposed to be the same melt value, just because they have more wear. When they originally minted, they were minted exactly the same, but, you know, they just have more wear on them. So a lot of people, if they can get them for the same price, like Kennedy's, $32.50, John F. Kennedy. So when he died November 22nd, 1963, that next year they were putting him on the new half dollars. And they only did 1 year where they're 90% silver, 1964. From 65 to 1970, they still have silver, but they're only 40% composition. These are nearly, well, they're 90%. Same price as the Walking Liberties, $32.50. $32.50. Okay, we'll make sure Hiram doesn't want Metalhead. Next for $6.99 is Holy Wave Interloper. That is now $6.99. Look at this discount. Holy moly. That's a Psych 2020 press, clear with blue tangerine splatter. This is a crazy crate to be doing $6.99. Red Sea Blood. Wow. $6.99. $6.99. Red Sea Blood. Also, Rolling Blackout CF. Sideways to New Italy, $6.99. Dave Mosley gets Metalhead for $6.99. Thank you, Dave Mosley. And then $6.99 for David Vonderveld, the Moon Station House Band, $6.99 on that. Shakedown on Holy, which was Holy Wave Interloper. That's sold to Shakedown. And Jason Forderat next. Kennedy's are 19, they're only 1 year, 1964. And now I'm about to show you some 40% that are different years, but right now these are $32.50, which is melt value. That is the silver price of those. They're $32.50. Shakedown got Red Sea for $6.99, and then Chris Frazier was next. Okay. Moving on, we have 764 Hero. Nobody knows this is everywhere. That was originally $29.99. It's a 2002 USOG Indie Rock. That's $6.99 and $6.99 for 90 Day Men. 90 Day Men, and that's a 2004 OG Post Rock. $6.99 on that. Peter Haas wants one 1964 Kennedy. Thank you. Those are $32.50. There's one sold to Peter for $32.50. Appreciate that. All right, $32.50. I've got bags full of them until I run out. Then I'll be saying I don't have any more bags. Did you pull? Oh, my goodness. Oh, I thought you were just saying, oh, my goodness. I thought you were just saying, oh, my goodness. I'm about to buy a bunch of coins. Adam Bernardi, thank you. That's sold to you for $6.99. Spiky on 90 Day Ben for $6.99. That's sold to Spiky for $6.99. And more $6.99 coming up. Eddie Harris, come on down. It's a 1970 US. It's VG, $6.99 on Eddie Harris. And Ron Cornelius, 10 Luck. Ron Cornelius is a 1971 US folk rock album. Originally marked VG Plus $24.99. What about $6.99? And then also $6.99 is the free design Kites Are Fun. This is a Light in the Attic. It's a remaster, a Progressive Sunshine Pop album, VG Plus, the free design, now just $6.99. Okay, so what other offerings do I have for you? I've got, the next thing I have is quarters, and what I'll do is I'll read dates on these. Okay, I'll read dates on these. And the other night, quarters were, well, let me look up and it'll refresh my memory. The other night, they were $15. Right now, $16.50. Melt on them are $16.29. $16.50 on a Washington quarter. So once again, a Washington quarter was made between 1932 and 1964. At silver at $90.08 an ounce, that is the current melt value, $16.29. So I'm going to sell these for $16.50, make it nice and round. And these are, I'm going to read off the dates on these. So before I do that, let me finish this crate. I'll read off the dates so you can pick and choose. First come, first serve. Oso wants 2 Kennedys for $32.50, $32.50. Those are sold to him. And we have 50 at 50, old 3-cent records, 50th and final release, a 2005 indie compilation. That is $6.99. Jackie Heath Long on a Kennedy for $32.50. Thank you. That's sold to you for $32.50. And Clarence Wheeler and the Enforcers, Doing What We Wanna. That is a 1970 Monarch. Look at the discount on this one. My gosh. $6.99 on that one. Patrick Francis wants 764 Hero. That's sold to Patrick Francis for $6.99. Patrick Lear, he's probably like, whew. Almost made an offer on that the other night, didn't you? I think you almost made an offer on that, or maybe passed that at a half off. Wow, that definitely got it sold. $6.99, and then Jefferson Starship Spitfire, $6.99 for Jefferson Starship. Okay, so quarter $16.50, and here's some dates, okay? 1934. Now, I'm not going to read the mint marks unless you want me to. We'll just do years. 1934, 1951, 1961, 1934, 1961, 1938, 1952, and 1952. Okay? There you have it. Those are 1650, 90% Washington quarters. So this app I use is called Coinflation. They also have a website. And the website takes the current live market silver price, and you can select any coin, and it will tell you the melt value. Like a Franklin half at $32.50. See, the Walking Liberties, they've already went up 6 cents since y'all bought them. Look, now they're $32.56. So it gives you the live quote of the pure melt value. Now, bear in mind, they even have like barber dimes on here. Now, a barber quarter. Now, if you had a barber quarter that looked that nice, that's worth a lot more than 16 bucks. Okay, that's like a $75 quarter in that grade, probably even more than that. I hadn't checked in a while, but so be careful. This is just the silver value. Now, definitely on dimes, like a Roosevelt dime, a 1964 Roosevelt dime, that's the melt value right now. There's some dates though, like Mercury's, same price, but if you get a certain key date, it could be worth hundreds, if not thousands more. So that's just the melt value of the silver, not necessarily the numismatic value. So be careful. That doesn't necessarily mean that's what they're worth. I can promise you this, that's what they're at least worth. They're not worth any less than that. I can promise you that. That's at least what they're worth, the melt value of the silver. Now, you could get a good date. You could get one in good condition, and they're going to demand more money. So be careful. But that app will give you, the floor. That will give you the floor of what they're worth, okay? Next thing over here is Patrick Lear got CW. Wolverine was next on that. Yeah, Wolverine was next. Shakedown got 50 at 50. And then Jackie wants the 1934 quarter. Was there more than one? Was there more than one? Let's see here. There was another 30s. No, there was a 38. Yeah, there's two 34s. There's two 34s. One to Jackie and one for Michael. How much are dimes? How much are dimes? I've already forgot what I priced them to Michael for. I bet Michael remembers faster than I do. What was the melt on them? $6.50. I've got one Mercury left at $6.50. $6.50. Okay, $6.99. Jefferson Starship Earth for $6.99. Robert Palmer Heavy Nova for $6.99. And then Pete Seeger, 3 Saints, 4 Sinners, and 6 other people. Pete Seeger is $6.99. And Wholehearted Cabbage Creek, a 78 Bluegrass, $6.99. Okay, so Michael also wants the 1938. All right, let's put that in his pile. And right there. Okay, and then give Adam Bernardi that last Mercury dime. I may have more over here. Bear with me. $6.99. That dime is sold to Adam Bernardi for $6.50. I'm going to keep all this in order so I don't have to walk to the back over and over and over to line all this up. Okay, do I have any other dimes? That's a good question. I got plenty of more quarters here. These are uncounted. So plenty of other quarters. We can read through more dates. I still got this stack to go through. We'll read through those in just a second. Plenty of Kennedy halves. And then I really want to sell these in baggies of 10. And let me show you how much these are. This is one of the best bargains you can get on melt value silver. These are 40%. So a 40% Kennedy half was made between 65 and 70. That's the melt value. I really want to sell these in lots of 10s though. So a little bit more money, but I've got baggies of 10s, which are going to be dates such as 1965, 1967. A bag of 10 would be, let's call it 100. I'll do them for less than melt. $130. So that's less than melt on these. These usually trade for less than melt. Honestly, if you get a bunch of them, it's like almost like the more you get, the less big refineries want to pay. But it's a great way to get silver for below melt. 40% halves, so 10 for 130. That's the price right now. And those are going to be made from 65 to 70. Okay, Hiram Aponte on Jefferson Starship for $6.99. All the prospectors are the same years. They're all 1985. We bought a whole collection of 1985s. So the whole tubes here, they're completely, well, not that one. That one's empty. That was what was left. They're all 1985s. They're all 1985s. Okay. They're not making, yeah, that's right. They're not making the John F. Kennedy half anymore after this year. This is the last year for the John F. Kennedy half. This is it. This is it. The new reverse will have Gene Simmons on it. Da 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 da. The Prospector sold to Chris Myra Bueno, $90. $90 on that. Thank you. I have a Sigma tester. I will show it to you. Tanner tests everything through a Sigma. Let me see if I can find it. We have a really expensive machine. I think we paid a couple $1,000s for it. It's called a Sigma. And it will test silver. It's got a probe and it's got a detector on it. So we test... let me see where that is. It's a really cool machine. I can demonstrate. It's right up here. It's called a Sigma. Now, if it's something like jewelry, I do an acid test, of course. We rub it and do an acid test. So, Tanner's more qualified on it than me because he's relatively new to buying coins. I got him trained because people come in here every day, walk-ins. We're pretty much the only place in Lebanon, minus a couple other pawn shops, that buy silver. And just plus people hear me talk about it every night. So we're getting droves brought into us, it seems like. But this is a Sigma machine. It looks like this. And it even has a probe where like you can touch something. But I think the way it works is I don't know if this has got to be flat. Let's see here. I don't know if I know how to run it really. Okay, that's for $9.99 silver. Let me see if I know how to do this. I think a meter lines up in the middle if they're real. It's got to be flat. Yeah, I don't know if y'all can see this. All right, so you see that, whoa. Let's see, can I hold it? Okay, if that circle lines up in the middle, then it's real. If it goes to either side, then it's fake. If it hits the middle, it's 999 silver. So that's how you tell. We got a tester. Now I think like a Morgan, there might be a different setting. Let's see here. Gold. What's next? Platinum. Cougaran. Oh, here we go. Silver. 999, 999 plus. Sterling. 90%. So it should do the same thing for a half if you lay it right here. Whoops, hold on a second. I think you got to put run. Yeah. Maybe. Hold on. Run. Oh, 1945. I messed up. This is this is pre-45. I'm on the wrong selection. Here we go. 1900, 1945. Run. Error. I think this has got to be pretty flat when you first put it down. I still don't know if I'm on the right setting. Okay, let me FaceTime Tanner. I think I've messed it up. Hold on one second. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. So Chris got that. And yeah, they have these new apps where you can sort coins, but like by dates, but it doesn't really, I don't know. I've tried some of that before, but I've never had much luck with it. I wish I knew how this thing worked better. Okay, so there's coins. Maybe that's what I need to go. Or those may be gold coins. Wow, it has everything on here. This is pretty neat. Britianas. Maybe I wasn't supposed to be on coins. Maybe I was supposed to be on... Okay, there's silver. 999, 999, 925 sterling. 90% 1945 dash. Pre-1900, 1900, 1945. 96, 80%. It should be 90% 1900, 1945. Let's try a Kennedy. Let me lay this flat and see how this works. Okay, I'm going to hit run. Okay, ready. It says ready. Okay. I'm laying a Kennedy there. Condition. 50.2 ms/m. That's not what I want. I want to figure out if it's silver. Run. Play sample. Ah, I messed it up again. Run. Play sample. Okay, let me click this one. Nope. I think I'm on calibrate. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I know how to work 999. I've used it to test gold. I've never had to test 90%. But I will say I've never seen a fake walk in Liberty half in my life. If I did, it was obviously blatant. I know how to use it for gold and 999. I don't know really what it's doing with 90%. It's like giving me a measurement. It's giving me something in a 52 ms. I don't know what that means, honestly. But this is for somebody that's maybe pretty new to the market, or you're pretty, I can spot a fake pretty easily. Otherwise, it's like, yeah, we better put it on the Sigma. Okay, sorry. Where did I get to? Let's do more 699s. But that meter, for those that ever see anybody use that, if you ever have somebody bring it out in front of you and you want to make sure something's real, that dot's supposed to hit in the middle, and that's how you know. It's really good for bullion and gold jewelry. About anything else, you just kind of have to know. Like, I mean, you can look at these and like just know they're real. Nowadays, though, people's going to start faking these because they've gotten so expensive. $32 for a silver half. They're going to start faking them in China and anywhere. They're going to start faking them here in the United States probably. So, yeah, you probably want to be careful. Let's read through these 699 records one more time, okay? Does anybody have any questions? Is the 9 a.m. flip going to be a 9 a.m.? Yes, it always is. Kimosabi, the Electric Indian. One more read through here. EX 699, Focus, Hamburger Concerto, VG Plus 699 for Focus, Philip Glass, and this is EX 699, 699 on that, and Olo Lama. This is a 76 Hawaiian folk rock from the island of Hawaii, 699 on that one. And Pyramid, El Chicano. This is Pyramid of Love and Friends. El Chicano VG Plus 699. I was only 30 minutes late yesterday because the Facebook didn't upload it correctly. I was only 30 minutes late because it didn't upload it correctly. So I can't believe it. Also 699 is Siegel Shore Band, 953 West, 699 on that. And Electric June Releases. This is a sampler. Aztec Two-Step, Jubal, New Seekers, and David Ackles. $6.99 on that. Also $6.99 is Aztec Two-Step. Aztec Two-Step is $6.99. That was $19.99, a white label promo. The Jazz Crusaders is $6.99. Also $6.99 is The Great Gatsby. That's the soundtrack. Nelson Riddle on that one. And $6.99 on Going Coconuts, Danny Marie, $6.99. What I do is, of course, we get stuff from other dealers that we trust, like a lot of the bullion. And then, you know, if something walks in off the street, we test it. I've had, in the past year, I had a lot of people walk in with like fake gold. And they sometimes go business to business trying to find somebody that doesn't know what they're doing. You know, and it's a red flag. Then when gold's 4,000, they're like, man, I'm just looking for a couple thousand. You know, and you're like, what? We have George Duke, Follow the Rainbow, $6.99 for George Duke. We have Great Gatsby, sold to Adam Bernardi. Robin Glenn on Donnie Marie. Thank you on that one. That's sold for $6.99. Going Coconuts. Also $6.99 is Holly Knight, a 1988 synth pop. What year? 1988. Yeah, Gold Stamp promo synth pop album. And then we have The Best of Bobby Humphrey for $6.99. Adam Bernardi on GD for George Duke. That's sold to Adam Bernardi for $6.99. And we have the White Brothers. This is a 1976 country bluegrass, $6.99. Okay, here's some more quarters. I'll read off some more years. I've got 1964, 1964, 64, 1964, 1956, 1964, 1962, 1952, 1942. They're getting older, 1941. And then 1949, 51, 1963, and 1964. Okay, there's those if anybody wants to pick out a certain year. Usually I just do them at random, but there's a chance for a random year. And quarters, let me remind myself by pulling up current rates. Quarters right now are $16.50. $16.50 on that one. $16.50 on that one. This is Holly Knight. Holly Knight is a 1988 synth pop gold stamp promo, $6.99. Also, we have This Is Soca with David Rudder and Charlie Roots, $6.99 on that, 1987, $6.99. And There Goes the Neighborhood, Joe Walsh. This is VG Plus, $6.99. Michael Rudolph wants the 1941 quarter. That's sold to him for $16.50. Thank you. That's sold to you. $16.50 on the 90% quarters tonight. Joe Walsh sold to Mega Blast 9 for just $6.99. Also, Chris Christopherson, Spooky Lady Sideshow. This is $6.99, has the original inner sleeve. And we have Turtle Soup by the Turtles, VG $6.99. The Glorias, Gloriaism, a garage album, originally marked $22.99, EX Condition $6.99. Billy Childers presents Dogson's Dogs, and this is a limited edition vinyl, 2000 made, a garage, EX. Yeah, the Prospectors that are $90 tonight, they are 1985 dated. 1985 dated. Tanner will put them in an airtight too. Those are $9.99 silver. 90 bucks on those. Spot right now has surpassed $90 an ounce. It's $90.40 an ounce. Taking jumps as I'm selling them. That's always good. Over here, I have China Sky. $6.99 on China Sky. That was originally $24.99. Chris Knapp on the Glorious. Thank you on that. Everything in here is $6.99. And then over here we have Dogs. And this one right here, so did Chris Knapp as well. Krugerrands, yes, for sure. Gold or silver. Yeah, Krugerrand, that is the official bullion of South Africa. I would love to buy Krugerrand. I'd also like to buy some 1 ounce gold, if anybody has some of those. What did gold shift to? Gold is at $46.35. I got 1 ounce right here, an American Gold Eagle, $4,700. I have New England, $6.99 for New England. And I have Chick Chick Chick, strange weather, isn't it? Chick 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 is a 2010 Euro OG EX Condition, $6.99. We Worship, Belmont Songs of Praise, $6.99 for that. And then Blue Steel, No More Lonely Nights. Not the Paul McCartney song, $6.99 on that. Rolling Blackout CF, a 2020 press on blue vinyl. This is Sub Pop Loser Edition on blue vinyl, $6.99. Adam Bernardi on Chick Chick Chick. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. My crate is really full. I think I can get a couple more in there, though. And then David Vandervelde, the Moon Station House Band, a 2007 indie rock album, an OG. That's $6.99. Eddie Harris, Come On Down, a 1970 US VG $6.99. Ron Cornelius, 10 Luck, 71 US folk rock, originally marked 24, now $6.99. The Free Design is $6.99. That's a Light in the Attic reissue of a Sunshine progressive pop album that came out in the late 60s originally. That's $6.99. Chris Knapp on Rolling Blackouts. That's $6.99. And Adam Bernardi on Moon Station. There we go. More $6.99ers are being sold. $6.99 as well for Jefferson Starship Spitfire. We have Robert Palmer Heavy Nova for $6.99 and Free Design sold to Adam Bernardi. Okay, I got to really start a new crate. And by the way, when I started this crate, I had to pull out a whole handful to make room, and I'm gonna show. I got to add those right quick and show those. Okay, so there's Free Design to Adam Bernardi. Chris Knapp on the Eddie Harris for $6.99. Hiram getting the other Jefferson Starship, and Chris Knapp next on Free Design. And then we had Pete Seeger for $6.99, Three Saints, Four Sinners, and Wholehearted Cabbage Creek, which is a bluegrass. Robin Glenn getting the Robert Palmer. That has his big hit song, Simply Irresistible, on it. Now, let me add the stuff that I pulled out. And these are not been shown yet for $6.99. That was the second read-through. Here's more for $6.99. Leo Sayer, Just a Boy. Promo markings. Also, Bionic Boogie. That's a disco funk album from 1977. Also, we got Call the SBK Party Line. This is by the Fifth Platoon. It's a hip-hop 12-inch single from 1991 under the genre of hip-hop, and then Shotgun VG Condition. And while I'm thinking about it, Facebook could be ending any moment. I forgot I started earlier than normal tonight. Let me close out of this. And let me refresh here. Facebook ends. Oh, we got time. 7 hours and 37 minutes. I started a little bit later than I thought. Okay, I started closer to a quarter till. We got 22 minutes before Facebook ends, okay? Because I wanted to go through a few more coins when we finish these $6.99ers. We have The Makers, Rockstar God. The Makers is a glam album, a 2000 US. That's just $6.99. John Serry, Exhibition. John Serry's a 79 Fusion album. That's half off at $6.99. VG Plus, originally $11.99. Laura Lee, Women's Love Rights. 72 Funk Soul. That's VG $6.99. The makers is sold to Jeremy Bryant. Thank you. $6.99 to Glitter. And then Neil Young. Everybody's rocking. $6.99 for Neil Young and the Shocking Pinks. Special EFX Modern Manners. That's now $6.99. Same price for Misunderstood Microwave. It looks like microwave, but there's no R in there. It's just microwave. $6.99 for that. Same price for The Best of Yusef Lateef, $6.99. Originally marked $29.99. Clean vinyl. Yusef Lateef, just $6.99. No condition notes. And then we have the Ray Block Singers for doing hair. That's $6.99. Chris Knapp on Laura Lee. That's sold to Chris Knapp for $6.99. And we have Southern Exposure, Head and South. Southern Exposure is $6.99. Adam Bernardi on Yusef Lateef. That is $6.99. And H2O Maneater 1x1 French pressing $6.99. Misunderstood is sold to Chris Knapp. And then more $6.99. Boz Scaggs Middleman. Oh, Boz Scaggs $6.99. Adam Bernardi on the hair. Chris Knapp next on Yusef Lateef. This is the battle of Chris Knapp and Adam Bernardi right now. $6.99. Anything in here. That little recap there. Boz Scaggs, Hall & Oates, that's Maneater, big song from them. Southern Exposure, Special EFX, Neil Young, John Serry, Shotgun. This was 5th Platoon, Bionic Boogie, and Leo Sayer. And then we've already went through those twice, which was Cabbage Creek, Pete Seeger, Ron Cornelius, Blue Steel, We Worship, New England, China Sky, The Turtles, Chris Christopherson, David Rudder, Charlie Roots, Holly Knight, The White Brothers, Bobby Humphrey, Jazz Crusaders, Aztec Two-Step, Electra June Releases, Siegel Shorrell, El Chicano, Yolamina, Philip Glass, Focus, and Kimosabi. Okay, and I'm going to make sure everybody's done their research and they've grabbed whatever they want. I'm going to show a few more coins I've got. Now, these always have demanded a premium because they're the older quarters. But unfortunately, there's no dates on these. So what I need to do for these are dateless standing liberties, and I'm going to sell them $1.34 below melt because there's no dates. If they had a date, they would probably be definitely above melt. I'm going to look through them one more time. If they have a date, they'll be a little bit more. Now, if you look really closely, you might can find a date. We call these weak or no dates, and essentially these are no dates. So when they made the Standing Liberty quarter, the highest point of the corn, the highest point, I've got food on my mind. The highest point of the coin was the date. So it's one of the first things that got rubbed off. And then there's the back with the American Eagle. So these are Standing Liberties. They melt right now for $16.34, but these have a little bit thinner rim, and there's no date on them. So these are $15 each. Dateless Standing Liberties. These were made from 1916 to 1930. So you're still buying them for the silver value for sure. Probably less than the silver value. So $15 for no date Standing Liberties. And I've got 9 here. 1, 2. I'm going to make sure, like that one, if you really study it, you might can come up with a date. Okay. And, gosh, yeah, some of the, you'd have to like really study it. So those are $15 each, okay? Standing Liberty quarters. And then I think I have one here I've got a 1925. I'll do this one for 20 bucks. It's weak, but you can see it. 20 bucks on that one. 1925 Standing Liberty quarter. That one's 20 bucks. 1925 is what I'm making out on that one, okay? So 20 bucks on that one. The dateless 15, melt value 16, 24 on those right now. Okay, now let's see. Do I have any more walkers? I know people's been liking picking dates for those. Let's read off some more dates for walkers. I'm going to go ahead and count these for a bundle. If no one gets them now, John Barry may want them. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. There's 32 records here. Let's do a bundle deal. 32 bundle deal and 32 bundle deal. My price on these would be $125. Mint mark on 1925. That should be, the mint mark on these are right over here. I think they're over here on the left. I cannot. Do I have a loop over here? I don't have a loop over here. Okay, let me get real steady. Hold on a second. No, I think it's, if it is, it's gone. Yeah, it's gone. That has hit 101 years old. 101 years old. Wow. Yeah, it's not there. To the left of date, yeah, it's gone. Calvin Coolidge in the White House when they were striking these in Philadelphia or San Francisco. I think it's probably Philadelphia. Could be a plane. Calvin Coolidge in the White House. Tanner may have carded some other ones over here. Did he card these? Yeah, he put some on cards, but they don't have dates. I said, don't worry about that right now. Wait till we maybe can't sell them, and then we'll do this. Maybe he did that before I told him. I don't remember. But sometimes we put them like this, you know. Facebook. Yeah, Facebook's probably expired. I didn't think I'd been live. Has anybody else's ended? Facebook may be getting close. It's supposed to have 15 minutes left. Anybody else on Facebook? No, it still says it's streaming. It's got 15 minutes left, but it is about to end. Yeah, these prospectors were actually made in 1985. Yeah, these are 1985 coins. Sell one to Lisa Marachi for $90. Yeah. Okay, I was going to grab some more Walking Liberties. 32.50 on these, which I think as market has shifted, this is now 32.50 on these are now below melt. Yeah, now they're 32.68. I'll still do them for 32.50. So here we have these 32.50. I've got 1943. That one's dateless, actually. Dateless on that one. 1942. 1943. That one's dateless. 1944. 1943. 1939, 1944, and 1942. 42, 44, 39, 43, 44, 43, 42, and 43. $32.50 on these. Michael wants a 1939. And so does Mama. Who is Mama J-Lo? Who's Mama J-Lo? 39 is only one. Michael was first. 32.50. Let's go through the other bag. I may have another one. Let's see here. Let's see, 44, 46, 45, 45, 41, 43, 42, 43, 44, 41. These are $32.50. Yeah, the other night they were $30. Silver surpassed $90 an ounce tonight. So the new melt on these right now are $32.68. So I'm doing them for, I priced them just a moment ago for $32.50. It is literally going up as I'm selling them. That's a great selling point. I'm glad it's going up and not down. So these are going up as I'm selling them. $32.50 right now. Yeah, $32.50. I don't have another 39. That's Jackie Heath Long. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I don't have another 39. But all these dates I just read off are available. Let me see if I have any more. So there's those. Was there a 39 in that other stack? No, those are dateless. Did that one have a date? Barely. I don't think so. Okay, let me see if I have one more baggie over here of Walkers. Okay, there's 3. I do. I've got several more we can dig through. Tanner already had these counted, and well, he's going to say, let's never break them up, but I'm probably going to show them individually a couple more times, and then I'm going to try to say you got to buy 10 just for, if not, we've bought these now where we're probably just going to go ahead and, if we don't sell them all, maybe by Sunday. I'll try to do a coin sale Sunday again. Whew, it's tough. Let me find her. There's another dateless. That's a very weak 43. Okay. So here's these. Let me read off the dates. 1935, but it's pretty weak. 1935, 43, 43, 45, 43, 44, 43, 45, and 36. Okay, so 2 from the 30s there, 35 and 36. I bet those get grabbed at, whoops, 32.50. One just fell in between the crates. That's going to be tough to get. Holy moly, I don't know if I can ever get that one. What happened to that? What year was that too? Watch that be a year that I need here in a second. I bet it is. Okay, let's go ahead and give Jackie Heath Long a 1941. Okay, let's give her a 41. I don't know if you bought these or not, Chris. Honestly, don't remember. Honestly, don't remember. And of course, I got Kennedy's. The only thing I really hadn't shown is that's it. I'm not going to do these Morgans till I have the deal done. I have a few over here, but I'm going to wait because I need to, I got to check emails and get updated prices. So. Anybody else on any kind of other silver? I know when I find that $50 next year, it'll be $74 a piece. That's what I tell people. I'm like, you probably want to put this stuff away and just forget. She says, I'll take the 36. Okay, I hope that's the one that just didn't fall between the cracks. Good. Okay, there's a 1936 for you. I think a 1935 literally, I mean, I can see it. It's laying on the table. It's just underneath that crate. But I'll have to get it before I go home tonight. And Chris says, I'll take 2 good and 1 old and 1 newer. Okay, well, let me open up another bag. So all these are from the 30s and 40s, all the Walkers. Specifically, these were made 1916 to 1947, but a couple of those years, they didn't make a bunch of them. There's a big run there, they didn't make too many. Okay, so let's give Chris a 1939, and I'll give you a 1945, okay? That's literally the start and end dates of World War II, 39 and 45. Those sold to Chris Knapp, 32.50, 32.50. It's a good thing to be a dealer in. Sometimes you can buy this stuff, and if you're in a booming market like right now, it's literally rising as you've bought it. I think I told y'all we bought all those silver proof sets, and we started dumping those when silver was $50 an ounce, and I was selling them at melt, and I'd bought them when silver was like $23 an ounce. So like we thought we were doing home runs on them. But now looking back, I'm like, dang, a little bit longer, we would be getting twice as much. So. Okay, so I've got Washington quarters. The only thing I have are quarters, which are $16.50. I was doing those by dates, 1949, 1951, 63, 64. That's some of the dates for the silver quarters. I've got prospectors. I showed you the gold. The only other thing I have is the commemoratives, which I guess I almost need to readjust these, but I'll still do them for $75. That should be, I mean, that was when silver was $83 an ounce. I was doing these for $75. So here is the Thomas Edison. These are U.S. government minted commemoratives. Thomas Edison is $75. Box and papers. The Library of Congress commemorative. Really cool coin here, $75. Not changing any prices on these, so think about that. And then 2 Constitutions left. 2 Constitutions left. 1987, the U.S. Constitution. Some nickels. I thought I had some over here. Let me see. Oh, wait a minute. I do have other stuff, but see, those I got to get together and figure out how I want to sell them. We might be better off if we card them and sell them individually, but man, that's really time consuming. These are not silver tanner. Some of them's not. Hold on a second. Some of these are silver. Some of these aren't. Have you ever seen a silver nickel? I'm about to price you some. These, okay. So these are these 3 nickels, what we call a war nickel, 35% silver. Okay. 3 35% silver nickels, $15. Melt on these right now are $5.09, and then I'm going to throw in a non-silver 1942 and another non-silver 1942. So the melt value of this is $15.30, and the 2 other free nickels. Okay, so $15 if you want these 3. How do you know these are silver? First of all, they're dated during World War II, which is 1940, well, technically 42 to 45 on these. But some of them, some of the 42s aren't silver. So on the back of the Monticello, a.k.a. Thomas Jefferson's home, there will be a capital letter, a.k.a. a mint mark. If you notice on the back of this one, there's no mint mark. On the back of this one, there's a gigantic P or D? D. There's a D for Denver. So you see the D over the Monticello? You probably can see it better on this one. There's a P for Philadelphia. It has a mint mark over the Monticello. And this is the 3rd one. And this one's also a P. So 1942 to 1945, but you got to check 42s. The 42s, if it doesn't have a mint mark over the Monticello, they do not have 35% silver in them. So if you ever see those in your loose change, they're not, don't go put them in a Coke machine. Don't go spin them at McDonald's, because they have a value right now of about $5. And that's with silver at $90.43 an ounce. So $15, these are sold to Chris Knapp. $15, okay? So those are made 42 to 45, but you got to, I think you got to check the 45s too. I think some of the 45s don't have mint marks over the Monticello as well. Okay, so there's that. All right, and then Jackie Heath Long also wants a no-date Walker. Okay, I'll do this a little less. No date should be a little less than melt. So what was I selling these for? $32.50. I'll do this for, and I don't know if this is accurate, but I'll sell it to you for $31, okay? Because it has a little less silver. $31 on those. $31, sell that to Jackie. A dateless should be a little bit less, just because literally there's that much silver worn off of it. Okay, that's quite a bit of sold stuff back there. Those 3 rows right across here, that's all sold. In order. Any nickels? Somewhere, but I don't know where. Chris Knapp already got the nickels. Let me see if there's any more of those in here. There's a lot of stuff I got to sort. Here's a bunch of stuff I got to sort. Here's some coins that's not silver. They're pretty cheap and affordable. I'll sell these for $3. They look like they're in good shape too. Ock dollars are just $3. These have no silver content, but they're still pretty collectible because they're no longer in circulation. and they're just cool. They're just cool. It's a full-size silver dollar, even though they're called silver. They're clads. Now, some of these are silver. This is where coin collecting becomes complicated. The Eisenhower proofs, the proofs are silver. Now, usually you won't see a proof loose like this unless somebody's busted it out of a set. But the Eisenhower proofs right now are $28 a piece. That's crazy. I remember selling them for like $8 and $9 at one point, and that was mail. So 28, that's for the proofs. That confuses a lot of people who use this app. Sometimes even Tanner has set some aside, and I was like, no, no, no. They've got to be a proof, and a proof looks almost like reflective. So these are just standard mints. These are $3. $3. And here's some of the dates. These were made during the 70s. 1974, 1971, probably some of y'all watching, probably some of your birth years in here. 74, 71, 72, 71, 71. This one's really cool. This is the bicentennial, which on the back has the moon and the Liberty Bell. On the back of the other ones, it's the eagle has landed in the service to the Apollo moon mission. There's another bicentennial. There is 1972, 71, and 72. Those are $3 a piece. Ike dollars, $3 a piece. 72, 71, 72. Bicentennial, which is 76, 74. Bicentennial, 71, and 71, 72, 71. Okay, that's the years for those. No silver content in those, though. Very cool, though. I've probably sold 10 billion of them. I don't know how many. I've probably sold 10,000, 100,000. I don't know. I've had a lot of Ike dollars. The cool thing about this website, Coinflation, if you go to the desktop version will show you the metal value of other coins. By the way, Facebook's about to end, so if you're on Facebook, I'm about to expire. So thank you and good night. The show is pretty much over. If you want to buy a few more coins or if you want a coin education, come over to YouTube or Twitch. But Facebook is about to expire. Thanks, everybody. Good night. Yeah, so let me show this website here. This is really cool. I'll show you this website, Coinflation. So here's actually the copper penny. This is one reason why we went to a zinc penny right here. Let's see, there we go. That's probably a lot better for y'all, isn't it? So right here, a copper penny is actually worth right at 4 cents in copper. A nickel, this will be the next thing the government, they're going to stop making these. I think they've already stopped putting zinc. Does it say? Yeah. See, the nickel, it was a big waste of money for a long time. It costs, the metal value in a nickel is 7 cents. So it's worth more than a nickel. And a copper penny made from 1909 to 1982 is made more than, is worth more. So that's why they stopped making them for copper. That's why they stopped making nickel out of nickel. They're made of zinc now, kind of like a penny. But if you look, this is why the penny was stopped being made. Even the zinc value is almost a penny. So after they bought the zinc, made the dyes, paid employees, it was costing more than a penny to make a penny. So it makes no sense, right? Right now, the dime, same thing. These are getting, I mean, they're getting pretty, all these. But right here is the overall coin value. No, we don't want to learn about Charles Schwab. So yeah, here's all the charts I've been using for silver tonight. Instead of me showing you on my phone. Look at all these ads on buying silver. That's everywhere, isn't it? There we go. So there's the war nickels. There's the dime value, the Roosevelt dime value. Standing Liberty, half dollars. Wow, they're almost at 33. Gosh, is it gonna? It's gonna be where I'm about to say they're 33. Does anybody else want to buy a half right now for $32.50 before I raise the price to $33. Here in a few seconds, they're officially going to be $33, okay? They're officially going to be $33 here. Does anybody right now want to buy a half for $32.50 before I raise the price? I'll give you one last chance before I end the show. Tomorrow, they will be $33. They might even be more than that. Does anybody else want to buy a half, one of these right here, or a 64 Kennedy for $32.50 before I raise the price tomorrow? Because they will be $33 tomorrow, it looks like. I don't think this is going to slow down. I don't think that's going to slow down. So does anybody else right now before I end it? Okay. I did show the hot pictures already, but I'll show them again. And Jackie Heath Long wants a 1974 Ike and a bicentennial Ike. Okay. 74 and 76 to Jackie. $3 and $3 on those. Okay. Oh, hot pictures. Yeah, I've already showed them, but I will again. And that'll be the last thing I do, and then we're signing off for the night. Let me minimize this. And let me pull up hot pictures. How do you find those? Launchpad. Where's my finder? We got to fix all this, Jake. I don't like the way this is set up. This doesn't look like my laptop at home, the laptop I use. There we go. All right, it was. Okay, last thing is tomorrow's hot pictures. Let's go to shared camera. Okay. Plasmatics, metal. This is some of them. Of course, we'll have a whole crate of bonus stuff. Excuse me. Plasmatics, Metal Priestess, Tom Petty, she's the one. Rage Against the Machine, R.E.M. Green, Joni Mitchell, Ladies of the Canyon, U2, 4-track, Boingo, Killing Joke, The Call. These are some autographs. I was looking for somebody. I think both of them are fake. But either way, Duran Duran, Steel Pulse, X, This Must Be the Place, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Roger Waters, Midnight Oil, Iggy Pop, and Depeche Mode. Here's some big ones on here. Jimmy Page and Robert Plant, No Quarter. Moby Grape, uncensored cover, promo. Budgie, River Dogs, Billie Eilish with the painted cover. Last time we had one of those, we got a couple $1,000s for it. That's a big one. Oysterhead, Kings of Leon, Bush, the Nashville Cats, Duran. Oh, that's tonight's. That's it. I think she only sent me 3 grid. Let me make sure that's right. I don't know if she meant to do that. I'm going to text Laura while she's still probably awake. Anybody have any last request? Did she only send me? Yeah, one picture didn't save. Here's the 4th picture. Here's the 4th picture. Grateful Dead, Skinner, Grateful Dead, Grateful Dead, Grateful Dead, Grateful Dead, Pink Floyd, Grateful Dead. Yeah, for some reason that didn't upload, or I didn't airdrop it. Do I have it on my phone? Yeah, I just didn't airdrop it. Okay. All done? Facebook's already over. Those people are already asleep. Unless they've come over here. Anybody have any last request? Any last request? 5, 4, a 3, a 2. Dang it. I needed to tag Van Halen lights. I'll do that tomorrow. Maybe I'll start early enough to tag Van Halen lights. I should have done that tomorrow. Adam needed a cigarette. A cigarette? I was waiting for a bunch of y'all to say, I'll take the rest of all your Walking Liberty halves while they're at a bargain. I promise you probably can't get them for under melt anywhere else right now. If you go to a dealer or any kind of big website, they're probably asking $55 a piece for them. All right. Thank y'all, and that's all she wrote. Let me, okay, here we go. I lost my cursor. There it is. Thank y'all. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Appreciate it, and